resigned, citing encroachments on his journalistic independence in the face of mounting pressure from Paramount, which is CBS's parent company. A reported possible source of that pressure was Sherry Redstone, Paramount's controlling shareholder, who was reportedly eager to secure the Trump administration's approval of a multi-billion-dollar sale of Paramount to Skydance. On July 2nd, Paramount, the owner of CBS, settled Trump's lawsuit for $16 million, agreeing to pay $15 million to a future Trump presidential library and $1 million for his legal fees. So the president sues CBS because of the way they edited an interview. And CBS settled the case, even though the case had, according to the legal scholars, essentially no merit. Wow. Talk about trying to influence what is done. And there was further fallout regarding 60 Minutes and the journalistic freedom that they had felt and always had to do their segments every Sunday night. They felt now they couldn't be free to do those segments because the government was looking over their shoulder. The President of the United States was suing for $10 billion. And so CBS proceeded to settle the case and give Trump $16 million. On July 17th, CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Colbert's show is the top-rated late-night show. Colbert is a frequent critic of Trump. Not surprisingly, only 3 weeks after CBS canceled Colbert, on August 7th, the government, run by Trump, gave the green light, and Skydance and Paramount completed their merger. This is unheard of stuff. A president using the power of the government and personal lawsuits to try to change what the press can do in broadcasts. That is freedom of the press under attack. A similar story occurred at ABC. In 2024, Trump sued ABC News because George Stephanopoulos said on air that Trump had been found liable for rape, instead of saying he'd been found liable for sexual assault in the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit. Well, rather than challenging Trump's lawsuit in court, which experts expected ABC would win, a misstatement of sexual assault or rape, very close cousins to each other, on a broadcast, not a foundation for any normal lawsuit, for winning any normal lawsuit. So experts expected ABC would win. But ABC, like CBS, bent the knee under this presidential pressure and agreed to a similar settlement like CBS, paying Trump, in this case, $15 million toward a future Trump presidential library and $1 million for his legal fees. But this bending of the knee by ABC, this acquiescence to Trump, didn't protect ABC. On September 17th, Brendan Carr, head of the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, went on to a conservative podcast and said that ABC should remove late-night host Jimmy Kimmel from his show. Nexstar and Sinclair Broadcast Group, which own dozens of local ABC affiliates, and Disney, which owns ABC, all have major deals pending that require FCC approval. On that podcast, Carr threatened them, Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC, saying, quote, "We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way, like a mob boss." Let's be clear. This is the power of the state being used to silence free speech it dislikes. Brendan Carr himself wrote on Twitter in 2023, quote, "Free speech is the counterweight. It is the check on government control. That is why censorship is the authoritarian's dream." I couldn't have said it better myself. And yet this man, Brendan Carr, who talked about free speech as a counterweight, now in that powerful position where he can control licenses and mergers, proceeds to use that power to control what our networks air. How did he slide from being a champion of free speech into being an instrument of authoritarian suppression of free speech? These tactics mirror other authoritarian approaches to silencing dissent. Here is reporting by the Associated Press from Hungary, where another authoritarian regime is using similar tactics. This is a PBS article titled "Trump's Moves Against Media Outlets Mirror Authoritarian Approaches to Silencing Dissent," from September 18th of last month. Since taking office in January, President Donald Trump has waged an aggressive campaign against the media unlike any in modern U.S. history, making moves similar to those of authoritarian leaders that he has often praised. On Wednesday, Trump cheered ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late-night show after the comedian made remarks about the assassination of activist Charlie Kirk. Trump said, "Congratulations to ABC for having the courage to do what had to be done. It was the latest in a string of attacks against news outlets and media figures that Trump believes are overly critical of him. Trump has filed lawsuits against outlets whose coverage he dislikes, threatened to revoke TV broadcast licenses, and sought to bend news organizations and social media companies to his will. The tactics are similar to those used in other countries who have chipped away at speech freedoms and independent media while consolidating political power, including Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, a close Trump ally whose leadership style is revered by many conservatives in the U.S. Trump's approach to governing has drawn comparisons to Orbán. who has been in power since 2010. The Hungarian leader has made hostility toward the press central to his political brand, borrowing Trump's phrase, fake news, to describe critical outlets. He has not given an interview to an independent journalist in years. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders say Orban has built, quote, a true media empire subject to his party's orders, unquote, through allies' acquisitions of newspapers and broadcasters. The group says the strategy has given Orban's Fidesz party control of about 80% of Hungary's media market. In 2018, Orban's allies donated nearly 500 news outlets they had acquired to a government-controlled conglomerate, a group that included all of Hungary's local daily newspapers. Continuing on another part of this article about Kimmel. Kimmel became the second late-night comic with a history of pillorying Trump to lose their show this year. CBS canceled Stephen Colbert's show just days after he criticized the network's settlement of a lawsuit filed by Trump over its editing of 60 Minutes. CBS said the July move was made for financial reasons, but Trump celebrated it nevertheless while appearing to foreshadow this week's developments. Quote, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings, he wrote on his social media platform at the time. I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next. And the president was right. ABC's suspension of Kimmel on Wednesday came after the Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr made a pointed warning about the comedian on a conservative podcast earlier in the day. So, the attack on freedom of press is in full swing. And there's more. On July 18th, Trump sued Robert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion after the newspaper published a story reporting on Trump's ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. That story included the sexually suggestive letter that Trump wrote Epstein, or reportedly wrote to Epstein, with a drawing of a woman's body for Epstein's 50th birthday book. Here's what Wall Street Journal wrote. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, is body, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denote the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he is preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else," he said. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or address questions about whether the Trump page or other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review, and the FBI declined to comment. The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters haven't previously been reported. The album had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics, Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals, according to documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with them. Among those who submitted letters were billionaire Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. The album contained a letter from a now-deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant included an acrostic with Epstein's name. "Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you, fun in the sun, fun just for fun, remember, don't forget me soon, you rock, you are the best." The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, "I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is." I don't think I'll read the rest of this paragraph. You can imagine what that leader was referring to. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines. The list goes on. Now, the point of this is that by the President of the United States suing the Wall Street Journal, of all publications, the Wall Street Journal, not exactly a liberal bastion, the Wall Street Journal, the business newspaper of America, conservative in everything it does. It certainly is considered, from my point of view, to be a venue where the very powerful talk about the affairs affecting the very powerful. It's hardly concerned with the basics of families like healthcare and housing and education, hardly concerned with human rights in the world. It's a business newspaper about the powerful people and companies. So this was not some lefty paper, if you will, some liberal paper that Trump is suing. And when the President of the United States launches a huge lawsuit, I think it was $10 billion, I believe, checking the number, make sure I had that right, $10 billion. Wow. That's a whopper, even for an establishment as large as the Wall Street Journal. That's an intimidating factor. If you're in the press and you know that ABC has been sued and settled, CBS has been sued and settled, the Wall Street Journal, for disclosing a story, is sued for $10 billion, you get a little careful about what you think of putting in your newspaper. This is intimidation. This is not freedom of the press. This is the corruption of freedom of the press. Now, at this moment, there is a discharge petition over in the House of Representatives. And in the House, under their rules, if you get a certain number of signatures, you can get a bill voted on, debated and voted on the floor. There is no such thing here in the Senate, though maybe we would be beneficiary should there be such a rule. But we don't have that. The House does. And that petition is short one signature to be able to discharge. And it so happens that there was an election, and in that election, the candidate who won is a Democrat and has pledged that when she is sworn in to the House of Representatives, she will sign that petition. That petition is to hold a vote on releasing the Epstein files. The House of Representatives left town in part to escape having to vote on disclosing the Epstein files. Because the President of the United States doesn't want them to vote. Now, that's not the way it should work under our Constitution. The collective opinion of the House about what they should do should prevail. They shouldn't simply just be a rubber stamp for the opinion of the President. So they have been out for a month, partly to avoid swearing in the winner of a by-election who, when sworn in, will provide a signature that could lead to a House vote on the Epstein files. Now, here in the Senate, we had a vote. There was a place in the amendment tree that was free. So the minority leader thought it was important that we vote on releasing the Epstein files, so he filed my bill, as it turns out, as an amendment so that we would vote on it. And he called it up. So we did have a vote here. Only the vote wasn't directly on the amendment. It was on the motion to table the amendment. Nevertheless, it reflected the disposition. And more or less, it was a party line vote. Every Democrat voted against tabling so that we would, in fact, consider that Epstein file bill directly. And almost all Republicans voted to table. In other words, they wanted to kill this amendment rather than vote on it. And so we've had the vote in the Senate. I'd like to still see us have a vote directly, because if there is, in fact, evidence of crimes involving assaults and rapes on underage women in America, people should be held accountable. I would think 100 senators would say, if there is evidence of individuals who were involved in the rape of teenage girls, they should be held accountable. But the majority of the Senate decided not to hold the president accountable. And the president filed a $10 billion lawsuit over the release of just a single page of a drawing that he did for Epstein's 50th birthday book. That's how worried the president is about his association with Epstein. Trump has gone after a government-funded meeting as well. Do we have the list of states? Thank you. But before I turn to that, the assault on PBS and NPR, I want to note that the clock is turning midnight in Alabama and Arkansas and Illinois and Iowa and Louisiana and Minnesota and Missouri and Mississippi, Oklahoma and Wisconsin, a great swath of American states. And since it's turning midnight for the second time in America, first time here on the East Coast, I'll turn again to this excerpt from Paul Revere's Ride. And do you have the full poem as well? Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light, he springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. The second lamp indicated attack by the British was coming from the sea. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light, the fate of the nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock on the door, a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past through all of our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The midnight message that the colonies were in trouble. They were under attack by the British. And now it is our United States Constitution and our freedoms that are under attack by the President of the United States. I was asking for the full poem from my team member, Mike, because I love the first part of this poem, which describes how a person put the lamps in the belfry, and then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade, by the trembling ladder steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats in the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride on the opposite shore, walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still, and lo as he looks on the belfry's height. And that's when he saw the glimmer of light And then not one, but two lanterns. The signal that a ship was the source of the attack. The attack was coming from the sea. And off he went to make the warnings to folks. There are times in our history when it is important to ring the alarm bells. And I am standing before you here at 1:05 Eastern Time, uncomfortable after standing this many hours. My back is not a happy camper. I messed it up jogging some weeks ago. But I'm going to stand here for some time more to do all I can to ring the alarm bells, to sound the alarm that an authoritarian has taken control of our government and is brutally assaulting due process and freedom of speech and freedom of press, freedom of assembly, weaponizing the judiciary to go after the folks he considers to be his political enemies. That's what dictators do in far-flung countries. They lock up their opponents. You know, I was down in Nicaragua, my daughter, a few years ago. She was working for the summer guiding treks through the volcanoes in that country. And while I was there was an election approaching. And what was happening? The president of the country, Daniel Ortega, was coordinating the imprisonment of those who might run against him. Nothing quite intimidates you from running for president like the existing president locking you up. Campaign over. No election held. And now we have a president with an enemies list who is targeting those he's disagreed with, those who have criticized him, for special strategy of persecution and prosecution. That is not the way we do things in America. That is injustice, not justice. It's a huge assault against the value that every child hears when they hear the law applies to the rich and powerful here, and it's administered with integrity, not with political vengeance. But here we are now, just like those countries far-flung with dictators, where the government targets its political enemies and goes after them. And of course, Trump goes after government-funded media as well as the broadcast media. On May 1st, he issued an executive order slashing funding for PBS and NPR. Now, the president doesn't have a line item veto. Can't do that, but he did it. In this case, he did submit a request to Congress to approve his cuts. And I would say, unfortunately, it did get a majority vote in the House and Senate. So at least that piece, that attack, was done according to the law. Unlike these other lawsuits, which were kind of extortionist. On September 30th, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting ceased operating. In March, Trump began to dismantle the Voice of America, which was created to counter propaganda from authoritarian governments during the Second World War. Why in the hell is the President of the United States dismantling a voice that counters propaganda from authoritarian governments? We think of liberty's torch held high, Statue of Liberty, beacon to the world. But it has some deeper meanings to Americans. Welcome to the land of freedom. Welcome to the land of opportunity. Not welcome to the land of authoritarian control. And as a beacon, as a light to the world, represents what we stand for and have stood for in so many corners of the globe, leading to such enormous respect and admiration for our country. But here is the President of the United States dismantling the voice of America, which stood up for freedom around the world. Voice of America had become a powerful check on disinformation from authoritarian regimes, broadcasting in 49 languages to 360 million people every week. And now that powerful voice has been silenced. Authoritarians around the world celebrated these cuts, including the Chinese government, which quickly took over the radio frequencies. And let's not forget that on February 12th, Trump removed the Associated Press from the White House press pool because they refused to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, controlling who can be in the press pool at the White House. So ABC attacked, CBS attacked, Wall Street Journal attacked, Voice of America attacked, Public Broadcasting attacked, Associated Press attacked. That's what an assault on freedom of the press looks like. Even the world's richest billionaires who own social media platforms and claim to champion free speech have fallen in line, to the point of literally falling in line behind Trump at his inauguration. To understand why, we only need to think back to 2016. At a rally in Fort Worth, Texas, in 2016, Trump threatened Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and the Washington Post, with an antitrust action, saying, if I become president, oh, do they have problems. They're going to have such problems. Little surprise then that the Washington Post editorial board did not endorse a presidential candidate in 2024 for the first time in 36 years after being threatened by Donald Trump. His threats have an impact because he's president of the United States. Nor did the Los Angeles Times endorse. And Trump has gone further, suppressing freedom of speech, taking control of the Kennedy Center and the Smithsonian museums, canceling programs, reviewing exhibits, firing employees, scrubbing federal websites of words he opposes. Censorship, alive and well. And then, egregiously, we have the utilization of a 1952 Red Scare law. That law said the Secretary of State, if he didn't like what someone said or views that were held and thought that person might be a risk to the United States, could deny the visa. But even during McCarthyism at its height, this law was never used to expel people from the United States of America for expressing an opinion. But this year, our Secretary of State bragged about throwing hundreds of students out of our country because they expressed an opinion on the Middle East that our Secretary of State did not like. Talk about censorship and an assault on freedom of speech. I was always struck by the power of the phrase, "I disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it." That's the spirit that has imbued, invigorated our democracy and our freedom for 250 years. But now, because a student criticizes the Netanyahu government for their bombing campaign in Gaza and their deprivation campaign in Gaza and their destruction campaign in Gaza, they're thrown out of the country. I thought universities were places where we encourage students to examine each other's views, to debate the issues right and wrong. Certainly, a university is a place where robust debate and differences of opinions should be aired. That's part of the learning process. People grow up when they're in a university and hear things that conflict with their established viewpoint they had with their family. You know, I grew up in a blue-collar community. I didn't know people who had gone to college. Nobody in my family had gone to college. I go off to my first year of college, and I'm in classes about European history and American history, about international affairs, and I'm going, really? Things I'm hearing, the things I'm reading, they don't match the impressions I had growing up. A lot of those impressions came from Reader's Digest. And Reader's Digest had a certain light on the world, a certain angle on the world, and now in the university I was exposed to many other opinions. Throwing people out of our country because they express an opinion the Secretary of State doesn't like, that is massively egregious assault on freedom of speech and an intimidation. Students like Mahmoud Khalil at Columbia University or Rumeysa Ozturk at Tufts, neither accused of a crime, both simply exercised the freedom of speech we all assumed they had. But they exercised it to protest Netanyahu's war in Gaza. And that was unacceptable to our Secretary of State, and he revoked their visas and the visas of hundreds of other students, saying, "We do it every day, every time I find one of these lunatics." There's a lot of people I disagree with, but it's kind of just a cheap shot to dismiss their viewpoints by calling them a lunatic. They often have a whole set of arguments that are worth hearing and worth understanding. And that's what should be happening in the process of learning, the process of education, not throwing people out because they air a view you disagree with, that one person in our government, the Secretary of State, disagrees with. That law, we should get rid of it. We should have 100 senators here saying, "Amen, we're getting rid of that law." It says an alien can be excluded if the Secretary of State personally determines the alien's admission to the United States would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest. It doesn't even sound like that law authorizes someone being expelled from the United States. The alien's admission sounds like the alien's entry into the United States would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest. Well, extraordinarily vague standard for sure, extraordinary power to be invested in one person to be chief censor of the United States of America, a chilling attempt to silence free speech that presents viewpoints out of favor with the administration. And now, the Trump administration is seeking complete control of press reporting at the Pentagon. Thankfully, all media outlets, or virtually all, I should say, have refused to submit to this new policy. I'll read and share a report from the Washington Post and a second from an NPR journalist. The first story: media, including Fox News, overwhelmingly reject Pentagon press policy, October 15th. So, hot off the press almost. Fox News, along with ABC, CBS, NBC, did not sign the Defense Department's press policy by Tuesday's deadline, having earlier in the day denounced the new regulations in a joint statement that included CNN, which previously said it would not sign. Quote, "Today, we join virtually every other news organization in declining to agree to the Pentagon's new requirements, which would restrict journalists' ability to keep the nation and the world informed of important national security issues," the news networks wrote. Quote, "The policy is without precedent and threatens core journalistic protections. We will continue to cover the U.S. military as each of our organizations has done for many decades, upholding the principles of a free and independent press." Fox's dissent is notable, considering the Trump-friendly views of many of its opinion hosts. And I'm just continuing to read what's written here in this article, whose ranks previously included Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The policy prohibits journalists from accessing or soliciting information the Defense Department doesn't make available for them and revokes Pentagon press credentials for those who will not sign up. The new rules have drawn an anguished chorus of detractors across the ideological spectrum since they were announced last month. Censorship. Plain and simple. Reporters being told they cannot ask questions. They can only report the information that is handed to them in a press release. Well, so much for any story that matters. Press releases just toot the department's own horn. They're certainly not going to lay out the stories that Americans need to hear about. You know, I worked for 2 years in the Pentagon for Secretary Weinberger. Secretary Weinberger was President Reagan's Secretary of Defense, and I was hired as a presidential fellow. And I had the privilege in that role of interviewing about 50 offices throughout the building and then arranging to work for different offices, often for 3 to 4 months, and then rotating. So I worked a lot of different roles. My first assignment was to serve as the desk officer for Jordan for the Defense Security Assistance Agency. And the reason for that is one desk officer had previously covered Lebanon and Jordan, but then the tower the Marines were housed in Lebanon was blown up. A lot of Marines died. And in that moment going forward, Lebanon required whole attention. And yet Jordan, we were trying to get involved in the Middle East peace process. So and there was an upcoming meeting to discuss military aid, and someone needed to staff and prepare. So that was my role in that first assignment. I was in a bunch of different assignments, most of them involving strategic nuclear policy. But one of the assignments was to be a budget analyst for a research and engineering section. And the way this worked is every program got a budget review. And I was assigned a long list of programs, and then I would hold a little hearing in which the colonel or whoever was in charge of that program would come in and we'd look through all the financial records and determine, is this program making sense? And I'd write up what was called a program budget decision, a PBD. And that program budget decision basically said things like, no, we can cut this program by X because they're carrying over funds. Or we can cut this program or eliminate this program because it's no longer serving the purpose it was intended. In fact, they didn't actually use the funds the previous year, or so on and so forth. But in the course of that, I saw a huge amount of waste in the Pentagon programs. And at that time, there were tons of stories being written about waste in the Pentagon. They still, to this date, can't account for the money that's given to them. You hear people on both sides of the aisle saying, even after all these years and all these requirements, that they have a vastly improved auditing system to be able to track where the money goes, they still can't do it. They still don't do it. And none of those stories would be written if you were just reporting on a press release, because they weren't flattering stories. And you had journalists asking questions about this and that and asking for documents and trying to get to the bottom of what was really going on. And all of that is what Pete Hegseth is trying to suppress. It's assault on freedom of the press. Many TV networks joined many other outlets in saying no. And now I'm reading the story again from Scott Nover, including the Post, Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Associated Press, Reuters, Bloomberg News, the Atlantic. Right-wing outlets including Newsmax, the Washington Times, the Daily Caller, and the Washington Examiner also declined to sign, along with a raft of defense-related trade publications. As of Tuesday's 5 p.m. deadline, only the MAGA-friendly One America News said it would sign the policy. Well, that's certainly an egregious attack on freedom of the press. Ring the alarm bells. It's not one misunderstood event. It's ABC. It's CBS, it's the use of licenses and mergers to compel, lawsuits to compel, it's Wall Street Journal, it's NPR, it's the Voice of America, and then it's all of these other news agencies being asked to stop doing basic reporting on military affairs. This is a page that has all of the groups that refused to sign and the one that did. One America News signed and approximately 35-ish organizations refused. Okay, and now Tom Bowman wrote an article titled, "Why I'm Handing in My Pentagon Press Pass." Today, NPR will lose access to the Pentagon because we will not sign an unprecedented Defense Department document which warns that journalists may lose their press credentials for soliciting even unclassified information from federal employees that has not been officially approved for release. That policy prevents us from doing our job. Signing that document would make us stenographers parroting press releases, not watchdogs holding government officials accountable. No reputable news organization signed the new rule, not mainstream outlets. like NPR, the Washington Post, CNN, the New York Times, nor the conservative Washington Times or the right-wing Newsmax run by a noted ally of President Trump. Some 100 resident Pentagon press will be barred from the building if they don't sign by the end of the business day, Tuesday. I have held, this is Tom Bowman speaking, I've held my Pentagon press pass for 28 years. For most of that time, when I wasn't overseas in combat zones embedded with troops, I walked the halls, talking to and getting to know officers from all over the globe, times visiting them in their offices. Did I, as a writer, solicit information? Of course, that's called journalism. Finding out what's really going on behind the scenes and not accepting wholesale what any government or administration says. I remember how then Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was ecstatic after the fall of Baghdad in 2003, insisting that it showed the success of the U.S. invasion. Not long after, I ran into an officer at the Pentagon who told me, "No, Tom, it's not a success. Saddam Hussein's supporters are attacking our supply lines. Now we have to send more troops back to guard them." That was the quote. That was because the United States, at Rumsfeld's insistence, never sent an adequate number of forces to Iraq to begin with, a fact another Army general warned me about unsolicited, and I reported on before the war even began. Instead of towing the official line, their reporting helped people understand what U.S. troops were really facing. Far from being a success, the fall of Baghdad marked the beginning of an insurgency that stretched on for years. And then the article goes on to convey. You know, when I was first elected and came here to the Senate, we were still in the Afghanistan war, which I had quite fiercely opposed. I didn't think that the strategy of trying to occupy Afghanistan, a country of vastly different population from the United States, economy that was often based on very rural, agricultural, village-based practices, that often had regional militias controlled by a strongman, a place where the language, obviously, the dominant language differed from the U.S., the dominant religion differed, the world experiences differed. I remember there was a poem by Rudyard Kipling about the British experience in Afghanistan. And the end of the poem always stuck in my head, although I may not have the lines exactly right, but it went something like this. If you are injured and lying on the Afghanistan plain, roll over on your rifle and blow out your brain before the women come out and carve up what remains. Something like that. But the essence of it was the British were unwelcome in Afghanistan. The Afghani people prided themselves on having expelled foreign group after foreign group after foreign group over the centuries, including the Russians. I went up to the bridge in the northern part of Afghanistan where the last Russian forces had retreated back into Russia out of Afghanistan. We needed reporters to tell us what the hell was really going on in Afghanistan. Because when you visit there, you got the rosiest story. Oh, we have this great program in which people are signing up to be part of the Army, and it's ending corruption in the society, and they are really taking to that training, and they're going to be able to defend themselves, and we won't be needed, and We have this new strategy of take and hold because our old strategy of take and then leave didn't work, and so on and so forth. Reporters are essential to understanding the defense enterprise. The idea the Department of Defense is trying to shut down reporters and only have them issue the happy face press releases, that is a terrible insult to the American people. It's a terrible transgression of freedom of the press. So, not okay. Well, there's been quite a list of assaults by this government on freedom of press. When I was seated in the rotunda for the president's inauguration, his inaugural speech, just down the hall from here, Trump claimed in that speech to have, and I quote, brought free speech back to America. But the opposite is the case. This president has launched an unparalleled assault on freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and is doing all he can with every lever available to intimidate and silence his critics. But let me pause for a moment and return to why we are in a government shutdown. And in one word, healthcare. Republicans have shut down the government to continue the strategy of slashing Americans' health care. Why did they pass this, what they called the big beautiful bill, that was actually a big ugly assault on Americans' health care? Why did they do it? Well, the short answer is to help fund tax breaks for billionaires. Why did they proceed to lay out a vast reduction in Medicaid that would be implemented after the next election because they thought a lot of people would be upset by it? Well, because it helps fund tax breaks for billionaires. Why did they cut nutrition programs for children? Well, because it's tax breaks for billionaires. And because all those cuts weren't enough to fund all the tax breaks they wanted to give, the bill also increases the national debt by $30 trillion over the next 30 years. Hardly a monument to fiscal responsibility. It's a families lose, billionaires win proposition. In Oregon, the average cost of buying health care on this exchange is forecast to increase by some 68%. Now, we'll probably have some updates to that number because the new cost of the premiums and the new lower tax credits have been posted, and people are starting to get letters telling them what their policy will be. But estimated to be about $1,300 a person. Nationally, expected to skyrocket 114% on average, more than double. More than double. Not inflation of 3% or 4% or 5%. People might grumble about 3, 4, 5%, be pretty upset by 10%. But 68% or 114%, a doubling, more than doubling, that's an issue for families. And that's what's being done, slashing those credits. And people will be hurt. People will go without insurance. And their modest health care problems will become big health care problems. And their trips to the emergency room to address those big health care problems will be more expensive, both because of the emergency room and because the problem is now much larger. And the fact that they don't have insurance to pay the bill means there'll be a lot less revenue for those clinics and hospitals. The Sheps Center estimates 300 plus rural hospitals will be forced to close by the drop in revenue from the attack on health care, including the attack on Medicaid. It's a red carpet for the billionaires. It is red tape for America's families. Make it hard to sign up for health care. I believe health care is so fundamental that it's a right. In any nation that seeks to provide a foundation for its families to thrive, basic health care is a given. And the health outcomes are better in virtually every other advanced nation around the world, developed nation around the world. They spend less and they have better health outcomes than our system. So our system is not perfect, but it was vastly improved under President Obama. It was improved because we said folks who are not eligible for Medicaid should be eligible, like people with disabilities and veterans. And we said the level at which you're eligible should be expanded upwards because the people outside of Medicaid are still too poor to buy insurance. And then we said, but middle-class insurance was too expensive, so we should provide some tax credits to help people buy those policies. And we should put it up on an exchange so people compare those private policies so they can pick the best policy for their family. In April of 2009, I'm a new senator. I'm here, and somebody hands me a copy of a piece written by Frank Luntz. And he was an advisor to the Republican Party. And what this said was, regardless of what Democrats propose under the Obama administration and the Democratic majority to improve health care, we will try to stop it. And we have done focus groups to find out the most effective way to stop it. And the most effective way is to call it a government takeover. And I was just stunned, just absolutely stunned by this presentation. Here's someone saying, if the other party has some good ideas to improve health care, we're going to oppose it regardless. And no matter what it is, we'll call it a government takeover because that phrase makes people angry. Well, it was such a big lie. The proposal that came forward was modeled on a Republican governor who was later a senator here, Mitt Romney. When he was a governor for a Democratic state, he proposed giving tax credits to help people buy insurance policies from private companies. No government takeover at all. But here was this press release saying, here's our strategy. It wasn't even a press release. It was an internal document advising Republicans and Republican leadership on the best way to defeat a health care proposal, regardless of what the proposal was. And I just thought, aren't we all here working together to improve health care? Boy, did I feel naive. And what I found was something I had heard about but didn't really believe till I came here, which is we'd become trapped in entrenched warfare. in which the minority party, instead of seeking to actually produce good policies, is mainly aiming at frustrating the majority party. And this was kind of the revelation in strategy, or the revolution in strategy that Gingrich pursued. He said, you know, we here in the House have been striving every cycle to get our ideas into the majority's bills, and we get quite a few of them in, and we like that. But it doesn't present a case for us being in the majority. So let's shift gears, quit working with the Democrats, and say and frustrate them as much as we can. And when they fail, we'll say, look, dump them, elect us. They didn't get the job done. Over here in the Senate, Mitch McConnell said, hey, obstruction, Gingrich gives obstruction a good name. And then this cycle of obstruction began here in the Senate. Only in the Senate, there's more tools for the minority to obstruct the majority of either party. Republicans obstructing a majority Democrats, or Democrats obstructing a Republican majority. That's not the way to make this world work better, this country to work better. So here we are with this purely partisan, big ugly betrayal of a bill that slashes health care. And Democrats reached out and said, look, let's fix this. This is going to be bad politics for you all Republicans. You know, 75%, actually I think it was 78%, of the folks who are on the policies are in states Trump won on the exchange, are in policies on the exchange. So it isn't Democrats saying, hey, the bulk of the folks are in blue states, so we're going to propose something. No, the idea is to help anyone afflicted by this egregious attack on health care, because we want families to thrive. We don't want families lose, billionaires win, slash programs that are fundamental to families, to give even bigger trust funds for billionaires to pass on to 5 generations into the future. That's not going to make America better. Enable families to thrive. And health care is one of the foundations. One of the questions becomes, what is the connection between this bill and Trump's authoritarian takeover? The key is that when you have an authoritarian takeover, you listen to the billionaires. Do we have that picture still of the billionaires? Of the billionaires lined up behind the president at the inaugural address, the swearing in. Not champions for health care and housing and education and infrastructure investment and good-paying jobs, but instead, folks like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the billionaires. And so an authoritarian government listens to billionaires. They have power. And they pass a bill giving even more money and power to the billionaires, slashing the programs for the people. That's the connection between the authoritarian strategy of President Trump, his inclinations, his violations of the separation of powers, violation of the checks and balances. It's a connection between that authoritarianism and the bill that was passed, what Trump called the big, beautiful bill, and many of us called the big, ugly betrayal. Why do we call it a betrayal? Because Trump campaigned on helping families. But that bill slashed programs to help families to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That bill slashed nutrition to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That bill added $30 trillion to our debt over the next 30 years to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Authoritarian government stops caring about what serves the people of the United States of America and starts producing bills designed to help billionaires at their expense. That is the connections. It's a families lose, billionaires win, authoritarian takeover of America, and every red-blooded patriot in this country who values our freedom needs to make sure they hear the alarm bells ringing and ring the bells themselves so we can have families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share agenda in its place. The third chapter of this book, How Democracies Die, lays out a little bit more about the American story. On June 15th, 2015, I'm just reading straight from the book here, real estate developer and reality TV star Donald Trump descended an escalator to the lobby of his own building, Trump Tower, to make an announcement. He's running for president. At the time, he was just another long-shot candidate who thought his wealth and celebrity might give him a chance at the very least, allow him to bask in the spotlight for a few months, like fellow businessman Henry Ford a century earlier. Trump held some extremist views. His most recent experience with politics had been as a birther, questioning whether President Barack Obama was born in the United States. To the extent that leading media and political figures took him seriously, it was to denounce him. But the primary system opened up the presidential nomination more than ever before in American history. And openness is a double-edged sword. In this new environment, a wider range of politicians, from George McGovern to Barack Obama, would now compete seriously for the presidency. But the window was now also open to true outsiders, individuals who hadn't held elective office. In the 23 years between 1945 and 68, under the old convention system, only a single outsider, Dwight Eisenhower, publicly sought the nomination of either party. By contrast, during the first 2 decades of the primary system, 1972 through 1992, 8 outsiders ran, 5 Democrats and 3 Republicans, an average of 1.25 per election. And between 1996 and 2016, 18 outsiders competed in one of the 2 parties' primaries, an average of 3 per election. The post-72 primary system was especially vulnerable to a particular kind of outsider, individuals with enough fame or money to skip the invisible primary. Now, the invisible primary, as we talked about earlier, is the fact that in order to run, you have to put a lot of money together, so it means you have to reach out to a lot of folks across America and ask for their support, ask for the support of mayors and county commissioners and governors and senators and House members and other people with deep pockets to contribute to your campaign. That's the invisible primary. The editorial page writers, you reach out to them all to try to say, hey, listen to my message, it matters, I would be a good choice, please get involved, please help, please write a favorable story about me. That's the invisible primary. In other words, those who can skip the invisible primary are celebrities, affluent celebrities. Although conservative outsiders Pat Robinson, Pat Buchanan, Steve Forbes did not manage to overcome the effects of the invisible primary during the 80s and 90s, their relative success provided clues on how it might be done. Forbes, an extraordinarily wealthy businessman, was able to buy name recognition, while Robertson, a televangelist who founded the Christian Broadcasting Network, CBN, and Buchanan, a television commentator and early Republican proponent of white nationalism, were both colorful figures with special media access. Although none of them won the nomination, they used massive wealth and celebrity status to become contenders. But in the end, celebrity contenders, outsiders, had fallen short. And so on the early summer afternoon, in the gilded lobby of the Trump Tower, there seemed to be no reason to think things would be different. To win the nomination, Trump would have to compete in an intricate web of caucuses and primaries against 16 other candidates. Many of his rivals boasted the kind of resume that had been the hallmark of successful candidates in the past. At the head of the pack was Florida Governor Jeb Bush, brother of the former president. There were other governors as well, including Wisconsin's Scott Walker, Louisiana's Bobby Jindal, New Jersey's Chris Christie, Ohio's John Kasich, and several other rising Republican stars, younger, media-savvy politicians, Senators Marco Rubio and Rand Paul, who hope to replicate Barack Obama's fast track to the presidency. Texas, home to 3 of the last 8 elected presidents, offered 2 more candidates, Senator Ted Cruz and former Governor Rick Perry. Besides Trump, 2 other outsiders threw their hats in the ring, businesswoman Carly Fiorina and neurosurgeon Ben Carson. Trump could not hope to win the support of the establishment. Not only did he lack political experience, but he wasn't even a lifelong Republican. Where Bush, Rubio, Cruz, Christie, Walker, and Kasich all had deep Republican roots, Trump had switched his party registration several times and even contributed to Hillary Clinton's campaign for the Senate. Even after Trump began to surge in the polls, few people took his candidacy seriously. In August 2015, 2 months after Trump declared his candidacy, Las Vegas bookmakers gave him a 100-to-1 odds of winning the White House. In November 2015, as Trump sat high atop the Republican polls, Nate Silver, founder of 538 blog, whose uncannily accurate predictions in 2008 and 12 elections had earned him fame and prestige, wrote an article titled, "Dear Media, Stop Freaking Out About Donald Trump's Poll Numbers." The article predicted Trump's weakness among party insiders would spell his demise. Despite Trump's seemingly large lead, Silver assured us his chances of winning the nomination were considerably less than 20%. But the world had changed. Party gatekeepers were shells of what they once were, for 2 main reasons. One was a dramatic increase in the availability of outside money. That outside money accelerated, but hardly caused, by the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United decision. Now even marginal presidential candidates, Michelle Bachmann, Herman Cain, Howard Dean, Bernie Sanders, could raise large sums of money, either by funding their own billionaire financier or by finding their own billionaire financier or through small donations via the internet. The proliferation of well-funded primary candidates indicated a more open and fluid political environment. The other major factor diminishing the power of traditional gatekeepers was the explosion of alternative media, particularly cable news and social media. Whereas the path to national name recognition once ran through relatively few mainstream channels favoring establishment politicians, the news media environment made it easier for celebrities to achieve wide name recognition and public support practically overnight. This was particularly true on the Republican side, where the emergence of Fox News and influential radio talk show personalities, what political commentator David Frum calls the conservative entertainment complex, radicalized conservative voters to the benefit of ideological extreme candidates. This gave rise to such phenomena as Herman Cain, the former Godfather Pizza CEO and radio talk host, who rocketed to the top of the Republican polls in late 2011 before flaming out because of scandal. In short, the nomination process was now wide open. So this chapter lays out how in our modern system, the filters that were first envisioned by our founders, which was that people would elect local leaders that they trusted and admired to go to the Electoral College, and the Electoral College would make sure that the person in the White House was a person of character and qualities that suited the office, the responsibilities of the office, the demands of the office. Well, that was wiped out when the electors became bound to the party. And still, there was another factor that served as a bit of a filtering mechanism, and that's what the authors are calling the invisible primary. The fact that in order to run across a land as large as the United States, you have to find a lot of support. And you have to find a lot of support through an incredible number of meetings, phone calls, persuasion of mayors and state leaders and congressional members and news media commentators and so forth. And that invisible primary, you have to raise a lot of money as well. And that served as sort of a vetting mechanism that gave kind of folks who had been in the business of policy and politics some considerable influence. But the modern system in Citizens United, which allows massive donations, unlimited in size, allows anonymous donations, as long as those donations go not directly to the candidate, but to someone supporting a parallel campaign for the candidate. Now, I'm going to come back to this question of how Citizens United has proceeded to change the dynamics of American politics. But it is now 12 o'clock somewhere, and that somewhere, midnight, is Mountain Time, midnight on Mountain Time, in Colorado, in Montana, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, and Arizona. Basically all but the West Coast now. And so, it's midnight again. Let's turn back to Paul Revere's Ride once again, and the poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. And before I was reading excerpts, I think I'll just read the whole poem this time round. Kind of an American classic, but it has to do with the importance of ringing the alarm bells when there's a threat to the colonies in that case, a threat to the United States now from authoritarian control from the president. So this is the poem that Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote about the ride of Paul Revere. This some Kleenex. Clean it. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light, one if by land and two if by sea. And I, on the opposite shore, shall be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charleston shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, the British man-of-war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon, like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears a muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower, the old North Church, by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead, in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only, he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide, like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks at the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles and passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the sparks struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil, broad, and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides, and under the alders, the skirt, its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and he felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed who was at the bridge, would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear. A voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, a word that shall echo evermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and dread and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. And the people will awaken and listen to hear the midnight message of Paul Revere. I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells that the attack on due process, on freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political enemies, the assault on our fundamental constitutional separation of powers, particularly the power of the purse, and the effort to direct the military into our towns to assault peaceful protesters. This is the work of an authoritarian government, featuring all the basic features when a republic has lost its checks and balances. It has instead a rubber stamp for a legislature, a Supreme Court that delivers court decision after court decision, transmitting powers to the executive that don't exist in our Constitution, and an aggressive authoritarian personality at the helm. We are in deep trouble. Ring the alarm bells. Hear the alarm bells. When folks in my town halls ask what they can do, I said, get off the couch. You can't save our republic with a pillow over your head. Fiercely hold your electeds accountable. Press them with your messages on the phone, with your messages in the email, with your messages at the town halls, with your demonstrations in the street. Demonstrate outside their office. Let them know you want us to defend our republic against this authoritarian takeover. And join affinity groups, because to be angry and alone is to be depressed. But to be angry and organized with others is to be energized and effective. And the only way you stop an authoritarian takeover is for citizens to be energized and effective. And those folks at my town hall, they challenged me. They said, "You're not doing enough. Look what happened last week with the assault on our networks, with the president trying to shape and intimidate what they can say and who they can have on their programs, and even what comedians can be there at night if the comedians are insulting the president. The president doesn't like that, and they need to behave because their licenses, their broadcast license, their mergers are in trouble. So ABC and CBS bent the knee. How can this be happening? Do more. Call it out. Here's the president attacking public broadcasting, shutting down the Voice of America, which has been our voice to counter disinformation around the world since it was founded, with a particular emphasis on making sure that the disinformation from authoritarian governments around the world was countered with truth. A light to the world, to so many populations who could never get the truth from their own government, but could get the truth from the Voice of America. The attack on the Wall Street Journal threatened $10 billion lawsuit because they published a picture allegedly drawn by President Trump that President Trump didn't want publicly disclosed. Collectively, we are in deep trouble. When Paul Revere wrote, the underlying sense was people heard him, and they responded, and they repulsed the British attack. Now we need Americans to make sure that they hear the voices expressed 7 million strong at 2,700 locations across the country on Saturday, saying we do not have a king. A president is not a king, and a law is not a suggestion, and the Constitution is not optional. 7 million people taking the streets to hold us accountable, to hold the president accountable. Are we listening? Are we responding to the threat? So I'm going to skip through the balance of this chapter, which lays out essentially what I was describing, and that is that the circumstances had changed about the way presidential candidates are selected, which gave a lot of room to have candidates who would not have been eligible before because they didn't carry, if you will, the life experience or the character suitable to serving in the Oval Office. But Citizens United changed a lot of that. Citizens United said, hey, if you're an ordinary citizen and you make a donation, it has to be disclosed if it's over $200, and you're limited as to how much you can give. I think the levels are quite high, actually. There's very few people can afford to give that amount, but it's $7,000 now at this moment. $3,500 in the primary and $3,500 in the general. Limit of $7,000. And disclosure. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign, you can give unlimited sums and you can give it secretly. So what do we see in the last election? Well, we saw, for example, executives from the crypto community put $40 million into an Ohio Senate race because the incumbent was the chair of the banking committee, and the crypto community did not think that individual, that senator, had been attentive enough to their desires. And so $40 million. Can you imagine? I mean, think about this from the normal point of view of Americans. If you're going to raise $1 million in 3 months, 90 days, you won't do it even if you get on the phone and you raise $10,000 every night. You'll still only have $900,000, and a couple hundred of that will be spent on the costs of fundraising. So just imagine. I mean, who in America thinks they can sit on a phone and raise $10,000 a night? It's absurd. Like, it's an absurd amount of money. But that's for $1 million. Here, a couple executives put $40 million into a race. And although they weren't required to disclose who they were, they wanted the world to know. So a crypto bill flew through this chamber because senators are terrified that they'll be the next target of Citizens United money, just like our former colleague from Ohio was a target. Massive money like that, massively corrupting. And the argument of the Supreme Court, oh, if you give the money directly to the candidate, well, yes, there can be limits because we can see how that could be influence the candidate. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate, well, the candidate isn't directly receiving the money from you, so they're not influenced. So therefore, no countervailing interest in our democracy to put a limit on donations done to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign. It is a completely bogus argument. Nobody who's operated in the real world of politics thinks that if you give massive money to their friend to run a parallel campaign, somehow they're not aware of it and potentially influenced by it. So at the end of this chapter, they summarize the 4 warning signs of authoritarian power in the context of the early Trump 1 administration. Remember, this was written in 2018. So the first question or sign, concern about identifying authoritarian power was, does the candidate, or in this case, the president, successful candidate, reject the Constitution or express a willingness to violate it? Do they suggest a need for anti-democratic measures such as canceling elections, violating or suspending the Constitution, banning certain organizations, restricting basic civil or political rights? Do they seek to use or endorse the use of extra-constitutional means to change the government, such as military coup, violent insurrections, or mass protests aimed at forcing a change in the government? Do they attempt to undermine the legitimacy of elections, for example, by refusing to accept credible electoral results? And they proceed to go through and restate each of these four foundations that should make you worry that you're headed for an authoritarian takeover. Number two was the denial of legitimacy of political opponents. Do they baselessly describe their partisan rivals as criminals whose supposed violation of the law or potential to do so disqualifies them from full participation in the political arena? Well, lock her up. The cry, lock her up, answers that question. Number three, toleration or encouragement of violence. Have they tacitly endorsed violence by their supporters by refusing to unambiguously condemn it and punish it? Have they praised or refused to condemn other significant acts of political violence, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, yes, again and again for Mr. Donald Trump. Think about how he tacitly encouraged violence against his Capitol. And many of us currently in the Senate were here at the moment that the mob, urged on by Trump, assaulted this Capitol, called for the death of the Vice President, and tried to interrupt the counting of the ballots. The fourth, readiness to curtail civil liberties of opponents, including media. Have they supported laws or policies that restrict civil liberties, such as expanded libel or defamation laws, or laws restricting protest, criticism of the government, or civic or political organizations? Have they threatened to take legal or punitive action against critics in rival parties, civil society, or the media? Have they praised repressive measures taken by other governments, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, yes and yes and yes. Have they threatened to take punitive action against critics? Trump has his list of enemies. He's said publicly he intends to weaponize and is weaponizing the Judicial Department to go after them. Has he praised repressive measures? Well, yes, time and time again, praising dictators around the world. Not democracies, but dictators. So it's 4 for 4 in terms of the warning signs that exist for our democracy. And that was before the straight-out actions that we're witnessing today. As I noted, after I kind of summarize what the experts have laid out, in this book, How Democracies Die, the key point being that we may think democracies die through military coups, through men with guns. And yes, many democracies did die that way. But now, the way they're dying around the world is not men with guns. It's elected leaders who erode the boundaries of the checks and balances of the Constitution. That's the version in which we've seen republic after republic after republic slide into a strongman authoritarian state, and that's exactly what we're in the middle of right now here in the United States. So I addressed free speech. I addressed the violation of laws governing the executive. I addressed free press. But let's talk about how Trump is violating due process. Earlier, I noted how Secretary Rubio has used a McCarthyist 1952 law to silence the freedom of speech for foreign students who disagree with the administration over foreign policy. There was no due process for the students that Rubio disfavored, just as there was no due process for the Venezuelan immigrants Trump sent to El Salvador. Trump ignored the Supreme Court's 9-0 order to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Ignoring the Supreme Court's order is a huge, huge flag that we are deep into the authoritarian takeover of our country. Due process, the words, may sound like legal mumbo jumbo, but it is the guardian of our freedom. That before you can take away my freedom, you have to proceed in a certain fashion that gives me the ability to defend myself and not be simply tossed into a van and deported from the country or tossed into a prison cell. You must follow step by step. That's the due process, and that's what protects my freedom. The guardian of our freedom, due process, keeps any one of us from being locked up by an offended strongman. I want to read two pieces about the threats to due process and what they could mean for all of us. The first is titled, "The Emergency is Here." It's an Ezra Klein editorial or opinion piece, op-ed. The emergency is here. The crisis is now. It is not 6 months away. It is not another Supreme Court ruling away from what's happening. It's happening now. Perhaps not to you, not yet, but to others, real people. We know their names. We know their stories. The President of the United States is disappearing people to a Salvadoran prison for terrorists, a prison known by its initials, CECOT. A prison built for disappearance. A prison where there is no education or remediation or recreation, because it's a prison that does not intend to release its inhabitants back out into the world. It's a prison where the only way out, in the words of El Salvador's so-called justice minister, is a coffin. On Monday, President Trump said in the Oval Office, in front of the cameras, sitting next to President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, that he would like to do this to U.S. citizens as well. Donald Trump, word for word. If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. Now we're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people, every bit as bad as the ones coming in. He told Bukele that he'd need to build 5 more of these prisons because America has so many people Trump wants to send. Trump said, "Why? Do you think there's a special category person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too, and I'm all for it because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't." The Trump administration held the view that anyone they send to El Salvador is beyond the reach of American law. They have been disappeared from our country. They have been disappeared from our system and from any protection or process that system affords. Again, this is Ezra Klein's article. In our prisons, prisoners can be reached by our lawyers and by our courts and by our mercy. In El Salvador, they cannot. Names, stories. Let me tell you one of their names, one of their stories, as best we know it. Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is from El Salvador. His mother, Cecilia, ran a pupuseria in San Salvador. A local gang, Barrio 18, began extorting the business, demanding monthly and then weekly payments. If the family didn't pay, Barrio 18 threatened to murder Kilmar's brothers Caesar or rape their sisters. Eventually, Barrio 18 demanded Caesar join their gang, at which point the family sent Caesar to America. Then Barrio 18 demanded the same of Kilmar, and in Kilmar, at age 16, was sent to America too. This was around 2011. This was what we mean when we say he entered illegally, a 16-year-old fleeing the only home he's known, afraid for his life. Abrego Garcia's life here seems to have been a life, and not an easy one. He lived in Maryland. He worked in construction. He met a woman. Her name is Jennifer, a U.S. citizen. She had 2 children from a past relationship. One had epilepsy. The other had autism. In 2019, they had a child together. That child, now 5, is deaf in one ear and also has autism. Jennifer was pregnant in 2019 on the day Abrego Garcia dropped off one kid at school, dropped off another at the babysitter, and drove to Home Depot to find construction work. He was arrested for loitering, asked if he was a gang member. He said no. He was put into ICE detention. The story gets stranger from here. About 4 hours after Abrego Garcia was picked up, and that appears to be the first contact he had with local police, a detective produced an allegation, citing a confidential informant, that Abrego Garcia is a gang member. Abrego Garcia has no criminal record, not here, and not in El Salvador. He was accused of being part of a gang that operates in New York, a state where he has never lived. Whoever produced the allegation was never cross-examined. When Abrego Garcia's attorney later tried to get more information, he was told the detective behind the accusation had been suspended and the officers in the unit would not speak to him. Abrego Garcia's partner, Jennifer Stefania Vasquez Sura, said she was shocked when the government said he should stay detained because Kilmar is an M13 gang member. Kilmar is not and has never been a gang member. I'm certain of that, she said. In June of 2019, when Abrego Garcia was still detained, he and Jennifer got married, exchanging rings through an officer separated by a pane of glass. Later that year, a judge ruled that Abrego Garcia could not be deported back to El Salvador because he might be murdered by Barrio 18, that his fear was credible. Abrego Garcia was then set free. Each year since then, he has checked in with immigration authorities. He has been employed as a sheet metal apprentice. He is a member of a union. He was studying for a vocational license at the University of Maryland. His last check-in with immigration authorities was on January 2nd. There has been no evidence anywhere offered by anyone that suggests Abrego Garcia poses a threat to anyone in this country. But on March 12th, Abrego Garcia was pulled over while driving, his 5-year-old in the back seat. He was told his immigration status had changed. On March 15th, in defiance of the 2019 court ruling, Abrego Garcia was flown to El Salvador and imprisoned at CCOT as a terrorist. That's the prison that was described earlier. The only way out is a coffin. The Trump administration, in its own legal filings, has said this was an administrative error. They themselves said they should not have done this, that it was a mistake. This is not just my opinion, and by my opinion, I mean the opinion of Ezra Klein, who's writing this article. I want to read to you from an editorial from the National Review, probably the country's leading conservative magazine. Here is the first sentence. The court fight over Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is a most unusual one in that no one denies that the government violated the law in deporting him. This case has made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ordered that the administration facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. I feel I do not have the proper words to describe the next part, how grotesque it all is. The Trump administration does not deny that they deported Abrego Garcia unlawfully. What they deny is that they have the authority to bring him back. That authority, they say, lies with President Bukele. But President Bukele says he cannot send him back. Again, you don't have to take it from me. I want to quote from the National Review, which writes, "This is a ridiculous pretense because the president of El Salvador, Bukele, will clearly do anything we ask. If the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America requested he ride a unicycle wrapped in an American flag in San Salvador Central Square, Bukele would probably ask whether it should be a Betsy Ross flag or the traditional stars and stripes. If nothing else, Trump would slap those tariffs he is so fond of in El Salvador. But we are paying Bukele to imprison Abrego Garcia and others. He's not doing this against Trump's wishes. He is Trump's subcontractor. That Oval Office meeting between Trump and Bukele was a moment when the mask fully slipped off. I thought Jon Stewart pinpointed part of its horror when he said that the thing that came through so clearly was how much of Trump and Bukele were enjoying themselves, each of them declaring that there was nothing they could do for Abrego Garcia. No way to allow him his day in court, no way to allow the American legal system to do its job, no way to assess whether he is a danger, no way to follow the clear order of the Supreme Court. And from their perspective, maybe they're right, because here's the scary thing that I think sits at least partially beneath their calculus. Politically, they cannot let Abrego Garcia out, nor any of the other people they sent to CCOT without due process. Because what if he was released? What if he returned to the U.S.? What if he could tell his story? What if, as seems likely, he has been brutalized and tortured by Trump's Salvadoran henchmen? Well, he can't be allowed to tell the American people that. The article went on to say, we're only 100 days, we're not even 100 days in this administration, and we are already faced with this horror. And I can feel the desire to look away from it, even within myself. What all of this demands is too inconvenient, too disruptive. But Trump has said it all plainly and publicly. He intends to send those he hates to foreign prisons beyond the reach of U.S. law. He does not care. He will not seek to discover if those he sends into these of what he claims, because this is not about their guilt. It is about his power. And if he is key, meaning Trump is capable of that, if he wants that, then what else is he capable of? What else does he want? And if the people who serve him are willing to give him that, to defend his right to do that, what else will they give him? What else will they defend? This is the emergency. Like it or not, it is here. A second piece from The Atlantic was titled, "A Loophole That Would Swallow the Constitution." If we want to preserve freedom, we better make sure that due process is vigorously defended and restored. By Jonathan Chair, he starts out by saying, if Donald Trump can disappear people to El Salvador without due process, he can do anything. Donald Trump's most frightening power grab was undertaken with an undertone of sinister jocularity. There was no column of tanks in the streets, no burning of the legislature. The president and his partner in despotism, President Bukele of El Salvador, were bantering amiably in the Oval Office in front of the press corps, mocking the American court system with evident delight. Trump's ploy is almost insultingly simple. He has seized the power to arrest any person and whisk them to Bukele's notorious terrorism confinement center, where they will be held indefinitely without trial. Once they're in Bukele's custody, Trump can deny them the protections of American law. His administration has admitted that one such prisoner, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was sent to El Salvador in error, but insists that it has no recourse. Trump, who has threatened the territorial integrity of multiple hemispheric neighbors, now claims that requesting the return of a prisoner he paid El Salvador to take would violate that country's sovereignty. Neither Trump nor Bukele bothered to make this absurd conceit appear plausible, even as Trump and his officials claim that only El Salvador has the power to free wrongfully imprisoned American residents. The United States is paying El Salvador to hold the prisoners. Naturally, Congress never appropriated such funds. Trump has already seized large swaths of the Congress's constitutionally mandated spending power for himself. That's a reference to what we call the power of the purse, the power vested in the Congress of the United States of America by our Constitution, that the author of this article, Jonathan Chait, is referring to. I don't have the power to return him to the United States, Trump said, not even attempting to maintain the pretense that the two countries were somehow at an impasse. He told his counterpart, "You are helping us out, and we appreciate it." Well, this article goes on, much like the first one, to note that when due process is abandoned, the freedom of all is endangered. Sure, it may be someone else today, but it might be, well, you, or you, or you tomorrow. And that's why we collectively have the responsibility to defend due process for every single person. The Trump administration's illiberalism has two main sources. One is the personality at the center of its cult. Donald Trump gravitates instinctively toward despots, sees the constraints that democracies place upon elected leaders as a form of weakness, and refuses to accept the legitimacy of any electoral or judicial proceeding that goes against him. His contempt for liberal democracy has been augmented by a growing school of post-liberal thought on the right, with liberal referring not to the American center-left, but to the broader philosophical tradition that emphasizes the state be governed by neutral rules that all sides agreed to abide by. Neutral rules all sides agreed to abide by. That's kind of a sense of how you organize everything about a government. Well, I think that the balance of this article and the showdown with the Supreme Court just reinforces the first article by Ezra Klein that really lays out in detail the lack of shame that the administration violated civil rights. Lack of shame that they did so, throwing people out of our country because they expressed a view on the Middle East that the Secretary of State didn't like. Lack of shame that they threw people into a notorious prison in El Salvador without a hearing, without even knowing for sure who they were or why they were sending them, leading to mistakes like this one. This leads us to Chapter 4, Subverting Democracy. I'm going to untie my shoelace because standing in one place for this much time, well, made my shoes a little tight. Oh, that feels a little better. General, I don't recommend standing through the night and talking. Not a healthy pursuit. But I'm standing here to ring the alarm bells as loudly as I possibly can, using the privilege of serving in this chamber. You know, I never envisioned that I would have this opportunity in life. In fact, if you'd told me I'd be an early passenger to the moon colony, I would consider that more likely than I'd be able to serve here in the Senate. And yet, here I am, sworn to uphold our Constitution, with an obligation to the constituents who sent me here to do all I can to protect our freedom and to raise the alarm when an authoritarian is destroying our democracy. The first hint that I might have some association with this chamber was when I was a sophomore in college and someone mentioned that the possibility of internships here. And earlier I mentioned that one of the people I applied to was Hubert Humphrey, and that I was not accepted, nor by any of the other 4 Democrats, but I was accepted by Senator Hatfield. And I had a lot of respect for Senator Hatfield. Senator Hatfield had taken a courageous stand as a governor and as a U.S. Senator against the Vietnam War. At a time it was not popular to oppose the Vietnam War. He had been one of the first members of the armed services into Hiroshima following the nuclear bomb. He had seen the utter destruction. He had seen the shadow of a person emblazoned on a wall because the flash of the light is so bright that it changed the color of the wall around the silhouette of the individual. And he understood that many wars were fought for reasons that made no sense, and that you had to be very diligent in examining the arguments that a government might put forward for a war, something that I thought a lot about during that summer as his intern. I read the books he'd written, including one called Between a Rock and a Hard Place, as he wrestled with different moral challenges that we face and how to best use his public voice and his power in confronting those challenges. One of the things that he was deeply dedicated to was trying to reduce the risk of nuclear weapons. Out in the walk, if you go outside the doors of the Senate and you're staring at the Supreme Court, so you're going out these south doors and you take the curved path through the Capitol grounds towards the Russell Office Building, there's a tree, and it has a plaque on it, and it says the Hatfield Peace Tree. And this tree was planted by Senator Hatfield and Senator Kennedy. And the way that tree came to be there is that there was an intern named Sean O'Halloran. And since Hatfield liked to walk outside, he often would have the intern accompany him. I had this privilege when I was covering this floor for Senator Hatfield in 1976. But in I think it was 85, Sean O'Halloran was an intern, and when Senator Hatfield started talking about the trees, this intern said, "Senator Hatfield, you love these trees so much, you should plant one." And he said, "Well, that will be your job as an intern." So I wrote to the intern prepared, and Hatfield sent a letter to the architect of the Capitol and said, "I want to plant a tree." But the tree he wanted to plant is referred to as a dawn redwood. Now, the interest in this tree is that this tree grew all over the northwestern part of the United States, but it's been extinct for millions of years. But it was found growing in a valley in China. And so it was reimported back to the US as one of these kind of discovered ancient species. Occasionally read about some deep water fish washing up some ancient fish and discovering there's still something that exists we didn't know about. So here is just this one grove in China. And so that's the tree I want to plant. And the architect of the Capitol responded and said, well, the brothers who designed the landscape plan for the Capitol didn't have that tree in their plan, so sorry. And Hatfield responded and said, well, if they had known about the existence of the tree, maybe they would have included that tree. You know, it was considered extinct, so they didn't know about it, so maybe it should get a special exemption, be able to plant the tree. Well, eventually, Hatfield knocks on the door of the architect, takes him out, and says, here's where I want to plant the tree. And the architect says, okay. As they're preparing to plant the tree, his team sees Senator Kennedy. And so they go and get Senator Kennedy and say, hey, you may want to plant this tree with Senator Hatfield. And the two of them had worked so closely on the nuclear freeze movement, trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war in the world. The result of trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war had produced a lot of results in that decade of the 1980s. And Senator Kennedy said this should be known as the peace tree. And so the peace tree is out there as a memorial to the effort to reduce one of the major risks to humankind, nuclear war, but also as a memorial to a Democrat and Republican working closely together on a significant challenge. And that is a vision all of us should embrace, trying to find on each issue a partner across the aisle. Because we may disagree on 7 out of 10 things, but that means we agree on 3 out of 10. Why not work together on those 3 out of 10 issues? Well, I did end up, through this internship, coming here in 1976. It was our bicentennial summer. 200-year celebration. And oh my goodness, there was so much going on here. They had just opened the first part of the Metro underground system. It had only a couple stops from Union Station going north on the Red Line. And the Union Station itself, the train station, had been refurbished as a National Visitor Center. And so that was a center of activity. And the Capitol Mall, all summer long, had American Folklife Festival that was just booming. People coming from all over the country in the bicentennial year to come here to witness our Capitol and think about and celebrate our history. And the fireworks on the 4th of July that summer were like nothing you could ever imagine. I was watching them from the balcony of the Capitol Hill here. And then in the middle of it, this is back when I was in good shape and a good runner, I said, I want to run down and be right underneath the fireworks as they're going off. So I ran down to the Washington Monument, a couple miles down the mall, and laid on the ground and looked up at those fireworks. And it seemed America was on a course that year in which we were emerging from Watergate, we were emerging from the Vietnam War, we had just passed major provisions to try to clean up our air, clean up our water. These were done under the Nixon administration. Gerald Ford was president by virtue of Nixon's resignation. He was running for president for Jimmy Carter. And I recall being in an elevator with Senator Hatfield. The reason I saw a fair amount of him was I was assigned to cover this floor for the Tax Reform Act of 1976. And at that time, there was no television here in the chamber. There were often very long speeches, and Wayne Morse of Oregon particularly enjoyed doing long speeches, although he was no longer the senator at that moment. He had died in 1974 of a heart attack. But even without television, people came and delivered long statements that were often, they were printed in the Congressional Record, they were followed by people across the country. But because there was no television, and no fax machines had been invented, and no cell phones, each senator had somebody here monitoring the floor of the Senate. And then when the vote came, that area out there outside these doors on the southern side, where now reporters gather, you would have those individuals who represented the senators standing, waiting for the senators to come out of the elevator, grab their senator, brief them on what the debate had been, brief them on what the folks back home said as they came in to vote, and then you'd run up to the staff gallery to cover the next amendment. There were 125 votes on that Tax Reform Act of 1976, all of them by simple majority. Anyway, my point where I started was that I never expected to be serving in the Senate. My mother stayed at home to help raise the kids. My dad was a mechanic. We had no particular political network. The idea of people serving here was that they would come, in my mind, from families with huge networks and huge wealth that would make it possible for them to be folks who serve here in the Senate. So I think about that, the total unlikeliness that I would end up here. The fact is that any number of spots, I could list a dozen of them, my life might have taken a slightly different turn, but one advocacy, one job, one opportunity led to another, and then I got angry about positions the incumbent was taking, promoting the Iraq War and promoting tax relief for the richest Americans, and just felt like democracy demanded a conversation. And a year and a half later, here I am. And it's incumbent on each of us who have the privilege to serve in this body, try to do the best damn job we can to defend the freedoms of the country. I was quite sure our debates would always just be about policies, about health care, about housing, about education, about investment in infrastructure, about the creation of good paying laws, about the environment, certainly about climate change, certainly about equality of opportunity for every American and ending discrimination. Policies. I never thought we'd be in a moment where the President of the United States is engaged in a full-fledged authoritarian takeover, a dismantlement of the checks and balances of our Constitution. Yet that's where we are. And having the privilege to serve here and the responsibility to the Constitution that we take on when we come means that every one of us, all 100 of us, should be full-fledged advocates to end this authoritarian takeover. All 100 of us should be ringing the alarm bells in every way we possibly can. The American people get it. 7 million people turned out on Saturday in the largest demonstration in American history to say, pay attention. There are no kings in America. Laws are not suggestions. And all of you we elected, get to work and save our republic. And we will, I believe, save our republic with the combined effort of a mobilized citizenry and mobilized champions here in the House and Senate. And I hope and pray those champions will come from both sides of the aisle, because saving our republic, defending our Constitution, should not be a partisan affair. We are now at the 4th time midnight has been struck in America. This time, midnight is arriving in Washington and Oregon and Nevada and California. and in another couple hours, Alaska, and then Hawaii, which my team will track. So the reason I'm pausing at midnight is to remind folks that at moments of crisis in our country, folks have raised the alarm, and people have listened and responded. And one of those moments, memorialized by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's 1860 poem about Paul Revere's ride. And I really don't know how much of his story is fact and how much is myth, and I really don't care. It's a beautiful presentation of the importance of making the effort to defend our nation. In this case, actually pre-nation, since it was before 1776, I think 1775, but defend the colonies against the attack by the British. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. And I'm doing this particularly for the folks in Oregon and Washington and Nevada and California who are now reaching midnight, since this poem is about action at midnight. Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April, 75. Hardly a man now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from town to night, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, 2, if by sea, and I, on the opposite shore, will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and armed. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where, swinging wide at her moorings, lay the Somerset British man-of-war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend through alley and street wanders and watches with eager ears till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms, the tramp of feet, the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled pigeons from their perch. On the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by trembling ladders steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and looked down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went creeping from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dread and the dead. For suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing, a spark. Struck out by a steed, flying, fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight, kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on a ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball, from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So, through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore, for born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last. In the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. That last stanza, through all of our history, to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the call to action, because we are threatened. And we are threatened now by the authoritarian takeover of President Trump of our Constitution. Chapter 4, Subverting Democracy. If you're just tuning in at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, this is a passage from How Democracies Die. 2 scholars who have studied how democracies die all around the world. They say, we think of democracies dying because of men with guns. And certainly there's been many military coups, and in many cases democracies have perished in that fashion. But he said that's rare. That's now rare. They say this is not the way democracies are dying now. They're now dying because elected leaders decide to take authoritarian powers onto themselves, and that they get away with it when they are aided by a rubber stamp legislature like we have right now, and by a Supreme Court that gives them more power like we have right now, and there's a well-planned, aggressive, authoritarian president like we have right now. We're 3 for 3, and that's why we're in the middle of this crisis for our republic, the most perilous moment for our nation most perilous moment for our Constitution, most perilous moment for our republic since the Civil War. And 100 of us here in the Senate have the responsibility, because we are serving now, to take on this threat, to ring the alarm bells, and then take collective action. And taking action will require bipartisan work. So we need bipartisan bell ringing. We need bipartisan advocacy. We need bipartisan recognition that the problem exists in the first place. And it's not just a tiny problem. It's not a wrinkle to be ironed out. It goes to the very heart of our Constitution and our separation of powers. The authoritarian takeover is a knife at the heart of government of, by, and for the people. Chapter 4. Peru's Alberto Fujimori didn't plan to be a dictator. He didn't plan to be a president. A little-known university rector of Japanese descent, Fujimori had hoped to run for a Senate seat in 1990 in Peru. When no party would nominate him, he created his own and nominated himself. Short of funds, he threw his hat into the presidential race to attract publicity for his Senate campaign. But 1990 was a year of acute crisis. Peru's economy had collapsed into hyperinflation, and a Maoist guerrilla group called the Shining Path, whose brutal insurgency had killed tens of thousands of people since its launching in 1980, was closing in on Lima, the capital city. Peruvians were disgusted with the established parties. In protest, many of them turned to the political nobody whose campaign slogan was, "A president like you." Fujimori surged unexpectedly in the polls. He shocked Peru's political world by finishing second and qualifying for a runoff against Mario Vargas Llosa, the country's most prominent novelist. Peruvians admired Vargas Llosa, who would go on to win a Nobel Prize in Literature. Virtually the entire establishment, politicians, media, business leaders, backed Vargas Llosa. But ordinary Peruvians viewed him as too cozy with the elites, who seemed deaf to their concerns. Fujimori, whose populist discourse tapped into this anger, struck many as the only real option for change, and he won. It's one of the most unlikely presidential campaigns in the world, I think. A little-known university rector hopes to run for Senate seat, launches a presidential campaign to draw attention to his Senate race, and ends up as president of the nation. In his inaugural address, Fujimori warned that Peru faced the most profound crisis in its Republican history. The economy, he said, was on the brink of collapse, and Peruvian society had been broken apart by violence, corruption, terrorism, drug trafficking. Fujimori pledged to dig Peru out of the state that it's in and guide it to a better destiny. He was convinced that the country needed drastic economic reforms. They would have to step up the fight against terrorism, but only a vague idea of how to accomplish these things. He also faced daunting obstacles. As a political outsider, Fujimori had few friends among Peru's traditional power brokers. Opposition parties controlled Congress, and their appointees sat on the Supreme Court. The traditional media, most of which had backed Vargas Llosa, distrusted him. Fujimori had been unsparing in his attacks on the political elite, describing it as a corrupt oligarchy that was running the country. Now he found that those he'd attacked and defeated during the campaign still controlled many of the levers of power. He got off to a rocky start. Congress failed to pass any legislation during his first months in office. The courts did not seem up to the task of responding to the mounting terrorist threat. Fujimori not only lacked experience with the intricacies of legislative politics, he also lacked the patience for it. As one of his aides put it, Fujimori couldn't stand the idea of inviting the President of the Senate to the presidential palace every time he wanted Congress to approve a law. He preferred, and sometimes bragged, to govern Peru alone from his laptop. So the article, this chapter goes on with an extensive recap of Fujimori's rise to authoritarian status. Started with an election, ended up as an authoritarian. He started governing by decree. In November 1991, he sent a massive package of 126 decrees for congressional approval. The decrees were far-reaching, including anti-terrorism measures that threatened civil liberties. Congress demurred. Not only did it repeal or water down several of the most important decrees, it passed legislation curbing the president's power. The conflict escalated. Fujimori accused Congress of being controlled by drug traffickers. In response, the Senate passed a motion to vacate the presidency because of Fujimori's moral incapacity. The motion fell a few votes short in the Chamber of Deputies. The conflict had reached a point where one government official worried that either Congress would kill the president or the president would kill the Congress. The president killed Congress. On April 5, 1992, Fujimori appeared on television and announced he was dissolving Congress and the Constitution. Less than 2 years after a surprising election, the long-shot outsider had become a tyrant. Although some elected demagogues take office with a blueprint for autocracy, many, such as Fujimori, do not. Democratic breakdown doesn't need a blueprint. Rather, as Peru's experience suggests, it can be the result of a sequence of unanticipated events, an escalating tit-for-tat between a demagogic, norm-breaking leader and a threatened political establishment. The process often begins with words. Demagogues attack their critics in harsh and provocative terms, as enemies, as subversives, as terrorists. When he first ran for president, Hugo Chavez described his opponents as rancid pigs and squalid oligarchs. As president, he called his critics enemies and traitors. Fujimori linked his opponents to terrorism and drug trafficking. And Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi attacked judges who ruled against him as communist. Journalists also became targets. Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa called the media a grave political enemy that has to be defeated. Turkey's Erdogan accused journalists of propagating terrorism. These attacks can be consequential. If the public comes to share the view that opponents are linked to terrorism and the media are spreading lies, it becomes easier to justify taking actions against them. And the assault rarely ends there. Though observers often assure us that demagogues are all talk and their words should not be taken too seriously, a look at demagogic leaders around the world suggests many of them do eventually cross the line from words to action. This is because a demagogue's initial rise to power tends to polarize society, creating a climate of panic, hostility, and mutual distrust. The new leader's threatening words often have a boomerang effect. If the media feels threatened, it may abandon restraint and professional standards in a desperate effort to weaken the government, and the opposition may conclude that for the good of the country, the government must be removed via extreme measures, impeachment, mass protest, even a coup. You know, when I read this, I think a little bit about Guatemala. In Guatemala, a couple years ago, they had a candidate who had been a professor, not very involved in politics, but decided to run for president. I believe his father had been a president. And he was 8th in the polls. But he talked about fighting for all the people of Guatemala, which included the indigenous population. And the indigenous population is often absolutely overlooked. And the government is often run by and for the non-indigenous population. And then some young folks proceeded to hear his talk about strengthening the country for all. They got very excited about him, and they started using modern social media. And in a few weeks' time, kind of reminds me a little bit of the response in Peru with Fujimori. He became just a phenomenon, and he took second place. And then there was a runoff with the establishment candidate, and he won. But the establishment was so aggressive against him that they wanted to keep him out of power. And so he came up here to Washington, D.C. and met with a few of us. And after listening to him, and I said, you know, what would be the most helpful thing we could do to support democracy in Guatemala? He said, well, of course, I'd appreciate your support. So I said, well, it sounds like you're worried that you may never even make it to be installed as president because of the opposition of the establishment and the potential effort to invalidate the election by the establishment. And he said, yes, that was his concern. And I said, what if a group of us go down to Guatemala before you're installed to just sow support for the democratic process? And he said that would be the single best thing you could do. And Senator Kane, Tim Kaine of Virginia, one of our best Spanish speakers and also chair at that time of the Latin American section of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I talked to the next day, and he liked the idea. And so we went. And two of the people we went with were Guatemalans who had been elected to Congress, to the House. And so that was pretty cool. I think we had a delegation of 6 members. And sure enough, while we are there, the Attorney General of Guatemala declares the elections to be null and void. We immediately held a press conference to say, by all the international standards, these elections were fair, and the United States stands strongly on the side of democracy. And then the outgoing president, and my memory is that the Guatemalan president had a term limit, so he was not running for re-election. The outgoing president, by the end of the day, said yes, he supported the peaceful transition and the respect for the elections. And the Europeans had weighed in. And what very much struck me is the difference between Guatemala 2 years ago and Guatemala when I passed through there as a student of foreign affairs back in the summer of 1980. In that summer, Guatemala was in a full-fledged civil war. The military was going town to town, killing young men for fear they'd become future combatants in this civil war. The roads to some of the towns were shut down by the military. In fact, we heard at one of the stops that the reason it was shut down was for the army to go town to town, and I thought, and kill as many young men as they could. And I didn't really believe it. And then it turned out when I got back to the United States, we got more information. That was exactly what was going on. There were a lot of assassinations going on. And when we were in Guatemala City, there was an assassination of the chair of the president of the Chamber of Commerce. And we had gone to a synagogue for a service, and people were going to his home to pay their respects afterwards. And then we were in the street in Guatemala City, and we met a fellow who said his father was flying a light plane into one of the towns where there's historical ancient Mayan ruins, and would we like to fly in his light plane with him? We said, sure, we'd be up for that adventure. And at that time of year with the rain, you couldn't really get there by an autobus because the roads were soaked with rain and therefore with mud, and the transportation through the jungle was pretty much shut down. So we arranged a meeting at our little inexpensive hotel. They're called a pension. I think we're paying like $3 or $4 a night to stay there. And we're at the post office, mailing some things back to the U.S., and we're running out of time to make the appointment. So my friend proceeded back to the pension ahead of me, and I proceeded about 5 minutes later. And I come to the street where the pension is, and there's nobody on the street. And then I see a head sticking out between two cars. And I thought it was a car accident. And back from my days of Boy Scouts, first aid, my reaction is to run up and give help. And I run up, and here is a body just absolutely riddled with bullets. And the street was not very wide across, maybe 20 feet at most, maybe less. And our pension was on the opposite side. And so I ran across the street to duck into the pension. My friend, who had arrived a few minutes before, had walked into the cantina across the street. And as he was walking out with a beer in his hand, the person walking out behind him was gunned down by assassins. That was the person whose body I found a few minutes later. At that time, the United States was not supportive of democracy in Latin America. And the battle that was taking place between the factions in Guatemala was the battle of bullets. But 2 years ago, when a delegation of us went down to support democracy, instead of a battle of bullets, it was a battle of ballots. It was a legitimate, high-integrity election in which people were choosing a champion to take them forward. And that's what the United States should inspire around the world. High-integrity elections serving the people and their opportunity to have their vision embodied by electing a person who shares that vision they hold. So we have all these folks who've been elected that then lead their countries into authoritarian control. And that is what is happening right now in the United States of America. That's why I'm here tonight at 3:30 in the morning, ringing the alarm bells. You have heard pieces of the story at some point over the last 9 months. You have heard a bit about due process being attacked. You have heard a bit about the president trying to influence and control what universities teach, of his effort to control the broadcast media and intimidate them through the use of the power of licenses and mergers. You have heard some of the stories of him weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies. And you have heard about his effort to federalize our National Guard to go to suppress dissent in peaceful cities. Take this entire collection, and what you have is a massive, broad, intense assault on our democracy. So ring the alarm bells and listen to others who are ringing the alarm bells. And when folks say at my town halls, what should I do? I say, get off the couch. You can't change the course of the country with a pillow over your head. Fiercely hold your electeds accountable through how you write them, you phone call them, how you demonstrate outside their offices, hold me accountable, exercise your opportunity of free speech and free assembly so you can keep those freedoms for this generation and the generations to come. And join an affinity group, because to be angry and alone is to be depressed. But to be angry and organized with others is to be energized and effective. And we need Americans to be energized and effective in order to save our republic. So, this chapter goes through the various countries, including Malaysia, through many other countries. But then it turns a little bit to the United States. So let me pick up at that point. Perhaps the most striking example of rewriting the rules to lock in an authoritarian advantage comes from the United States. The end of post-Civil War Reconstruction in the 1870s led to the emergence of authoritarian single-party regimes in every post-Confederate state. Single-party rule was not some benign historical accident. Rather, it was a product of brazenly anti-democratic constitutional engineering. During the era of Reconstruction, the mass enfranchisement of African Americans posed a major threat to Southern white political control and to the political dominance of the Democratic Party. Under the 1967 Reconstruction Act and the 15th Amendment, which prohibited suffrage limitations on account of race, African Americans suddenly constituted a majority of the voting population in Mississippi, South Carolina, Louisiana, and a near majority in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. Federal troops oversaw the mass registration of black voters throughout the South. Nationwide, the percentage of black men who were eligible to vote increased from 0.5% in 1866 to 80.5% 2 years later. In many southern states, black registration rates exceeded 90%, and black citizens voted. In the 1880 presidential election, estimated black turnout was 65% or higher in North and South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. Enfranchisement empowered African Americans. More than 2,000 Southern freemen won elective office in the 1870s, including 14 congressmen and 2 U.S. senators. I often ask my interns or other student groups about that period. Do they know where the first 2 African American senators came from? What state they came from? And they've never gotten this right. And I don't know if anyone in this room would get it right now. The answer is Mississippi. When Mississippi rejoined the Union, they had 2 Senate seats to fill, and they worked out a deal that recognized the political power of the fact that black Americans could now vote in the South, and the legislature, because we had indirect elections, sent the first black senator here and then sent a second one a couple years later. It was in this chamber a big public event. I think they referred to it in the newspapers as the 15th Amendment in body and soul. Flesh right here. But what happened? A deal was struck in the election of 1876. And in that election, there were 4 states that had contested slates. The Democrat had was one vote short of winning the Electoral College. But the 4 outstanding slates, if every vote went to the Republican, Rutherford Hayes, would be elected. So what unfolded? Well, a standoff. The Republicans said, hey, in the Constitution, it's the vice president who receives the slate of folks serving in the Electoral College over in the House, and so it should be the vice president who decides the slates. And the Democrats said, not so fast. There's nothing in the Constitution that assigns that responsibility to the vice president. Now, if that story sounds like the election of 2020, you are absolutely right. It is a scary parallel. And so they decided to pass a bill and create a commission of 15. And there would be 5 senators and 5 House members and 5 Supreme Court justices, and they would be chosen so that there were 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats and 1 independent. And this panel would decide which slates to accept. Well, the independent on the Supreme Court proceeded to resign, and a Republican was assigned. So now there was an 8-7 split. And in that 8-7 split, they voted exactly by party. The Republicans voted for all of the contested slates to go to the Republican nominee, Rutherford Hayes. The Democrats voted the opposite direction. And it looked like the Republican had won. But not so fast. The Democrats controlled the House of Representatives. And the Democrats said, we will filibuster the vote counting in the House. And so they retired to a house not far here from this chamber, and a deal was struck. And that deal was this. The Republican, Rutherford Hayes, would get every single one of the contested slates and become president, but the first action would be to end Reconstruction. And by ending Reconstruction, it meant that the military forces that were protecting registration and voting in the South would be pulled out. And with that deal, civil rights were crushed in the southern United States. It would be, from that time forward until the Voting Rights Act, extraordinarily difficult and unlikely that you'd be able to vote if you were a black man or woman in the southern states of the United States. And so that was what was going on at this time, was this tension, post-Civil War tension, particularly over political power in the South. The Democrats, as a result of the elections that included the newly registered black citizens, lost power in North Carolina and Tennessee and Virginia, in the 1880s and 1890s. They nearly lost it in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Texas. If democratic elections continued, political scientist V.O. Key Jr. observed, it would have been fatal to the status of black belt whites. So they changed the rules and did away with democracy. Give us a constitutional convention and I will fix it so that the Negro shall never be heard from, said former Georgia Senator Robert Toombs, declared as Reconstruction was coming to an end. Between 1885 and 1908, all 11 post-Confederate states reformed their constitutions and electoral laws to disenfranchise African Americans. To comply with the letter of the law as stipulated in the 15th Amendment, no mention of race could be made in efforts to restrict voting rights, so states introduced purportedly neutral poll taxes, property requirements, literacy tests, complex written ballots. The overarching aim of all these restrictions, historian Alex Kessett observed, was to keep poor and illiterate blacks from the polls. And because African Americans were overwhelmingly Republican, their disenfranchisement could be expected to restore the Democrats' electoral dominance. The goal, as the state senator from North Carolina put it, was to write a good, square, honest law that will always give a good Democratic majority. And in that political deal, rewriting the rules of the road led to nearly a century of disenfranchisement of millions of Americans. And one of the things that these scholars point out is you really just have two significant opportunities to stop the entrenchment of an authoritarian state. So we're in the middle of an authoritarian state. And what are these two ways that we have to keep it from becoming entrenched and to save our republic? And one is a significant protest during the first year. Because if people don't respond to the fact that these freedoms are being attacked, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, the weaponization of the jurisdiction against political enemies list, the doing away of due process that protects our freedom from an overbearing government, the effort to be able to send the military into our cities. If people don't pay attention, there's no outcry, then people become accustomed to believing, well, perhaps these things aren't that far off from the norm. Perhaps they aren't that much of a breaking of the law. Perhaps they aren't that much of a disturbance of the Constitution. So perhaps I shouldn't be so worried about it, and I should just continue in my path. That outcry is essential in that first year so that folks know that yes, this is outside the norms. Yes, this is breaking the law. Yes, this is scrapping, shredding the Constitution, and it is not okay. And through that demonstration, through that protest, people say, there's others who feel the same way that we can organize with and save our republic. The second main way that you have a chance to keep authoritarian power from becoming entrenched is the next election. Because it always happens. The authoritarian tries to rig the elections. And if you don't win the next election, they have too much time to rig the system and leave you stranded in a strongman state that can endure for decades. Do we have any real evidence of that happening even now? We sure do. The president is trying to have his team compile a national voter registration list so that it will be easier to manipulate that voting registration list in the next election, easier to purge names of folks that the president's team thinks might vote against the Republicans. And then there's the gerrymandering, a full-on force effort to redistrict in the middle of a 10-year period. Normally, we redistrict after each census, every 10 years. To redistrict now, to split up seats that are held perhaps in a city that tends to be more blue, and a Democrat holds a seat. So redistrict it and slice it into little pieces and glue it onto the edge of surrounding red districts so that you take away that little representation that the people in that blue city had. That effort in full mode right now. And then we have the president attacking vote by mail. The president hates vote by mail because it stops the election day shenanigans. On election day, it is so simple to rig the vote. If you don't want people in the city to vote, you, produce fewer sites to vote, which means a lot more people have to crowd into the same election site. You proceed to put in machines that don't function very well, so you slow things down. You put in staff members who slow things down as well. You relocate the location so it's a new place, so people go to the wrong place and give up. You put out misinformation about the timing of the election. You heard about those tweets in the past. So sorry you missed the election last Tuesday. Hope you'll make it next time, when actually the election is the coming Tuesday. Put out information, misinformation about the location. When people are in long lines, send people down to look intimidating, discourage them. Create a law that says you can't hand out glasses of water to people waiting in the heat for hour after hour to vote. These are all things that are done. Vote by mail, you can't do any of that. Vote by mail, high integrity. Voting at the precincts, easily manipulated. President Trump wants to end the high integrity system of voting that he can't manipulate. Make everyone go to the system he can manipulate. That's exactly why the experts say the next election matters so much, because those efforts, if given an additional 2 years, just get amplified across the country. So that's the responsibility we have. Should be a responsibility held by both parties to defend our Constitution, defend the integrity of our elections. Most constitutions, I'm reading back to chapter 4, Subverting Democracy, most constitutions permit the expansion of executive power during crises. As a result, even democratically elected presidents can easily concentrate power and threaten civil liberties during war. In the hands of a would-be authoritarian, this concentrated power is far more dangerous. For a demagogue who feels besieged by critics and shackled by democratic institutions, crises open a window of opportunity to silence critics and weaken rivals. Indeed, elected autocrats often need crises. External threats offer them a chance to break free, both swiftly and very often legally. And I think it's appropriate to note here that this inclination of authoritarians to create artificial crises is on full display in the United States of America right now. The President of the United States tried to federalize the Oregon National Guard, saying that there were uncontrolled riots and war-ravaged zones in downtown Portland. Well, nobody visiting Portland could see anything of the kind. you go back some 2.5, 3 months, there were, over a course of weeks, a few dozen arrests of protesters, but nothing not easily handled by the local police, which they did. And at the time Trump was actually focused on Portland, that had gone away. There were virtually no arrests. And what you did have was people protesting in a manner particularly special to Portland, and that is protesting with joy and whimsy. So here's Trump claiming that there is a war-ravaged zone and you need to federalize Oregon's National Guard to address it. And there's no such thing. So when the district judge hears the case, because the local state, the state of Oregon, led by Dan Rayfield, Attorney General, challenged it, the judge wrote, "The case presented by the administration is untethered from the facts. They made up that there was a crisis in Portland in order to federalize the military against the American people." Now, I can tell you, you'll see some interesting things if you go down outside the ICE building. You'll see women coming down in a pastries and pajamas demonstration, in their pajamas handing out pastries. You might catch a glimpse of the unipiper, the man who plays his bagpipes on a unicycle as he makes his way through the zone. You might get to witness a wedding, because one was held. They rolled out a red carpet and had a little wedding outside the ICE building. You might get to witness a whole bunch of folks with their puppy dogs in a Keep Your Paws Off Portland demonstration, or a Paws for Peace demonstration. You might get to see a whole bunch of people in inflated frog outfits, the Frog Squad. Why did the frog become so popular? It's a demonstration of joy and whimsy. There's people dancing. They're doing the cha-cha slide. They're handing out flowers, putting candles on the ground. And the reason they're protesting in this fashion is because they know what Trump wanted to do. He lied to the public that there was a crisis in Portland. And then he wanted to create a crisis, because if there isn't one, create one. And so he had his federal agents go out and attack peaceful protesters. Well, they did not engage. They backed off. And then he had his agents stage a fake riot in which he had the agents back up the protesters 3 blocks, which they did without altercations. They followed instructions. And behind the federal agents were videographers. And upon command, the federal agents threw down flashbangs. They sound like gunfire going off. They threw down tear gas, so there's clouds of tear gas. They shot pepper balls. And the combination was to create chaos for the videographers to do a video of, maybe to convince a judge that there had been a riot, maybe to convince the American people watching some far-right news channel that was claiming, look, there's a riot in Portland. Or maybe they're just replaying from 2020 when there actually was significant disturbances in Portland. A government that is faking a riot in order to persuade a court to give the president the power to use the military against the people, shouldn't that disturb every single member of the U.S. Senate? So as this goes on, the combination of a would-be authoritarian and a major crisis can, therefore, be deadly for democracy. Some leaders come into office facing crises. For example, Fujimori took office amid hyperinflation and mounting guerrilla insurgency. So when he justified his 1992 presidential coup as a necessary evil, most Peruvians agreed with him. Fujimori's approval rating shot up to 81% after his coup. Other leaders invent crises. There was a backstory to Ferdinand Marcos' declaration of martial law in 1972. His crisis was largely fabricated. Acutely aware that he needed to justify his plan to skirt the Constitution's two-term limit in the presidency, Marcos decided to manufacture a, quote, communist menace. Facing only a few dozen actual insurgents, President Marcos fomented public hysteria to justify an emergency action. Marcos wanted to declare martial law as early as 1971, but selling his plan required an act of violence, a terrorist attack that generated widespread fear. That would come the following year when the Manila bombings, which U.S. intelligence officials believed to be the work of the government forces themselves, and the assassination attempt on Defense Secretary Enrile, which Enrile later admitted was a sham. In fact, he said he was nowhere near the scene of the reported attack. So Marcos manufactured a crisis in order to accentuate his authoritarian control. President Trump manufactured a fake riot in Portland to try to convince the courts or the public that there was, in fact, violence that would justify the federalization of the Oregon National Guard. And when the judge said, no way, then he said, I'll just send in the National Guard that have already been federalized from Texas and California. And the judge said, not so fast, because it isn't just the act of federalizing them. They can't be sent in unless there is something that meets the standard of the law. The standard of the law, unless you have the cooperation from a governor, is there has to be either an invasion or there has to be a rebellion. Well, neither existed. So if you couldn't meet the standard to federalize the Oregon forces, you also couldn't meet the standard to send the federalized forces from California or Texas. And as of the moment, that's more or less where things stand, but a lot is going on. There's a 3-judge panel, the Ninth Circuit, that came out and said, well, we don't agree with the district judge. The district judge who said you can't federalize because there's a standard in the law, and you have to have a rebellion, or you have to have an invasion, and neither exist. And those 2 judges of that 3-judge panel said, well, you know, there was some arrests a couple months earlier, and maybe that was fair basis. And but clearly it was nothing like a rebellion or an invasion. And the judges said, and maybe the definition of rebellion, which appropriately reflected the understanding of what a rebellion was at the time the laws were written, maybe we should use a more flexible definition of rebellion. And then the real clincher of an argument: defer to the president's judgment. Now, here's the thing. If the law says the president can only bring in the military domestically against U.S. citizens if there's a rebellion or an invasion, that's an objective standard of the law. But these 2 judges said, toss that objective standard aside. As long as the president claims there's a rebellion, defer to the president. Well, that's not a standard of law. There's nothing in this law that says defer to the president. It sets a standard. And people knew what a rebellion was. It was a sizable, organized, weaponized group seeking to overthrow the government. That's a rebellion. And a bunch of women handing out pastries in their pajamas is not a rebellion. A bunch of people in inflatable frog suits holding protest signs is not a rebellion. You may wonder, well, how did they decide, like, the whole frog suit thing? Well, it's because of one of the provocative acts by the federal agents who walked up and sprayed pepper spray inside the suit of this person wearing an inflatable frog suit. And it's such an outrageous act that others said, I'm going to wear one too. So suddenly you have the frog squad. Well, so there we are. If the court says standards in the law mean nothing, the president can fictionalize and just claim something exists that doesn't exist, then we have thrown the door wide open to not just the authoritarian assault on our freedoms that's in full force, but to using the military against our citizens. And that is a horrendously dangerous place to go. And now we will see if the Ninth Circuit has a 12-member panel called an en banc panel to take a broader look at this question. And we'll also see what happens when the Chicago court, which had the same opinion that there was no rebellion, there was no invasion under Title X that could justify the federalization or the use of federalized National Guard in Illinois. That's going to the Supreme Court. They may issue something from the shadow docket where they never even hold a hearing, but they just assert a principle, often without explaining why or how they got to the conclusion. So much may happen and unfold in the coming days. But I'm ringing the alarm bells to say this is an extraordinarily dangerous moment right now in which a couple judges have said the standards required in the law can be cast aside and just give full deference to a fictionalized story told by a president. The courts are to hold the president accountable to the law, hold all of us accountable to the law. If the courts simply roll over and say whatever the president says goes, and this chamber is just a rubber stamp for whatever the president says, then we have an authoritarian state, and that's what we have right now. Well, we've arrived at another.
Page 1 got mixed.
So we've arrived at another hour where it's 12 o'clock somewhere. And somewhere in this pile, I have the first page of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem on Paul Revere's Ride. And I've been reading it every hour as we come to midnight somewhere in the country. And this will be the 5th reading. We had it at midnight, and at 1 a.m. here, which was midnight somewhere else, further west, and then 2 a.m. here, and then 3 a.m. when it was midnight on the West Coast in Oregon and California and Washington and I think Idaho or Nevada. And now it's Alaska's turn. It's midnight in Alaska. And the reason I'm reading this poem repeatedly, once an hour, is simply to try to drill in the fact that when our country is threatened, when our republic is threatened, a warning needs to go out. The bells need to be rung. The lanterns have to be put in the belfry to convey to the citizens, this is not right, this is wrong, it is a threat to our freedom, it is breaking laws, it's shredding the Constitution, and we as patriots will not stand for it, and we will do everything within our power, our heart, our nerve, our sinew, everything within our power to restore our republic for the people. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, or 2, if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charlestown shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man-of-war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears till the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms, the tramp of feet, the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth, but mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks at the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath, from the pebbles in passing, a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and light the fate of the nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village, mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. Of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog and that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work that would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. and one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be the first to fall? Who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball? You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, crossing the fields to merge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed, the midnight message of Paul Revere. When the colonies were threatened, Paul Revere rode his steed to warn them. 2 lanterns in the belfry window. The British were attacking by sea. And we here in America have had a phenomenal 9 months in which an authoritarian has grabbed the Oval Office and proceeded to attack liberty after liberty after liberty, including the weaponization of the Department of Justice, including taking an effort to fake a riot to justify deploying the National Guard into Portland, Oregon, deploying and federalizing the National Guard in Southern California, trying to send them into Chicago, trying to get the courts to set the standard that he's seeking. And 2 justices off the Ninth Circuit have already granted that standard. And what is that standard? That if the president says there's a rebellion, then he's justified in sending in troops, just because he says so, even if it's untethered to the facts. Well, that is about as phony of argument in terms of defending the integrity of the law as anything I've ever heard. Did this chamber or the House chamber set a standard and then say it's up to the president, and if he invents a fake demonstration, it's not even a rebellion, doesn't come close to the definition, he's still justified in doing this even if he hasn't met the standard? No. The words meant something when this chamber voted for that law, Title 10. They meant something when the House voted. Only in the case of a rebellion, a significant, organized, weaponized effort to overturn the government, that's a rebellion. That's the standard this chamber set in the law. And for 2 justices from the Ninth Circuit to sweep that away and say, no, just give deference to the president. Are we already such an authoritarian government that our justices just say, defer to the president? That's an authoritarian nation right there. Extremely, extremely troublesome if you cherish liberty, if you cherish freedom, if you cherish the right to free speech and free assembly and free press and due process. Those words should terrify you. The book goes on to say, other leaders invent crises. There was a backstory to Ferdinand Marcos' declaration of martial law, and I read this paragraph in which it notes that there was a fake assassination attempt. It was faked. Even the person who was supposedly, the effort was made to assassinate him actually wasn't on the location, ever in that location and said so. But Marcos wanted to declare martial law, and so his plan required an act of violence, and if faking it was the way to go, that's what he did. The President of the United States faking a riot in Portland to try to justify the federalization of the National Guard is in shocking parallel, not an exact parallel, maybe not quite rise to the same level as a faked assassination or a faked terrorist attack, but the fact that it was a faked riot to try to persuade a quarter of the people that there was violence when there was not, that is pretty damn scary. I don't know of any other instance in the history of the United States where a president faked a riot. Whether real or not, I'm returning to the script of the book here, whether real or not, would-be authoritarians are primed to exploit crises to justify power grabs. Perhaps the best-known case is Adolf Hitler's response to February 27, 1933 Reichstag fire, just a month after he sworn in as chancellor. The question of whether a young Dutchman with communist sympathies started the fire in the Berlin Parliament building or whether the Nazi leadership itself did remains a matter of debate among historians. Whatever the case, Hitler and Hermann Göring and Joseph Goebbels arrived at the burning Reichstag and immediately used the event to justify emergency decrees that dismantled civil liberties. This, along with the Enabling Act 1 month later, destroyed all opposition, consolidating Nazi power until the end of the Second World War. A security crisis also facilitated Vladimir Putin's authoritarian turn. In September 1999, shortly after Putin was named prime minister, a series of bombings in Moscow and other cities, presumably by Chechen terrorists, killed nearly 300 people. Putin responded by launching a war in Chechnya and a large-scale crackdown. As in the case of Nazi Germany, there is some debate over whether the bombings were committed by Chechen terrorists or by the Russian government's own intelligence service. What is clear, however, is that Putin's political popularity received a major boost with the bombing. The Russian public rallied behind Putin, tolerating, if not supporting, attacks on the opposition over the months and years that followed. Most recently, the Erdogan government in Turkey used security crises to justify his tightening grip on power. After the AKP lost its parliamentary majority in June 2015, a series of ISIS terrorist attacks enabled Erdogan to use the rally round the flag effect to call snap elections and regain control of parliament 5 months later. Even more consequential was the July 2016 coup attempt, which provided justification for a wide-ranging crackdown. Erdogan responded to the coup by declaring a sense of emergency and launching a massive wave of repression that included a purge of some 100,000 public officials, the closure of several newspapers, more than 50,000 arrests, including hundreds of judges and prosecutors, 144 journalists, and even 2 members of the Constitutional Court. Erdogan also used the coup attempt as a window of opportunity to make the case for sweeping new executive powers. The power grab culminated in the April 2017 passage of a constitutional amendment that demolished checks on presidential authority. Few demagogues hemmed in by constitutional constraints, 4 demagogues hemmed in by constitutional constraints, a crisis represents an opportunity to begin to dismantle the inconvenient and sometimes threatening checks and balances that come with democratic politics. Crises allow autocrats to expand their room to maneuver, protect themselves from perceived enemies. But the question remains, are democratic institutions so easily swept away? So, in we ring our alarm bells as we understand these numerous assaults on our freedoms. as we recognize the weaponization of the Justice Department go against a public enemies list, as we see the president doing everything in his power to try to get the courts to allow him to federalize the National Guard when any facts he's presenting are untethered to reality, as we see his effort to create a fake riot to persuade the press or the judges or the public that there really was a crisis to be addressed, as we understand that his goal is to provoke violence in order to justify greater authoritarian control. This is straight out of the authoritarian playbook. As this set of professors relays, you see it again and again and again, either using an actual crisis or generating a fake crisis to expand authoritarian power. So be on the watch, colleagues, patriots, for the misinformation or the fake crisis being used to expand presidential authoritarian power. Already we've seen it as he's pursued the authorization, the federalization of the National Guard in California and Texas and Oregon and Illinois, as he's tried to send those federalized National Guard from Texas and California into Oregon. That is really a move at this point to do two things. One is to get a court precedent that makes it legitimate to send in the National Guard whenever the president wants. And in addition to using Title X, he's threatened to use the Insurrection Act. Well, the Insurrection Act explicitly gives deference to the president about whether there's an insurrection, not like Title X that deals with rebellion. Presidents are enormously reluctant because they understand the Constitution and that troops are to be used to defend America and not attack Americans. But an authoritarian wants those military forces available, and the president's trying to get the precedents in place. He may get it from the Supreme Court. He may get it on the shadow docket just this week. If that happens, ring the alarm bells even louder that the gates have been thrown wide open to the president's use of the military to suppress dissent here in the United States of America. In between each chapter discussion of these different elements of authoritarian power, I'm laying out some of what's happening here in America. And we've looked at the assault on free speech. We've looked at the assault on free press. We looked at the assault on due process. We looked at the deliberate and willful rejection of accountability to the laws that govern the executive. And now we turn to his attack on law firms. Another of Trump's strategies is to go after those who enforce the law. So Trump has attacked a host of major law firms, in some cases hamstringing the firms by suspending their national security clearances. Now, we talked about how the FCC was using their power over licenses and mergers to intimidate the networks on the programming they provide, even down to the comics they employ. And here we have the government using access to national security clearance to attack the ability of law firms to defend their clients. He has done this to punish their past association with individuals or cases that threatened his power, and to dissuade them from using their skills in new efforts that threaten his power. The attacks have generated some results. Skadden Arps and Paul Weiss have capitulated to Trump, agreeing, among other concessions, to end diversity policies and contribute millions of dollars of pro bono work to conservative clients. They're not alone. Several firms have surrendered, agreeing to provide about $1 billion in pro bono legal work for causes preferred by the administration. Now, can you imagine the outcry that would have happened in this chamber if President Biden had proceeded to use security clearances against conservative law firms and then said they had to use their services for progressive organizations preferred by Democrats? Every single member across the aisle would be down here screaming. I'd be down here screaming too, because it's wrong. This is authoritarian abuse of government power. It should never be contingent on who's being attacked. So put yourself through the test, dear colleagues. Ask yourself, why are you not down here making an issue out of this? If you would have made it an issue, if President Biden had done it, why aren't you making it an issue now? I'll look forward to your answer. But other firms have fought back, challenging Trump's action. Perkins Coie, Jenner and Block, Wimmert Hale. Impressively, more than 500 other firms have stood with them, signing briefs denouncing Trump's actions. Trump's actions are having real-world consequences. Let me read you a report from Reuters published on July 31st. It is titled, "How Trump's Crackdown on Law Firms is Undermining Legal Defenses for the Vulnerable." When the Texas Civil Rights Project needed lawyers to help dozens of people arrested during U.S. President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, legal director Dustin Reinders turned to a familiar strategy. He contacted major law firms that for decades had provided free legal service to nonprofits like his. On that April day in Houston, he called his usual contacts, many at firms that had previously handled challenges to Trump's immigration policies. Before Trump's return to the White House, they typically offered swift pro bono or free legal help, a standard public service provided by elite firms. This time, they all declined. "We are just handling the cases ourselves at this point," Reinders said. In March and April, Trump issued a series of executive orders targeting law firms he considers adversaries. The first such attacks by U.S. presidents against the legal profession. And I'm adding in, just to clarify, ever. Not in 200 plus years following 1787 Constitution has the president proceeded to attack law firms and tried to blackmail them, sometimes successfully, into providing pro bono services for causes the president prefers. Wow. First time ever. Another norm that would not have been crossed by any other president, because other presidents didn't believe it was right for the government to blackmail law firms. And it's not right. It's abusing the power of government, threatening the security clearances in order to get this result. Some of the orders lashed out at the firms for donating their time to causes involving immigration or transgender rights, or the January 6th attack by Trump supporters on the U.S. Capitol, claiming this legal work undermined U.S. interests. Months later, the aftershocks threatened lasting damage to America's tradition of mobilizing free lawyers to challenge government actions on behalf of the vulnerable. Dozens of major law firms, wary of political retaliation, have scaled back pro bono work, diversity initiatives, and litigation that could place them in conflict with the Trump administration. A Reuters investigation found many firms are making a strategic calculation: withdraw from pro bono work frowned on by Trump or risk being the next target. 14 civil rights groups said the law firms they count on to pursue legal challenges are hesitating to engage with them, keeping their representation secret or turning them down altogether in the wake of Trump's pressure, according to interviews with the nonprofits and a review of filings they made in court. In an analysis of court dockets, Reuters also found that big law firms have pulled back sharply from litigation against the federal government. That's a departure from Trump's first term, when the nation's largest firms were often involved in challenges to his directives. Now they're mostly on the sidelines amid an avalanche of lawsuits contesting administration policies, spending immigration, funding cuts to non-governmental organizations, and attempts to fire tens of thousands of federal workers. The retreat has been painful for the nonprofit advocacy groups challenging Trump's sweeping assertions of executive authority, limiting their resources for researching legal arguments, preparing briefs, and pursuing litigation. Such groups offer legal aid to low-income communities that have long relied on pro bono support. The result, he warned, is a chilling effect that is discouraging elite law firms from confronting the administration. Win or lose in court, the actions of the president are accomplishing their goal, he said. 9 firms have capitulated to Trump, pledging nearly $1 billion in free work to administration-backed causes. $1 billion of free work. Extortion by the President of the United States, threatening the security clearances, or taking other actions that, well, threaten the ability of the law firms to represent their clients or to gain new clients. Nearly $1 billion in free work to administration-backed causes. The deals include pro bono work ensuring fairness in the justice system and combating anti-Semitism, issues the administration has cast as conservative, though the specific cases the White House is expecting firms to pursue remain unclear. The firm said their settlements protect employees and clients without compromising core principles or their pro bono commitments. 4 firms, Perkins Coie, WilmerHale, Jenner & Block, and Sussman Godfrey, successfully challenged Trump administration orders targeting them, winning permanent injunctions from judges who found the actions unconstitutional. All but Sussman Godfrey's case have been appealed. And the important word in that paragraph, unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional to use the power of the government to blackmail law firms. The president acted unconstitutionally. Where is a single member of my colleagues across the aisle saying we're going to stand up for the Constitution? One. Be delighted to hear them stand up to the Constitution. One, just one, would be great. Beyond these rulings, Trump's directives are reshaping the profession in subtle but significant ways. A Reuters review found 46 of the 50 top grossing U.S. firms have removed or altered website references to diversity, equity, and inclusion. 17 revised pro bono descriptions to omit contentious areas like immigration and racial justice. 3 added language highlighting work aligned with Trump's agenda, such as supporting veterans and fighting anti-Semitism. Court records show a sharp decline in major firms challenging government policies, according to a Reuters analysis of dockets in the legal database Westlaw, a unit of Thomson Reuters. Well, that's a pretty fundamental conclusion that the strategy is pretty effective. 20 of the nation's 100 highest grossing law firms sued the Trump administration during his first term, often over politically sensitive issues such as immigration regulation, but have not filed similar cases so far in his second term, a Reuters review of federal district court dockets found. Very effective strategy. Threaten the success of a law firm by threatening their security clearances, and you get two effects. Either you get a settlement in which they have to donate, now it's totaled $1 billion of free legal services to whoever the president wants, or, in addition, I should say, you also get intimidation that has law firms changing their practices. They won't represent clients that might make them a target of the administration's blackmail extortion strategy. They won't put up on their website causes that they've been involved in that might disagree with the president's agenda. It's an effective strategy, and it's wrong. It's unconstitutional. The government should never be in the business of providing a strategy to extort services out of the law firms or to basically intimidate them into not doing the function that they would choose to do in a normal world. This is true on both sides of the aisle. No Democratic president should ever intimidate a law firm that wants to represent a pregnancy center from getting that representation. It's not the role of government to coerce private enterprises choosing what they want to do for pro bono activities. It's a form of freedom at the corporate level, yes, to be sure, somewhat different than the individual level, for their lawyers to represent groups that they care about according to their philosophy, either individually or as a firm. Well, in the middle of this, we are still in the middle of the Republican shutdown because Republicans want to preserve the slashing cuts to health care affecting so many millions of Americans. Where is the connection between the authoritarian strategies of this administration and the bill, what Trump called his big beautiful bill and others call the big ugly betrayal? What is the connection between them? And the answer is that under an authoritarian government, the incentive is to serve the billionaires. Maybe we can put up the billionaires chart again, if you wouldn't mind, Mike. That was clear from day one. When Trump proceeded to be sworn into office, give his inaugural speech just down this hallway in the rotunda. And there he was, not giving a traditional speech. In a traditional speech, he would have been saying, here in America, I was elected for a vision. And my vision had these key elements to make America better. And now I'm going to work with Congress and get the vision enacted. Instead, he simply announced in his speech, one after another, fiats, as some countries call them. More formally, here they're called executive orders. Executive order this, executive order that. That's the executive order is the the sound of, if that's all they're doing, I'm not saying every executive order, but many of them, it's a substitute for passing legislation. And they may be challenged in court, but the courts are slow. There is no law that gives the president the power to do tariffs. Well, the courts are slow. They've never gotten to the point that they said, stop doing the tariffs, because you don't have that authority. You know, the very first bill ever considered by the U.S. Senate was a tariff bill. You want a barrel of nails, you want a keg of molasses, what's the tariff going to be when you import it? And a senator sat around for 3 weeks arguing over what price should be put, or what tariff amount should be put on each item. Always been done by legislation until this administration. So if the law gives no authority to the president to do tariffs, then how is the president doing all these tariffs day and night? It's because he's acting as an authoritarian outside the law. That's how. And because the courts are too slow, too timid, too something, too overloaded to say, hell no, you can't exercise authorities. You don't have authorities long invested in Congress to be done by law. But if authoritarianism is essentially about billionaires being empowered, and too bad for the families, then it's a perfect fit for the bill passed by this chamber in the House of Representatives, the bill Trump called the Big Beautiful Bill. Because what was the theory behind that bill? It was run up the debt of the United States an additional $30 trillion over the next 30 years. It does grind on me every time I hear someone who voted to run up the debt $30 trillion over the next 30 years talk about they're a fiscal conservative, because nothing could be further from the fact. And they slashed the tax credits that support affordable health insurance on the exchange to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And they slashed child nutrition to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And they slashed Medicaid to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Makes the billionaires pretty happy. Here they are, stand behind the president on day one. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, government buying for the billionaires in the inaugural speech, in the inaugural picture, and in the president's big agenda bill. It's all the same. It flows from this authoritarian sense of taking control of the country to enhance the power of the powerful and toss the people under the bus. Its families lose and billionaires win. And if we were actually functioning now as a republic, we wouldn't see legislation that is families lose and billionaires win. We would see legislation for families to thrive and the billionaires or mega millionaires to pay their fair share. No, we're raised to believe that we have a fair chance at legislation that supports the people when everyone has a vote. But here is the challenge. We have a massive inequality in this country, I think at the highest level since the 1920s. And in that inequality is a power differential, because those with huge amounts of assets, they can afford lawyers who work 365 days a year to get the result they want. They can afford media campaigns to mislead the American people. I remember early in my time here in the Senate, back when I took the light rail, the metro, up to Tacoma Park, the big clean coal campaign. You know, coal massively damaging to the environment. But no, this clean coal media campaign to make something that is so damaging appears like a good option. So they've got the lawyers, they've got the media campaigns, they have the lobbyists. When I arrived here 17 years ago, it was said there were 2 pharma lobbyists for every member of Congress. That's a lot. It's said now there are 3 pharma lobbyists for every member of Congress. 3. 3 of them, pharma lobbyists, for each one of us. So they've got the lawyers, they've got the media campaigns, they've got the lobbyists, then they are rich enough to do big campaign donations on the official side, and then, of course, they've got the dark money. Oh, yeah. So the court had this very interesting case called Citizens United. And in that case, they said, you know what? Limits on individual donations can be capped because the candidate may experience corruption by knowing that a large amount of the money came from a few individuals with particular interests. Makes sense. You win your campaign because it was financed, well, who knows? Let's say the car industry. So you're going to be pretty favorable towards that car industry. Maybe it was financed by the clean energy community. So you're going to be more favorable to solar and wind. Maybe it was financed by the fossil industry. So you're going to be more sympathetic to keeping coal mines operating or massively subsidized the way that they are now. And so, yeah, the court said, that's okay. Yeah, we see the point. That's corrupting of good government serving the people. They said, but if the donation is made to the friend of the candidate, somehow that will erase all the corrupting influence because somehow the candidate will never notice that this massive amount of money got them elected because it was given to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign rather than the candidate. What a pile of bullshit that story is from the Supreme Court. Do you think any candidate who got massive funding from any of the big dark money groups doesn't know exactly where that money came from? And worse yet, it's almost universally used to slander the person that they don't want to win. And they put fancy names on it, like the next generation or happiness for America or something like that. They hide who they are sometimes. Other times they don't hide who they are because they want everyone to know. The crypto industry put $40 million into an Ohio Senate race. They wanted everybody to know they did it. It sure made it a lot easier to get that crypto bill passed the floor of the Senate early this year with people going, when I'm up for election, I don't want to be having offended the crypto industry. So the Supreme Court made a totally fallacious argument to justify dark money. It's called dark money because unlike our donations, our normal donations to a candidate, that have to be disclosed. And the reason they have to be disclosed is because we passed a law saying they have to be disclosed because we want to make sure there's transparency. Back when McCain-Feingold was being debated, a lot of folks who opposed McCain-Feingold limits on donations, so that's the wrong approach. What we need is the sunlight of transparency. Well, that transparency is you make a donation, the recipient has to record your name, your address, your employment as part of registering that donation. I believe the line is $200. But dark money, no such requirement. Now, we tried to pass a transparency bill called the Disclose Act, led by the senator from Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse. And it basically said what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Disclosure is good for ordinary Americans who can contribute a modest amount of money under a cap, McCain-Feingold cap. And actually, it's a pretty high cap when it comes to people in my blue-collar community. Nobody would give at these levels. I mean, it's pretty high, but it's not millions. I think the cap is $7,000 now, $3,500 in a primary, $3,500 in a general. But who in a blue-collar community like the one I live in has $7,000 to give to a campaign? So it's still pretty high, but it's not the $40 million for sure that the crypto industry put into a Senate race in a single week because they didn't like the way that the incumbent senator had led the banking committee and wanted certain things passed out of that banking committee that didn't get passed out. Talk about corrupting the American process of representing the people. Boy, that's a whopper right there. But that's where we are, with the powerful having so much maldistribution of wealth. They can employ the lawyers, the lobbyists, the media campaigns. They can proceed to give large regular donations and massive dark money donations. All of that means there is no such thing as an equal playing field in America. All of that means the government operates more for the powerful than for the people. And then we have the amplification of that disparity by an authoritarian government that isn't even trying to address the fundamentals for the people, not even trying to address health care, not even trying to address housing or education, could care less about good-paying jobs. And that's where we're at now, with the amplified authoritarian government by and for the powerful. Welcome back to the presiding officer, who's returned for another shift. So maybe I should start another chapter of the book. And this chapter addresses the guardrails of democracy. And again, these chapters are taken from How Democracies Die. Two professors wrote this book in 2018. They've studied how democracies die all around the world. What are the warning signs of authoritarian power? How is it exercised? How does it grow? How is the effort in a democracy made to filter the candidates so that you actually end up someone at the head of the executive branch who has the qualities of character and the capabilities appropriate to the office? And how do you lose that, as we have now? And hopefully, how do you repair it? This chapter, chapter 5, the guardrails of democracy. For generations, Americans have retained great faith in their Constitution as a centerpiece of a belief that the United States was a chosen nation, providentially guided, a beacon of hope and possibility to the world. Although this larger vision may be fading, trust in the Constitution remains high. A 1999 survey found 85% of Americans believe the Constitution was the major reason America has been successful during the past century. Indeed, our constitutional system of checks and balances was designed to prevent leaders from concentrating and abusing power. And for most of American history, it has succeeded. President Abraham Lincoln's concentration of power during the Civil War was reversed by the Supreme Court after the war ended. President Richard Nixon's illegal wiretapping, exposed after a '72 Watergate break-in, triggered a high-profile congressional investigation and bipartisan pressure for a special prosecutor that eventually forced his resignation in the face of certain impeachment. In these and other instances, our political institutions served as crucial bulwarks against authoritarian tendencies. But are constitutional safeguards by themselves enough to secure a democracy? We believe the answer is no. Even well-designed constitutions sometimes fail. Germany's 1990 Weimar Constitution was designed by some of the country's greatest legal minds. Its long-standing and highly regarded Rechtsstaat, or rule of law, was considered by many as sufficient to prevent government abuse. But both the Constitution and the Rechtsstaat collapsed rapidly in the face of Adolf Hitler's usurpation of power in 1933. Or consider the experience of post-colonial Latin America. Many of the region's newly independent republics modeled themselves directly on the U.S., adopting U.S.-style presidentialism, bicameral legislatures, supreme courts, and in some cases, electoral colleges and federal systems. Some wrote constitutions that were near replicas of the U.S. Constitution, yet almost all of the region's embryonic republics plunged into civil war and dictatorship. For example, Argentina's 1853 constitution closely resembled ours. Two-thirds of its text was taken directly from the U.S. Constitution. But these constitutional arrangements did little to prevent fraudulent elections in the late 19th century or military coups in 1930 and 1943 and Perón's populist autocracy. Likewise, the Philippines' 1935 Constitution has been described as a faithful copy of the U.S. Constitution, drafted under U.S. colonial tutelage and approved by the U.S. Congress. The charter, quote, provided a textbook example of liberal democracy, end quote. Separation of powers, a Bill of Rights, a two-term limit in the presidency. But President Ferdinand Marcos, who was loath to step down when his second term ended, dispensed with it rather easily after declaring martial law in 1972. You know, I was thinking about folks who came to my town halls this year. I had 36 town halls, one in each county. I do it every year. I've done more than 600. It's a lot of opportunity for people to give feedback. But the feedback I got this year included people asking the question, will Trump try to serve a third term? He's talked about it. He's joked about it. And for the first few months of this year, I was somewhat dismissive that our democracy could ever be so fragile. And I still feel it's an enormous stretch. But folks have pointed out that the Constitution doesn't ban a person from serving a third term. No, it bans a person for running for a third term, not serving a third term. We had a vacancy when Dianne Feinstein passed away. She sat right next to me here at this desk. And the very capable woman who was appointed by the governor of California to serve in Feinstein's seat, well, she didn't live in California, is my understanding. But the rule was she had to live in California to run, and she wasn't running, she was appointed. And so that distinction actually has some basis in actions that have occurred. So now maybe I have you all a little more worried that there's something to the possibility, because it's been pointed out that a president might run for vice president. The president steps down, they're now serving a third term. Not a likely scenario that I think anyone would support. Still seems an enormous stretch, but so much else that seemed an enormous stretch is happening right now. But then people posed a different question in my town halls. They said, we've seen the president evoke emergency powers or just grab authorities that the law doesn't give the president. So what's to prevent the president from evoking emergency powers, saying there's a crisis, and delaying the next election? Maybe arguing that the voting machines are not yet properly free of some virus that's infected them, or arguing that the vote can't go forward because the president's put out an edict about vote by mail and states are still using vote by mail. Again, I think it's an enormous stretch and unlikely, but I will say we damn well better be on our guard, because we didn't expect to have a president who would attack due process and ignore it, and we have it. We didn't expect to have a president who would blackmail law firms, and we have it. We didn't expect to have a president who would use licenses and merger power to try to control what networks put on TV, but we have it. We didn't expect to have a president who would weaponize the Justice Department to go after a list of his public enemies, that he's identified as his public enemies. We didn't expect to have a president who would try to get the court decisions to enable him to deploy troops whenever he wants against public dissent in the United States of America, yet we have it. So I say to you, ring the alarm bells, because all of those things are worthy of ringing them loud and hard. But in addition, don't assume that even though all those bridges have been crossed, that somehow the president won't cross the next bridge. Be aware and worried about the possibility of the use of an emergency in order to expand authoritarian power. Be aware and concerned about a manufactured crisis to expand authoritarian power. That's the position we're in now in the United States of America. Authoritarianism in complete control of the nation, with a rubber-stamped Congress, a court that's delivering more and more power to the executive, and an executive who has a well-planned strategy, thanks to Project 2025, to turn our country from a government by and for the people into a government by and for the richest and most powerful people in the land. Turning back to the book, it continues. I'm still awake. Even without a chart falling on me, I'm awake. So they asked the question, are constitutional safeguards by themselves enough to secure democracy? They said, we believe the answer is no. Even well-designed constitutions sometimes fail. And they lay out how the Weimar Constitution, well-designed, lapsed rapidly in the face of Adolf Hitler's power grab in 1933. And then they continue, or consider the experience of post-colonial Latin America. Many of the region's newly independent republics modeled themselves directly on the United States. adopting U.S.-style presidentialism, bicameral legislatures, Supreme Courts, some cases electoral colleges and federal systems. And they point out that many of the constitutions were near replicas of our Constitution, but that fact did little to prevent fraudulent elections in the late 19th century, or military coups in the 1930 and 1943, and Perón's populist autocracy. And the Philippines Constitution, a faithful copy of the U.S. Constitution, but it was dispensed with rather easily after declaring, he dispensed it rather easily after declaring martial law in 1972. If constitutions were enough, if constitutional rules were enough, then figures such as Perón, Marcos, or Brazil's Vargas, all of whom took office after or under U.S.-style constitutions that contained an impressive array of checks and balances, would have been one- or two-term presidents rather than notorious autocrats. Even well-designed constitutions cannot by themselves guarantee democracy. For one, constitutions are always incomplete. Like any set of rules, they have gaps and ambiguities. No operating manual, no matter how detailed, can anticipate all the possible contingencies or prescribe how to behave under all possible circumstances. Constitutional rules are also always subject to competing interpretations. What exactly does advice and consent entail when it comes to a U.S. Senate role in appointing Supreme Court justices? What sort of threshold for impeachment does the phrase crimes and misdemeanors establish? Americans have debated these and other constitutional questions for centuries. If constitutional powers are open to multiple readings, they can be used in ways their creators didn't anticipate. You know, these words for advice and consent was not laid out clearly when the Senate came into power. We had a responsibility. The idea we had to agree, consent to a nomination, but how was that to be done? And so it was really the early practices that were adopted became the precedents and guided us until we changed those practices. We had a major change this year. Except when done by unanimous consent, nominations have been done by a single vote on each person, so that you can't put a bad nominee in with a batch of good ones and somehow get them approved. But this year, this body engaged in what's known as a nuclear option and proceeded to change the rule in order to do large groups of nominees in a single vote. And so, is that still advice and consent? Well, not if you believe that it applied to each individual, because each individual isn't being voted on. But there's ambiguity, as these authors say. There's uncertainty. And each thing depends upon kind of the good faith of the principle involved. And if that good faith isn't there, if that kind of matrix of social understandings that affirm the rule is missing, then the words themselves, well, won't carry the same value in preserving our freedom, our checks and balances. So returning to the script here of the book, finally, the written words of a constitution may be followed to the letter in ways that undermine the spirit of the law. One of the most disruptive forms of labor protests is a work-to-rule campaign, in which workers do exactly what is asked of them in their contracts or job descriptions, but nothing more. In other words, they follow the written rules to the letter. Almost invariably, the workplace ceases to function. Because of the gaps and ambiguities inherent in all legal systems, we cannot rely on constitutions alone to safeguard democracy against would-be authoritarianism. God has never endowed any statesman or philosopher, or any body of them, wrote former U.S. President Benjamin Harrison, with wisdom enough to frame a system of government that everybody could go off and leave. And that includes our own political system. The U.S. Constitution is, by most accounts, a brilliant document, but the original Constitution, only 4 pages long, can be interpreted in many different and even contradictory ways. We have, for example, few constitutional safeguards against filling nominally independent agencies, such as the FBI, with loyalists. According to constitutional scholars, Aziz Huq and Tom Ginsburg, only, quote, the thin tissue of convention, unquote, prevents American presidents from capturing the referees and deploying them against opponents. This book was written in 2018. I haven't met these authors, but I'd like to now, because at that time they didn't anticipate that what they were seeing and worried about in 2018 would come back in such full force and would begin from the very start of the administration. They'd fire all the inspector generals, which is exactly what they're warning about here. Capturing the referees. Who are the referees? Well, one set of referees are inspector generals who don't answer to the head of an agency, are supposed to provide us with oversight of what's going on in an agency. In a way, they're more accountable to Congress than they are to the president, but the executive fired them. And for the most part, the court has shrugged its shoulders and said, oh well, go ahead. So Huq and Ginsburg warned that the constitutional legal safeguards of democracy would prove fairly easy to manipulate in the face of a truly anti-democratic leader. If the Constitution written in Philadelphia in 1787 is not what secured American democracy for so long, then what did? Many factors mattered, including our nation's immense wealth, a large middle class, a vibrant civil society. But we believe much of the answer also lies in the development of strong democratic norms. All successful democracies rely on informal rules that, although not found in the Constitution or any laws, are widely known and respected. In the case of the American democracy, this has been vital. I was thinking about how the norms have changed from time to time in America. Just to provide a couple of examples, the early Senate wanted to get in and get its work done so that people could go back to their farms, plant their crops, harvest their crops. There was no time to be fooling around, and Jefferson laid out a manual for the operation of the Senate, and he talked about how your comments needed to be direct and not superfluous and on point, so that everybody could get their thoughts into the conversation, and then you could vote. You can go on to the next topic. And a second convention was that the presiding officer, by the Constitution, the Vice President of the United States, sat right up there in the dais. Well, we don't have a Vice President sitting in the dais tonight, but the understanding was the Vice President had the responsibility under the Constitution to make the Senate operate. Much as the way as when I was Speaker of the Oregon House, it was my job to be at the dais and keep things moving and make them operate and solve the problems when they came up. Thomas Jefferson played that role when he's Vice President, and he wrote a manual about how we should behave here. But that idea that things should be succinct and to the point, started to face a serious assault by the pressures of the 1830s. You had in the South the tobacco, cotton, agricultural economy. You had in the North a manufacturing economy. And those two economies thought different things would help them succeed. And one of the issues that became highly controversial were tariffs. Why tariffs in the 1830s? Well, because the North wanted to protect its manufacturing base. Stretch out this cord a little more so I'm tethered at a slightly longer distance. Turns out if you give a really long speech, maybe it's a good idea to move around quite a bit during that period. So in the 1830s, you have this tension, and the North wants these tariffs to protect its manufacturing economy. The South is concerned about retaliatory tariffs against its tobacco and its cotton. So the South called these tariffs the tariffs of the abominations. That's a pretty fierce phrase that shows how deeply they were concerned about this legislation. And Calhoun, who had been vice president and then left that to run and come back to this body as a U.S. Senator, he was really the spearheader of the philosophy that you could have states that could nullify a federal law if they didn't like it. Now, this idea wasn't completely a kooky idea. We were, in the beginning, an assembly of states, and there were alternative visions of whether we were primarily a group of states working together or were we one nation. And under the idea of nullification, states were retaining far more power, and the suggestions, the laws, the federal laws were suggestions, and they could nullify them if they wanted. Now, this came to a test over tariffs because ultimately Calhoun organized and encouraged South Carolina to write a bill that nullified a tariff law. Wow, okay. So Jackson, who was president, well, Jackson was a slave owner, I think born in Virginia, but representing Tennessee, or coming from Tennessee for most of his career. He said, hell no, you can't nullify laws, South Carolina. And he came to Congress and he got a declaration of war against South Carolina. And South Carolina backed down. And they undid their nullification law. And that was the end of nullification. So here is a Southern economy based on tobacco and cotton and slave labor. And how are they going to try to stop laws that they really don't want? And they hit upon a strategy of continuously raising new motions on a law. And every time there was a new motion, well, under the Senate rules, each person could speak to it twice. So, by doing motion after motion, maybe motion to return it to committee, maybe a motion to adjourn, maybe a motion to do this amendment, do that amendment. Well, it enabled continuous talking about the bill. And this is the root of the word filibuster. Because whereas the social contract had been that the Jefferson vision of speaking succinctly and to the main point so everybody could get their thoughts in and then you could vote was replaced by a new convention of speaking slowly, at length, on motion after motion, to basically make it impossible to get to a final vote. So the rules on the page for the Senate were the same, but the conventions around it changed dramatically. And the advocates for this talk a bill to death strategy were considered pirates. Pirates, the vision of operating outside of the law, boarding the ship, creating chaos and dysfunction. And the word filibuster means piracy. It's a word essentially translated from Dutch, freebooter. Freebooter. Filibusters. I think it was the kind of the Caribbean slang version of freebooter or pirate. And so the pirates became the norm. And we are still haunted and challenged by that vision of bills being talked to death, of not being able to get to a final vote on bills. And that means in a fast-changing world, the Senate can't function very quickly. It means that large, powerful interests that have lobbyists and lawyers and can fund massive amounts of dark money in elections and lots of regular donations, that collectively they can get the minority to block a bill from ever being completed by never providing the 60 votes needed to complete the bill. The bill will be continuously considered and never resolved. So that's the challenge that still is one we're struggling with here in this system. So, as they were noting, the thin tissue of convention prevents American presidents from capturing the referees and deploying them against opponents. Likewise, the Constitution is virtually silent on a president's authority to act unilaterally via decrees or executive orders, and it does not define the limits of executive power during crises. Huck and Ginsburg recently warned that the constitutional and legal safeguards of American democracy would prove to be fairly easy to manipulate in the face of a truly anti-democratic leader. And that's where we're at right now, and that's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. It's why 7 million people turned out on the No Kings rally on Saturday. Let's ring the alarm bells inside this building. Let's ring them outside this building, because our Constitution is under the greatest threat since the Civil War. And it's our job as elected leaders, in partnership with the groundswell of engaged American citizenry, to save it. That's our responsibility, to save our country from authoritarian takeover we are in at this moment. If the Constitution written in 1787 is not what secured American democracy, as I noted, I read this paragraph before, what did? Yeah, middle class was helpful. Vibrant civil society is helpful. And then norms. All successful democracies rely on informal rules that, though not found in the Constitution or any laws, are widely known and respected. In this case of American democracy, this has been vital. As in all facets of society, ranging from family life to the operation of businesses and universities, unwritten rules loom large. To understand how they work, think of the example of a pickup baseball game. Street basketball, or pickup basketball game. Street basketball is not governed by rules set up by the NBA, the NCAA, or any other league. And there are no referees to enforce the rules, only shared understandings about what is and what is not acceptable. Only those shared understandings about what is and was not acceptable prevent such games from descending into chaos. The unwritten rules of a half-court game of pickup basketball are familiar to anyone who has played it. Here are some of the basics. Scoring is by ones, not by twos, as in regular basketball. The winning team must win by 2 points. The team that makes a basket keeps the ball. Make it, take it. The scoring team takes the ball to the top of the key, and to ensure that the defending team is ready, checks by passing it to the nearest opposing player. The player who starts with the ball cannot shoot. He or she must pass it. Players call their own fouls, but with restraint. Only egregious fouls are legitimate. No blood, no foul. But when fouls are called, the calls must be respected. Democracy, of course, is not street basketball. Democracies do have written rules, constitutions, and referees, the courts. But these work best and survive longest in countries where written constitutions are reinforced by their own unwritten rules of the game. These rules or norms serve as the soft guardrails of democracy, preventing day-to-day political competition from devolving into no-holds-barred conflict. Norms are more than personal dispositions. They do not simply rely on political leaders' good character, but rather are shared codes of conduct that become common knowledge within a particular community or society, accepted, respected, and enforced by its members. Because they are unwritten, they are often hard to see, especially when they're functioning well. This can fool us into thinking they are unnecessary, but nothing could be further from the truth. Like oxygen or clean water, a norm's importance is quickly revealed by its absence. When norms are strong, violations trigger expressions of disapproval, ranging from head shaking and ridicule to public criticism and outright ostracism. And politicians who violate them can expect to pay a price. Unwritten rules are everywhere in American politics, ranging from the operations of the Senate and the Electoral College to the format of the presidential press conferences. But two norms stand out as fundamental to a functioning democracy: mutual toleration and institutional forbearance. And the chapter goes on to talk about these two key norms of mutual tolerance and institutional forbearance, and notes that essentially when we become two parties treating each other like enemies, we've wandered way outside that framework that makes democracy function. I was struck by a chart that I saw years ago that described what the political spectrums looked like back in the 1970s. And since I was first here in 1976, it was like, if this is the bell curve for the Democrats and the bell curve for the Republicans, they cross over a tremendous amount. But that's not the way our country functions now. Now, those two curves are essentially far apart. There's this massive chasm between the Democratic range of views and the Republican range of views. This chasm is partly the result of cable television. Cable television meant that things were not broadcast over the air, and somewhere along the line, I believe on the Reagan administration, we lost the fairness doctrine, which basically said you can't use your broadcast news in a partisan fashion. Well, that's gone. And each cable news world has its own audience. So if you go to a city in my state, and in most states, it's not very likely they're watching Fox News, to be simple, to be plain. It's more likely they're watching CNN or MSNBC. And if you go to rural Oregon, the reverse is true. They're probably not watching CNN, MSNBC, more likely watching Fox News or some other competitor within that range of the spectrum. And since there's no fairness doctrine, and since viewership is increased when people's emotions are activated, these channels do a lot to be as basically fierce about the dysfunction of the other party as possible, and any best action is viewed in our best intentions, your worst. So the division is augmented by cable television and reinforced by social media. That's the chasm we face right now. And what the authors are saying is that once we fall into this world where we are split in this fashion, well, democracy's in trouble. And I would say I concur with that observation. They go on about mutual tolerance in that respect, but then also about forbearance. Forbearance means patience, self-control, restraint and tolerance, or the action of restraining from exercising a legal right. For our purposes, it can be thought of as avoiding actions that, while respecting the letter of the law, obviously violate its spirit. Where norms of forbearance are strong, politicians do not use their institutional prerogatives to the hilt, even if technically legal to do so, for such action could imperil the existing system. Well, so these are the challenges that we face here, and more broadly, our entire nation faces as we've been split into teams. One of the things that particularly strikes me is a survey that was done a few years ago. It said in the past, parents' biggest concern was their children would marry into a different religion. And now, parents' concern is that parents will marry into a different political party. That's how fierce the separation has become between Democrats and Republicans in our country. I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells, to say we're deep into authoritarian control in our nation. And that we have an obligation for hundreds of years. Our forefathers and foremothers once more has been done to unravel it, to crush it, than we could ever have imagined. Take more than 3 more years of this, and the ability to escape this authoritarian framework and style is incredibly unlikely. It's why it's important to ring the alarm bells now, to weigh in now, to have the No Kings March now, as we did this last weekend, to remind us all of the responsibilities we have to save the vision of our Constitution. This isn't a you can just kind of relax and maybe save it a couple years from now. No, it'll be too entrenched. That is the message. That is why we need to ring the alarm bells. Between each chapter, I'm looking at a different strategy in which Trump is waging war on our Constitution and is expanding his authoritarian power. And we've looked at his attack on the press. We looked at his attack on free speech. We looked at his attack on due process. We looked at his attack on law firms. Well, now we're going to look at the attack on universities. Trump and his team have tried to use the power of the state to reshape policies at universities by launching investigations of their practices and by freezing millions or billions in their federal grants. Some of those universities include ones readily recognizable across the country: Brown University, Columbia University, Cornell, Duke, Harvard, Northwestern, Penn, Princeton, UCLA. Dozens of other schools are under scrutiny. Harvard is one of Trump's biggest targets, with roughly $9 billion at stake. Let me read you this reporting about Trump's attacks on universities that was written just last month, September 5th. The article is titled, "Trump Has Targeted Universities Like Harvard, Cornell, Columbia. Why?" Written by Alan Blinder. The Trump administration is exerting extraordinary influence over American universities by threatening to cut them off from funding and, in some cases, students. President Trump and his allies have focused their attacks on elite universities, which they say are bastions of anti-Semitism and ideological indoctrination. A handful of the schools, Brown, Columbia, the University of Pennsylvania, have made deals with the White House. Some have agreed to pay millions of dollars to restore research funds and end federal investigations. Wow, another case of the president's team extorting action by an institution, in this case, universities. Harvard has fought back in court, even as it has negotiated with the White House, while others have exclusively pursued quiet talks with the government. As universities contend with Washington's demands, the long-term result could remake higher education across the country. Billions in funds for research have been frozen, while administration officials have also tried to prevent universities from enrolling international students. So freeze the research funds and then attack the ability to enroll students who pay full tuition. Two ways of attacking the ability of a university to make their books balance. The higher education industry has acknowledged shortcomings and failures, but university leaders have also warned that the federal government is trying to stamp out academic freedom, a cornerstone of the American education system. Since taking power in January, the Trump administration has said it would end or limit federal money to a number of universities, including Brown, Columbia, Cornell, Duke, Harvard, Northwestern, Penn, Princeton, University of California, Los Angeles. Dozens of other schools are also under scrutiny. largely by the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, and aware that some of their federal funding is imperiled. But much of the focus is on 10 schools the Trump administration task force, which says it is devoted to rooting out anti-Semitism, identified for particular attention. The University of Virginia also drew the ire of the administration. She demanded the resignation of the school's president to help resolve a Justice Department inquiry into diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh my goodness. You know, the Trump's obsession with diversity, equity, inclusion is an obsession with his fight for inequality of opportunity. Now, I was raised to believe that everyone should have a chance to thrive. Everyone should. And that everyone has something to contribute. Well, everyone having something to contribute, that's diversity. People bring different life experiences, different cultural backgrounds, different ways of observing the world. By sharing those, we make the society stronger. Those strands are woven together. They result in more than the individuals by themselves. Diversity is a strength. Equity. What's equity? It's carved above the Supreme Court. Equal justice under law. Why is it that Trump hates equal justice under the law? Equity. Inclusion. Inclusion means an end to bigotry that locks out people because of the color of their skin, or their family background, or the country they come from. End to bigotry in order to give people opportunity to thrive. Positive thing, end to bigotry. So here we have Trump turning the value of everyone having something to offer, of equal justice under the law, and of ending bigotry into a negative. I don't buy it, not for a second, this attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, an attack on equal justice, an attack on opportunity for all. But here are all these schools getting rid of their programs dedicated to these important values of opportunity for all. The Trump administration announced 3 significant deals in July. First, Penn agreed to implement certain policies around transgender people in athletics, had to apologize, in effect, for the trans athlete Leah Thomas's participation in the women's swim team several years ago. The agreement included no financial penalties. Columbia, which faced accusations that it tolerated anti-Semitism on its campus, agreed to a suite of policy changes as well as a $200 million fine to the U.S. government. Brown University cut a similar deal, though its $50 million payout was going to be directed towards state workforce development organizations, not the federal government. Brown and Columbia secured specific provisions intended to limit the Trump administration's involvement in academic matters. The next section of this essay is titled, "What's Happening with Harvard?" The Trump administration's biggest target has been Harvard, the country's oldest and richest university. The university has roughly $9 billion at stake in its fight with the federal government. The dispute erupted after Harvard rejected Trump administration proposals, including one for the use of an outsider to audit programs and departments that most fuel anti-Semitic harassment or reflect ideological capture. The government also wanted Harvard to curb the power of its faculty and report international students who commit misconduct. The Trump administration wants a report on ideological capture. Well, how about it start with doing a report on itself and its ideology of authoritarian takeover that's destroying our Constitution? Now that would be a report worth doing right there. The Trump administration almost immediately began cutting off billions in funds. Officials have since said they would direct federal agencies to end all the remaining contracts with the school. The government told the university not to expect grant money in the future. Harvard sued the administration over the cuts. In September, a federal judge in Boston broadly ruled in Harvard's favor, though the administration immediately pledged to appeal. It was not clear when and whether the federal money would flow again. But the administration's onslaught goes beyond research funding. The university is confronting an array of investigations, some of which Harvard officials fear could become full-blown criminal inquiries in the coming months. Mr. Trump has also threatened Harvard's tax-exempt status. So we saw the president use power over mergers and license to try to compel the networks as to what programming they could have. And here we're seeing using the power over tax-exempt status to try to compel what the university does. So using these different powers of the administration in effect to extort concessions that interfere with the proper independent functioning of these organizations. I don't want the federal government telling universities what they can teach. I don't want the federal government using research grants as a weapon against our universities, or using the ability to allow students to attend, from foreign students to attend because of the tuition, or in this case, threatening tax-exempt status. Recently, his administration has tried repeatedly to bar the university from enrolling international students, and a federal judge in Boston has blocked those efforts. In June, Harvard and the White House began discussing the possibility of a settlement. Even as the talks unfolded, though, the administration kept hammering at Harvard with subpoenas, accusations of civil rights violations, and a subsequent challenge to its accreditation. Harvard signaled that it might be willing to spend $500 million to settle with the White House. Well, it's working, right? Major institutions, proud independent institutions that know their role in terms of research that contributes to all fields in America, to the prosperity of America, are feeling quite compelled that they can't endure this collective attack by the administration. We here in this chamber, we should be passing laws that say you can't do this, protecting academic freedom. Academic freedom is also about the students' freedom, but we're not. And that's a shame. The administration has frequently claimed that targeted schools harbor anti-Semitism, and it goes on to address that issue some length. Many conservatives say their views have been marginalized in lecture halls. They've said they want universities to emphasize academic programs that lead students to jobs essential to the economy. In other words, our universities, our private universities, can be an extension of the philosophy of the government. And if that happens to sound appealing to you now because you broadly share Trump's perspectives, would you like it so much with a different president telling the universities what to do, including conservative universities, based on a more liberal set of ideas about the world? I suspect not. The situation gets even worse. On October 2nd, The New York Times reported the White House sent letters to universities urging them to, quote, pledge support for President Trump's political agenda to help ensure access to research funds. To his political agenda? Can we not all agree that this is a massive abuse of government power? Let me read you the reporting. Trump administration asked colleges to sign compact to get funding preference. Demands sent to 9 top schools included pledging to freeze tuition for 5 years and to commit to strict definitions of gender. The White House on Wednesday sent letters to 9 of the nation's top public and private universities, urging campus leaders to pledge support for President Trump's political agenda to help ensure access to federal research funds. Pledge support, let me repeat that, to Trump's political agenda to ensure access to federal research funds. The letters came attached to a 10-page compact that serves as a sort of priority statement for the administration's educational goals. The most comprehensive accounting to date of what Mr. Trump aims to achieve for an unparalleled, months-long pressure campaign on academia. The compact would require colleges to freeze tuition for 5 years, cap the enrollment of international students, and commit to strict definitions of gender. Among other steps, universities would also be required to change their governance structures, prohibit anything that would punish, belittle, and even spark violence against conservative ideas. Colleges that sign the agreement would receive multiple positive benefits, according to a letter included with the compact, signed by the Education Secretary Linda McMahon, and signed by Vince Haley, the director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, and by Meg Mailman, the White House Senior Advisor for Special Projects. The Trump administration gave 9 universities a set of terms to follow for better access to federal funds. At least one said it wanted to sign up, but some students wanted the college officials to say no. Colleges that agree would get priority access to federal funds and looser restraints on overhead costs. Signed compacts would also serve as assurance to the government that schools are complying with civil rights laws. Federal civil rights investigations have been used to halt much of the research funding the administration has blocked so far this year. So it's it's kind of completely captured by this notion that you don't get research funds unless you reshape your views and your actions to accentuate Trump's political agenda. Well, that's how far things have gone off track. The president wants to dictate how our universities teach and what they teach, and they want the universities to promote his political agenda. The letters were sent to a number of these universities, and there are a number of comments. University of Texas system is honored that our flagship, the University of Texas at Austin, has been named as one of only 9 institutions in the U.S. selected by the Trump administration for potential funding advantages under its new compact for academic excellence in higher education, said Kevin Eltife, chairman of the University of Texas Board of Regents. He said it in his statement on Thursday. We enthusiastically look forward to engaging with university officials and reviewing the compact immediately. The other 8 schools declined to comment, did not immediately, or said they were still studying the compact. The letters prompted concern about the precedent of signing on to such agreements. Well, They should be concerned anytime a government, a free society, tells the universities what they can teach and that they have to promote the president's political agenda. That is a massive red line that has been crossed. I hope all 9 say absolutely no. But I'll tell you, we saw with the previous threats, universities cut deals because when millions or billions of funds are being held up by the government, that's an effective strategy of blackmail that forces university presidents to say, I got a responsibility to keep this place functioning. We got a lot of folks who are involved in the research. We can't send them all home. The interruption will damage the enormous amount of work that's already been done. I mean, the pressures are intense. That's a terrible place where universities are when the power of the U.S. government is mobilized to oppress them. On October 10th, an article notes about MIT that they rejected special funding offer from the Trump administration. MIT became the first university to reject an agreement that would trade support for the Trump administration's higher education agenda in exchange for favorable treatment. The proposal, called the Compact for Academic Excellence, was sent to 9 universities, require colleges to cap international student enrollment, freeze tuition for 5 years, adhere to definitions of gender, and prohibit anything that would belittle conservative ideas. In a letter on Friday to the Trump administration, MIT's president, Sally Kornbluth, wrote the university has already freely met or exceeded many of the standards outlined in the proposal, but she disagrees with other requirements and demands, including those that restrict free expression. Fundamentally, the premise of the document is inconsistent with our core beliefs that scientific funding should be based on scientific merit alone, Dr. Kornbluth wrote. A White House spokeswoman, Liz Huston, said in a statement that, quote, any university that refuses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform higher education isn't serving its students or their parents. They're bowing to radical left-wing bureaucrats. The best science can't thrive in institutions that have abandoned merit-free inquiry in pursuit of truth, she added. President Trump encourages universities to join us in restoring academic excellence and common-sense policies. But the administration is not asking for free inquiry in pursuit of truth. They're asking the universities to promote the Trump's political agenda. The idea of the compacts has been deeply unpopular among faculty members and free speech advocates who view them as another political intrusion into the affairs of academia. They argue the Trump administration is threatening the independence of American higher education by cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in research funding to force top universities to adopt its agenda. And of course, that's exactly what is happening. The compact has complicated negotiations between the Trump administration and individual schools, including Harvard, where it is a sign that if they reach a deal with the administration, the government will come back and ask for more concessions. Two of the universities that received this invitation to this compact were ones that already reached deals with the Trump administration. And so that's what's driving the concern that it's just going to be more. Well, this is wrong. Our tax dollars are at work for research because research takes our nation forward, makes it more prosperous, allows an opportunity for people to utilize to maximum effect those wonderful brain cells they've been granted, and in the course find innovations, inventions, valuable ideas that become valuable to the entire society. Universities are supposed to serve all Americans not just those who agree with the president. They're supposed to be places where ideas are robustly debated, not places where the things they present are dictated by the government. You want that? Go to China. China has that. You want to live in a country that controls what its universities teach, that have to adopt the government authoritarian line? Go to China. That's where you'll find that in abundance if that's what you love. If you love this idea of a government dictating what our universities teach. I offer a sincere compliment to Princeton President Christopher Eisgruber, who has called out Trump's actions as, quote, the greatest threat to America's universities since the Red Scare of the 1950s. Now that's what I call standing up for academic freedom. And now, under our program of It's 12 Midnight Somewhere, we've reached the last location of the official states of the United States, where Hawaii has arrived, where midnight has arrived in the state of Hawaii. And so we had 4 time zones in the continental U.S., another time zone in Alaska, and now we're in Hawaii, some 6 hours after midnight first arrived here on the east coast of the United States of America. And as midnight has arrived at each of our various time zones that affect the United States, I've been reading Paul Revere's Ride by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, because that poem was about ringing the alarm bell that the British were attacking. In this case, wasn't actually ringing an alarm bell. It was putting lanterns in the church belfry, and then folks could see those lanterns. Specifically, the person was Paul Revere, who, when he saw the lantern, rode through town after town, alerting people to the attack by the British. There's a parallel in a sense that right now, Americans are ringing the alarm bells about the authoritarian takeover of our country. There is nothing normal, there is nothing legal, there is nothing constitutional about this authoritarian takeover. Quite the opposite. It is shredding our Constitution, demolishing our separation of powers, destroying the checks and balances. And that's the warning we all need to hear and respond to, just as the communities that Paul Revere rode through responded and went out to fight the British. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April in 75. Hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, 2, if by sea. And I, on the opposite shore, will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and armed. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, the British man-of-war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified for its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent, and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread, the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride on the opposite shore, walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmering and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles and passing a spark struck out by steed, flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides, and under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on sand, now loud on ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, felt the damp of the river fog, rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock, the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who, at the bridge, would be the first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball, from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to merge again under the trees at the turn of the road, only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The midnight message of Paul Revere. To be alerted, to be warned that the British are coming and that they are an enormous threat to the colonies. I'm here tonight, or should I say this morning, to ring the alarm bells that there is a full authoritarian assault on our constitutional values, our separation of powers, and the full assault on our liberties. It is an assault, absolutely, on due process, on free speech, on free press, on free assembly. It is the weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after people on a political enemies list the President has compiled. It is the effort to mobilize the military to go after peaceful protesters and to create violent interactions that would justify even more authoritarian power. It is the attack on universities. It is the attack on law firms. And now we turn to the use of violence. An authoritarian president emboldened by a rubber-stamped Congress, emboldened by a deferential Supreme Court, sending military troops against American citizens who are peacefully protesting. This is un-American. It's a fundamental violation of the purpose of our military. The military exists to defend us from foreign powers, not to be a tool in a president's hand to attack people who disagree with his point of view. That happens in countries that don't have a president. That happens in countries that have a king. Under our Constitution, we don't have a king here in America. Our whole Constitution is that we are not governed by and for a king, but governed by and for the people. And we certainly don't believe that the man at the top or the women at the top of the executive branch should be using the military against his own citizens. By law, federalizing the National Guard is quite limited. It can only be done if it's done in partnership with the governor, or if there is an invasion, or if there is a rebellion. At the time the laws were written, passed right here in this chamber, well understood what those terms meant. An invasion, a military force on our border, threatening to cross and attack our nation. That's an invasion. A rebellion, a large, well-organized, well-armed group trying to overturn the government of the United States of America. The last time we saw something that might have qualified a rebellion was when President Trump organized a mob to attack the Capitol to prevent the votes from being counted in the Electoral College. They were large, they were well organized, they were somewhat armed, and they were certainly striving to overthrow the government by preventing the counting of electoral ballots. But compare that to protesters peacefully holding signs of concern about the policies of this president or the actions of one of his agencies. Isn't that freedom of speech? Isn't that freedom of assembly? Goes to the core of who we are as Americans. Government doesn't tell us what to think. We get to say what we want. We get to say it when we want it. Sure, there are some restrictions. You don't yell fire in a crowded theater and cause people to stampede. But essentially, it's the freedom to express your views. And you can express them in ways the government doesn't like, in places the government doesn't like. You can express them in satire in ways the government doesn't like, because we're Americans and we treasure our freedom. Well, obviously, there's nothing approaching an invasion or rebellion in the city of Portland. Senator Wyden and I were outside of ICE a couple weekends ago. I saw 3 women holding a sign that looked like it had a flower on it. Nothing particularly threatening. But there's been lots of other protesters at other moments, protesting, though, with joy and whimsy. A group called Paws for Peace were getting together with puppies and dogs. I don't think a bunch of folks holding their beloved dogs constitutes a well-organized, well-armed group trying to overthrow the government. And there's a group called Pastries and Pajamas. They're handing out pastries while dressed in pajamas, encouraging people to be engaged in peaceful protesting. They may disagree with the administration, but making their voice heard is as American as apple pie, or in this case, apple pastry. But Trump decided he wanted to create a riot in Portland. Why does he want to provoke a riot? Because if he can incite violence, he feels he can justify putting the military into our cities, getting the courts to say that's okay. And being able to use the military against your own citizens, that's a powerful tool of an authoritarian. But it's an extraordinary risk to our republic, an extraordinary risk to government by and for the people. And not just in Portland, but in LA, or in DC, or in Chicago. What the instructions appear to be to his federal agents is to provoke violence by attacking peaceful protesters. In Oregon, the Oregonian, the major newspaper of our state, did a report in which they said their staff witnessed the federal agents attacking peaceful protesters. What really struck me about this is normally a newspaper story is detached. It's like a protester said the federal agents came out and attacked someone who's doing nothing but peacefully standing there. Well, someone said this, or someone alleged this. But in this case, the newspaper article was, our staff witnessed federal agents attacking peaceful protester. No, it was not simply reporting what someone said, it was what the reporters themselves witnessed. Let me read you this reporting from the Oregonian about how federal agents attacked peaceful protesters in Portland from October 3rd. It is titled, Federal Officers Blast Chemical Spray into Vocal but Nonviolent Portland Protester Video Shows, by Jonathan Bach. A federal police officer walked up to a 19-year-old protester and blasted chemical spray directly in her face at Thursday night's protest outside the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building in Portland. The protester, who gave only her first name, Leilani, had been in front of the ICE building when federal agents with shields ordered protesters to move away from the entrance to let a car exit the garage. She complied, but was hurling curse words and insults at the 2 officers in front of her. when a third agent wearing a gas mask approached her. Within 10 seconds, the officer directed a canister at the 19-year-old's face and doused her with chemical spray. Now, this video is just shocking. I haven't seen anybody watch this video who doesn't go, oh, take a great gasp when they see this agent pull up the pepper spray straight into this big cone into her face. Shouldn't that disturb every one of us in this chamber to see a peaceful protester attacked in that fashion by federal agents? You know, I believe that it's important for all of our federal agents to have unique identifiers on their uniform. It's fine if it's a number. It doesn't have to be a name. But what we know from around the world is when you have unidentified agents, have no identifier, they feel quite comfortable doing things like walking up and spraying pepper spray directly in the protester's face, because there's no accountability for their attack on the protesters, because no one knows who they are. This is especially amplified when they wear masks. If there is a symbol of fascism that maybe is above all others, it's the unmarked, masked federal agent grabbing people, throwing them into unmarked vans and whisking them away to who knows where. So we had a vote in this chamber saying that each federal agent should have a unique identifier. Well, in part to discourage them from doing outrageous attacks on protesters or other outrageous acts, and partly to identify them if they did do something that was outrageous. So there's some accountability. Accountability is part of the trust relationship in government by and for the people. You live in a land with an authoritarian king, you don't want accountability. The king doesn't want anyone to allege anything about anyone. But when the government's by and for the people, accountability matters. But it didn't exist in this case. Within 10 seconds, the officer directed a canister at the 19-year-old's face and doused her with chemical spray. The interaction illustrates how federal law enforcement officers use aggressive tactics against protesters who yell and needle officers, but don't appear to present any clear physical threat or present clear physical threats. That was the case even before Thursday's protest, when fights broke out between protesters and counter-protesters, leading to 3 arrests by Portland police. A reporter from the Oregonian, Oregon Live, witnessed the immediate aftermath of the chemical blast when protesters, acting as on-site medics, rendered aid to the 19-year-old and another protester who was also hit with chemical spray. A nearby Portland Police Bureau officer then called for paramedics. A Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment Friday on its tactics. The Oregonian, Oregon Live, that's their online name, has witnessed other uses of force by federal police against nonviolent protesters outside the South Portland building. To be sure, not all protesters at the ICE building since June have been peaceful. Federal and local police have arrested dozens of people at the building on allegations of assaulting officers and destroying government property, many of them at the outset of the protests in early summer. Mayor Keith Wilson called for an investigation after the newsroom published video in September of Homeland Security officers seen repeatedly shoving, spraying, and hitting protesters. Well, so as this article points out, if you go back several months, there was some back and forth between folks who were protesting and the federal agents, and the police took care of it. They were arrested. I'm not just sure exactly what is meant by destroying government property. It may have been graffiti, maybe it was something else, but not that I have heard that there was any significant property destroyed, but that was months ago, and it was handled by local police. That's a normal, not great. I mean, I prefer all protesting to be absolutely nonviolent. But what we have seen in the time that Trump has been sending these additional agents, that's been a time when virtually no one's been arrested because nobody's been acting out. They have been not playing the game Trump wants to play. They have not been taking the bait. They have been protesting with joy and with whimsy. Very hard to argue that there's anything the local police can't handle when there aren't even any arrests because people are handing out pastries and bringing their puppy dogs down. And then there's a report by Oregon Public Broadcasting. Oregon Public Broadcasting has been down covering the demonstrations. They said the federal agents asked the protesters to move back several blocks, and the protesters did. There was no conflict between the protesters and the agents. They were asked to move back, and they followed instructions. Behind this line of federal agents were videographers, professional videographers. What are they doing there? What is their role? They were waiting to take pictures when the federal agents created a fake riot. So after moving people back several blocks with absolutely no conflict, the officers are in a line across the street, the videographers are behind them, and then on command, the officers throw down the flashbangs, which erupt and sound like gunfire and lights flashing from them. They fire the pepper balls, and they release the tear gas canisters. So there's smoke, and there's the sound of gunfire, and the videographers are just hungrily taping it all so they can get this fake riot and present it as if there was something real riot going on. I really don't know of any other time the government has deliberately faked a riot. But they did on this occasion. This is like the Wag the Dog movie, where an entire war is faked. Only in this case, it was just a riot. I say just a riot trying to create the appearance of violence so they could convince a judge to let them federalize Oregon's National Guard or move in the National Guard from elsewhere, to mislead the courts and to mislead the American people. It's governing by gaslighting. And this is the first time I know in our history that a president has staged a fake riot. It should never happen. Whose idea was this? I know. Why don't we have a congressional hearing about it? Would any of my Republican colleagues get to the bottom of our government trying to fake a riot in order to increase their authoritarian power? Because I will partner with you in a microsecond to hold such a hearing. True-blooded patriots should be terrified the government is faking scenes to try to provide evidence to courts or to the American people that something is going on that simply isn't going on. I think we have a poster here. Thank you to Coin 6 News. You see, there was a woman, this woman, and she was talking to two officers, and they'd asked her to get out of the way, and she had, all well and good. And then the third officer walks up and just sprays her straight in the face. Just, wow. I mean, if you saw it on video, you would go, oh my goodness, unbelievable. I saw an interview of that woman later, and she said that it was extremely scary because she couldn't breathe. She falls to the ground. She said, I didn't know if I was going to be able to draw the next breath or some expression like that about what it's like to have that just shot directly into your eyes, directly into your lungs. That type of deliberate provocation, wow, that is a federal government out of control, an authoritarian federal government trying to create reactions and violence in order to justify even more authoritarian power. And Portlanders are not taking the bait. Here's another example from Chicago. We have this pastor, this cut in half, a few seconds before, a few seconds after. Pastor in the traditional motion of praying, standing outside a building by himself. He's obviously in a religious posture. He's wearing religious garb. No obvious resistance to any type of command. And he is shot, pow, right in the head. I believe that's a pepper ball shot, but I'm not 100% sure. He reports that he was shot twice in the head and 5 times on the body. Federal agents attacking a praying pastor, posing no threat, in a posture of prayer, shot from federal agents up on top of the building. Maybe if they had an identifier on their uniform, they wouldn't be so callous in attacking a peaceful protester. It's an extraordinarily dangerous moment. An authoritarian president proceeding to attack free speech, attack free press, weaponize the Department of Justice, and use it against those who disagree with him, and then seeking the court's permission to send the military into our cities to attack people who are peacefully protesting. And this reporting from Time magazine about the military-style ICE raid on a Chicago apartment building during which ICE agents zip-tied the children. Military-style ICE raid on Chicago apartment building shows escalation in Trump's crackdown. Time magazine, Rebecca Schneid, October 4th. Around 1 a.m. on Tuesday morning, armed federal agents rappelled from helicopters onto the roof of a 5-story residential apartment in the South Shore of Chicago. As other agents worked their way through the building from the bottom, they kicked down doors and threw flashbang grenades, rounded up adults and screaming children alike, detaining them in zip ties and arresting dozens, according to witnesses and local reporting. The raid has drawn outrage throughout Chicago and the state of Illinois, with rights groups and lawmakers claiming it represents a dramatic escalation in tactics used by federal authorities in the pursuit of Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker accused federal agents of separating children from their parents, zip-tying their hands, detaining them in dark vans for hours. Videos show flashbang grenades erupting on the street, followed by residents of the building, children among them being led to a parking lot across the street. Photos of the aftermath show toys and shows littering the apartment hallways, evidence of those pulled from their beds by the operation that included FBI and Homeland Security agents. Pritzker condemned the raid and said he would work with local law enforcement to hold the agents accountable. Well, that raid was designed to be a provocation to the community, try to generate a riot, use the violence to justify more authoritarian control, but in the process demonstrated inappropriate and disproportional military assault on American in their apartment buildings, in their homes. ICE tactics were criticized again on Friday when Chicago alderperson Jesse Fuentes was handcuffed by federal immigration agents at a Chicago medical center after questioning agents about their warrant to arrest at the medical center. Chicago's Mayor Johnson called ICE tactics abusive. You don't win the hearts and minds of the people by turning the military on them. But if you want to be an authoritarian leader, you want to use the military, and our founders were very, very concerned about that. The attacks were so violent that a judge stepped in. And CNN had this report, Laura Sharman and Carol Alvarado. A judge in Illinois has temporarily blocked federal agents from using certain types of force and crowd control measures against protesters after a video of a pastor being repeatedly shot by pepper balls during a demonstration outside an ICE facility near Chicago drew widespread outcry. The lawsuit alleges federal agents have shot, gassed, and detained individuals who have been protesting outside ICE detention facility in Broadview for the past few weeks, preventing them from exercising their First Amendment rights. The suit claims the tactics infringed journalists' right to cover the protests. The 14-day order took effect Thursday and applies to all DHS agents, including those with ICE and U.S. Customs and Borders Protection in the district, which encompasses Chicago and Broadview ICE processing facilities. The judge laid out specific protections for journalists covering the protests, blocking federal agents from arresting members of the press unless there is probable cause to believe the individual has committed a crime. Reverend David Black of Chicago's First Presbyterian Church stood in the street offering prayers and urging ICE officers to repent when he was repeatedly struck in the face by masked agents standing on top of the ICE facility, according to the lawsuit and the video taken during the protest. Black was visibly attired in clerical garb when ICE snipers fired, the lawsuit said. Moments later, he was doused with chemical spray that ICE agents directed at his face. Video obtained by CNN shows the pastor near the building with his arms outstretched when a cloud of smoke erupts from an explosion by his head and he drops to the ground. Other protesters rushed to his aid and surrounded him. Another video shared with CNN shows masked agents pushing Black as he walks back and is then pepper sprayed in the face from close range. Black told CNN's Aaron Burnett that a large group of federal officers then rushed out of the gate and began to shove us, describing their behavior was indiscriminate and vicious. The pastor insisted he and other protesters received no warning and claimed he could hear the agents laughing as they fired shots from the roof, calling it deeply disturbing. Yeah. Man of God praying in front of a building attacked by masked ICE agents. This is the picture of Trump's tyranny against the American people. Unbelievably, Speaker Mike Johnson doesn't seem to be too bothered by these violent attacks. He said, quote, "I've not seen them cross the line yet." We've seen images out of Chicago of federal agents shooting faith leaders with pepper balls and arresting journalists, reporters said. Where's the limit for you on what's acceptable conduct by federal law enforcement? And when is it incumbent on Congress to amend oversight on federal law enforcement? I've not seen them cross the line yet, Johnson replied, saying there were some committees with jurisdiction over federal law enforcement. It's not risen to that level. Well, where is the line, Speaker Johnson? Was the line crossed when the president abandoned due process and threw students out of the country for alleged comments on policy in the Middle East? Was the line crossed when the president proceeded to use the licenses and the power over mergers to tell broadcast media what they can put on the air? Was the line crossed when a person was stopped on the street who had legal residence in the United States and sent to a prison in El Salvador, where the only way out is a coffin? Was that crossing the line with no due process? Was the line crossed when the presidents used the power over research grants and rules over foreign students who pay healthy tuitions in order to try to force the universities to become agents of the state and teach what the president wants them to teach? Was that crossing the line? I ask Speaker Johnson, if there is no line crossed when the president develops an enemies list and proceeds to turn the full power of the Justice Department to try to put that person into jail, is that not a line crossed? It's certainly not equal justice under law. So many lines have been crossed, so many times. Attacking peaceful protesters, conducting a fake riot in an effort to deceive the court or deceive the American people that there was a riot when there was none. The district judge in Oregon who adjudicated the order by Trump to federalize the Oregon National Guard said, there is nothing close to rebellion. There's nothing close to an invasion. So the standard is not met, the standard in the law that allows you to federalize the National Guard. So then Trump said, I'm going to send the federalized force from California and Texas to Oregon. They've already been federalized. The same judge said, same standard applies. Nothing close to rebellion, nothing close to an invasion. The standard has not been set. So she put on a temporary restraining order on both efforts. This is a fundamental issue in the United States of America. The military not be used against American citizens. There's a standard in the law. So Supreme Court, wake up. Do your job in the framework of the Constitution and the laws of this land. Quit inventing new ways to create an authoritarian state. Why am I so concerned that our Supreme Court has gone so far off track? Well, last year, they found invisible ink in our Constitution. That's one reason to be concerned. Maybe you can find it too. Why don't you take a look? Maybe you can show it to me. Maybe the founders really put an extra clause in there that, only appears when you warm it with a hot air dryer, though hot air dryers did not exist at the time the Constitution was written. They had a case, Trump versus United States of America. The case stemmed from the first Trump administration. And in that case, the question was, is the president above the law? Is the president immune from any potential criminal prosecution for actions in office? And I thought, well, absolutely not immune. Our founders were terrified that a president would be a king. Kings are above the law. Kings are the law. But presidents are not the law. And yes, of course, they're accountable. There's nothing in Article 2, the section of the Constitution that addresses the executive branch, that says, well, the president, in order to make sure he doesn't have to worry too much, is immune from any prosecution for any crimes he might commit while acting on behalf of the government or acting in an official government act. Yeah, try to find that clause in the Constitution. Yeah, I'm pretty confident, not there. In fact, the founders were the exact opposite. So those originalists on the Supreme Court, They are as bogus as a $3 bill. They know how terrified the founders were about the possibility of a president exercising authoritarian power. That is why they provided checks and balances. While Congress writes the laws, Congress decides what programs are funded and how much they are funded. Congress decides if a person is suitable to an appointment to a high level in the executive branch. That's the separation of powers. And I don't know if you might be able to find for me the early quote that were in the introduction material, but I might read those again because they seem to me very relevant in this case. But here we have the question going to the originalist on the Supreme Court. Of course, they're going to vote 9-0, both the judges who have been appointed by blue presidents and judges appointed by red presidents. It won't matter because it's just so absolutely clear. There's no clause in the Constitution that says the president's above the law. But this court, they decided to make the president above the law with their ruling. Not in the Constitution. They just decided to invent a standard. And their justification was, well, it's a stressful job, and we don't want the president to worry about whether they're committing a crime. So essentially, they said, you're free. Commit any crime you want, as long as you give it a governmental justification. And then with pardon power, everyone else in the executive branch is above the law too. So there we have it. The Supreme Court has managed to completely unravel the accountability that the founders were so determined to provide. If they wanted the president to be immune from prosecution, they could have put that in the Constitution. If anyone else along the line had said, hey, that's such a great idea, they could have proposed an amendment to the Constitution, and we could have voted on that. Well, you know, if you have people of high character who you have enormous trust in, you might say, well, that won't be too much damage. But what if the person is not of high character? What if the person's an authoritarian who already is demonstrating massive determination to break the law left and right? So there it is. The Supreme Court proceeded to say that the president is above the law. And now the president is acting like he's above the law. The Supreme Court has said he is. He can't get in trouble for anything he does. People who work for him can't get in trouble as long as they stay on his good side because he can pardon them. So we're in big trouble. But now a new case will go to the Supreme Court, and they might decide it this week by the shadow docket. And that case will be based on this question of whether the president, having failed to establish that there is either a rebellion or an invasion, can the president nevertheless federalize the National Guard against the wishes of the governor? I'm afraid the court will say yes, even though the law clearly sets a standard and the standard was not met. They'll say, well, yeah, but the president says the standard was met, so therefore it is met. Under that type of situation, you have swept all the standards out of the way. If you are saying, I don't know, in the construction code, that you're supposed to have stairs that are a certain width, and the stairs are not that width, but the contractor says, yes, they are, is the court supposed to go, well, the contractor said they are, even if it's not there? Oh, gosh, they look twice as steep as allowed, but the contractor said they're the right measurements, so no big deal. Well, it's a big deal, especially when it comes to deploying the military against American citizens who are protesting peacefully. That is a very big deal indeed. So I invite all 100 senators here, 99 senators, to stand with me, or 100 senators to stand together to say we will not accept attacks on due process. We will not accept attacks on freedom of speech. We will not accept attacks on freedom of the press. I am quite confident that if a president said to Fox News, we're going to block your merger request and maybe suspend your license unless you put up the programming we want, there would be a whole lot of senators down here, my colleagues across the aisle, saying that's outrageous, but shouldn't be equally outraged regardless of whether that broadcast network is on the left or right? Aren't we standing for a principle here in the Senate of the United States of America? We've seen 10 months of this president making our country sicker and poorer. 10 months of personal corruption, selling access to himself through his crypto enterprises. I went out to protest on the street when he held a dinner for what I believe the final tally was 230 people. He held a contest. He said, the more money you give me over the next couple months by buying my cryptocurrency, the better chance you have of being invited to a special dinner of 230 people at my golf club. Well, so people around the world said, this is our chance to go see the president by buying enough of his cryptocurrency, these dollars going into his pocket, we get access to him. The president selling access to 230 people, no vetting, just straight out corrupt sale of access. You know, we had a vote here in the chamber on all of us being banned from engaging in this type of corruption. I believe every Democrat voted yes, ban all of us from this type of crypto corruption. But virtually every single colleague across the aisle said we want crypto corruption to continue to be allowed, and voted against the bill or against the amendment. That is a sad commentary on the Senate of the United States of America. 10 months of slashing health care for families to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. 10 months of cutting nutrition for children to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. A run-up of $30 trillion additional in national debt over the next 30 years to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. It's a families lose, billionaires win vision, and it's not a good vision for our republic. In fact, it's not a vision that comes from a republic. It's a vision that comes from an authoritarian government that said this is what they want, and an acquiescent Congress that proceeded to provide it. If we were actually a republic pursuing government by and for the people, then we would be doing the opposite. We would be passing legislation for families to thrive, not slashing their health care and their nutrition benefits. And we certainly would be asking the affluent to pay their fair share rather than giving them trillions of dollars in additional tax breaks. The big, ugly betrayal of a bill has a lot in common with the president's authoritarian actions in this nation. The authoritarian actions are an attack on due process and free speech and free press and weaponization of the Department of Justice, and certainly the effort to send the military in against peaceful protesters. But if that effort involves essentially a government by and for the billionaires, then you see the connection to the big, ugly betrayal of the bill, because the policy agenda passed here was also all about billionaires win and families lose. We should be 100 strong here in a vision for freedom, saying hell no to authoritarian oppression. I have a letter here published in the Washington Post by Paul Bardak and Patrick Nichols, co-founders of the State and Local Human Rights Center. October 2nd, 2025. President Donald Trump, while speaking to our nation's generals and admirals on Tuesday, noted his desire to use dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. The October 1st editorial, U.S. cities aren't meant to be military training grounds, argued against such an approach. So too would the founders of our nation. When the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1787, urban crime was already a well-known issue. As early as the 1750s, New York was already regarded as the most crime-ridden city in the colonies. And a contemporary observer noted that at the time the founders convened in Philadelphia, the jails were full. Nonetheless, the Constitution's framers rejected a federal police in their conception of our republic. Rather, except in the most exigent circumstances, states and localities were to police their own populace. As Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist number 17 in 1789, there is one transcendent advantage belonging to the province of the state governments. I mean the ordinary administration of criminal and civil justice. Certainly, the Constitution gives Congress the power of calling forth the militia, which today we refer to as the National Guard. Title 10 of the U.S. Code allows the President to bring the Guard into federal service when the nation is invaded, in danger of invasion, or during a rebellion. And the Insurrection Act of 1807 grants the President power to deploy troops domestically to suppress an insurrection, domestic violence, or conspiracy that obstructs law enforcement. But the President's and Congress's power to do so are not open-ended. Both Title 10 and the Insurrection Act set a high bar for federalizing the Guard. Engaging in routine law enforcement is illegal and unacceptable. To further drive the point home, the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prohibits the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic policies. For nearly 240 years, in times of peace and war, presidents and Congresses have honored the vision of our nation's founders. Trump should reverse course and do the same. The writers are the co-founders of the State and Local Human Rights Center. What comes next? This brings us to Chapter 7, titled The Unraveling. You know, as I was commenting on the founders' grave concern about the use of the military and quoted Hamilton, but I also wanted to quote James Madison. At the Constitutional Convention, he warned that a standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. In other words, an executive who is ambitious is highly tempted to use the army, a standing army, against the citizens of the country, and thus tyranny, instrument of tyranny at home. If we're trying to understand why the line has been so clear that you have to meet a high bar of a rebellion or an insurrection or an invasion in order to use the American military domestically, that should explain it. That vibe of concern about it instead being used by an authoritarian to basically engage in tyranny, not the protection of rights, but the abolition and crushing of rights of the American people. On the afternoon, this is the chapter 7, on the afternoon of Saturday, February 13th, 2016, a San Antonio newspaper reported that Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia had died in his sleep while on a hunting trip in Texas. Social media erupted. Within minutes, a former Republican staffer and founder of the conservative legal publication, The Federalist, tweeted, "If Scalia had actually passed away, the Senate must refuse to confirm any justices in 2016 and leave the nomination to the next president." Shortly afterward, the communication director for Republican Senator Lee tweeted, "What is less than zero, the chances of Obama successfully appointing a Supreme Court justice to replace Scalia?" By early evening, the Senate Majority Leader issued a statement sending his condolences to the Scalia family, but also declaring the vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president. On March 16th, 2016, President Barack Obama nominated appellate judge Merrick Garland to fill Scalia's seat. No one doubted Garland was a qualified candidate. By all accounts, he was an ideological moderate, but for the first time in American history, the U.S. Senate refused to even consider an elected president's nominee for president. As we have seen, the Senate has always used forbearance in exercising its advice and consent in the selection of Supreme Court justices. Since 1866, every time a president has moved to fill a Supreme Court vacancy prior to the election of his successor, he had been allowed to do so. So this was the first time. This was the first time a U.S. Supreme Court vacant seat has been stolen from one president and delivered to the next. The world had changed by 2016. Now, in a radical departure from historical precedent, Senate Republicans denied the president's authority to nominate a new justice. It was an extraordinary instance of norm-breaking. Within a year, a Republican was in the White House and Senate Republicans got their wish, a conservative justice nominee, Neil Gorsuch, whom they quickly approved. The GOP had trampled on a basic democratic norm, in effect, stealing a Supreme Court seat and gotten away with it. This particular passage brings back memories for me because the last time that I stood on this floor and talked through the night was the night before Gorsuch was confirmed. And I said, if we proceed in this fashion, it is an injury to the Constitution for which there is no remedy. Because if Democrats in the future do exactly the same thing, then they will be establishing the norm of each partisan party proceeding to block any Supreme Court's appointment by a president of the other party. That's not our responsibility. That's not our charge. Our charge is to decide if a person is suited. And for the first time in U.S. history, this chamber said there will be no debate and no vote on the nominee that President Obama had put forward. We were not proceeding to exercise our appropriate constitutional responsibility to weigh in on whether the nominee was indeed appropriate. I remember one conservative senator from Utah said if only Obama would nominate Merrick Garland, then we could confirm him, because that would be a reasonable nominee. Then Obama did nominate Merrick Garland. And yet even that moderate was rejected for the possibility of being considered. Now, it's not the case that the Senate has routinely confirmed nominees to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. In fact, quite the opposite. They have rejected quite a good share of the nominees over a couple hundred years. But they always debated and they always voted. Returning to the chapter at hand, the traditions underpinning America's democratic institutions are unraveling, opening up a disconcerting gap between how our political system works and long-standing expectations about how it ought to work. As our soft guardrails have weakened, we've grown increasingly vulnerable to anti-democratic leaders. Donald Trump, a serial norm breaker, widely and correctly criticized for assaulting America's democratic norms. But the problem did not begin with Trump. The process of norm erosion started decades ago, long before Trump descended an escalator to announce his presidential candidacy. In a 1978 congressional race in northwestern Georgia, Newt Gingrich made his third bid for office in a district outside Atlanta. After two previous failed runs as a self-identified liberal Republican, he finally won, this time as a conservative, capturing a district that hadn't been in Republican hands in 130 years. Gingrich's bespectacled academic look he had been a history professor at a local university. His chirpy speech, his thick mop of hair, bushy sideburns belied a ruthlessness that would help transform American politics. In June of his 1978 campaign, Gingrich had met with a group of college Republicans at an Atlanta airport Holiday Inn, wooing them with a blunter, more cutthroat version of politics than they were accustomed to. He found a hungry audience. Gingrich warned the young Republicans to stop using Boy Scout words, which would be great around the campfire, but are lousy in politics. He continued, "You're fighting a war. It is a war for power. This party does not need another generation of cautious, prudent, careful, bland, irrelevant quasi-leaders. What we really need are people who are willing to stand up in a slugfest. What's the primary purpose of a political leader? To build a majority." When Gingrich arrived in Washington in 1979, His vision of politics as warfare was at odds with that of the Republican leadership. House Minority Leader Bob Michel, an amiable figure who carpooled home to Illinois for congressional recesses with his Democratic colleague, Dan Rostenkowski, was committed to abiding by establishing norms of civility and bipartisan cooperation. Gingrich rejected this approach as, quote, too soft. Winning a Republican majority, Gingrich believed, would require playing harder form of politics. Backed by a small but growing group of loyalists, Gingrich launched an insurgency aimed at instilling a more combative approach. Taking advantage of a new media technology, C-SPAN, Gingrich used adjectives like rocks, deliberately employing over-the-top rhetoric. He described Congress as corrupt and sick. He questioned his Democratic rivals' patriotism. He compared them to Mussolini and accused them of trying to destroy our country. According to former Georgia State Democratic Party leader Steve Anthony, the things that came out of Gingrich's mouth, we had never heard that before from either side. Gingrich went so far over the top that the shock factor rendered the opposition frozen for a few years. Through a new political action committee, GOPAC, Gingrich and his allies worked to spread these tactics across the party. GOPAC produced more than 2,000 training audio tapes, distributed each month to get the recruits of Gingrich's Republican Revolution on the same rhetorical page. Gingrich's former press secretary, Tony Blankley, compared the tactic of audio tape distribution to one used by the Ayatollah Khomeini on his route to power in Iran. In the early 90s, Gingrich and his team distributed memos to Republican candidates instructing them to use certain negative words to describe Democrats, call them, including the words pathetic, sick, bizarre, betray, anti-flag, anti-family, and traitors. It was the beginning of a seismic shift in American politics. Even as Gingrich ascended to Republican leadership structure, becoming minority whip in 1989 and Speaker of the House in 1995, he refused to abandon his hardline rhetoric. And rather than repelling the party, he pulled it to him. By the time he became Speaker, Gingrich was a role model to a new generation of Republican legislators, many of them elected in the 1994 landslide that gave GOP its first House majority in 40 years. The Senate was likewise transformed by the arrival of Gingrich senators whose ideology, aversion to compromise, willingness to obstruct legislation helped speed the end of the body's traditional folkways. Well, this kind of brings us up to the current time that I'm well too aware of. And I don't really want to read through all the details of this particular period, but let me just make a few observations about it. I was told that when I came to D.C. as a senator, I'd see a very different Senate from the one I witnessed as an intern. Enormous difference between 1976 and the Senate I'd witnessed working for Congress in the 1980s and coming back here in 2009 to take an office. And a huge piece of that was certainly the deep animosity between the parties and the determination of the minority really running both ways to paralyze the majority. The Gingrich strategy was don't try to get a few amendments into the bills the other side has. It just makes them look good because they're getting stuff done, and it doesn't create a case to show that they should be out of power and you should be in power. So instead, obstruct, 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 and then make the case they didn't do the job well. and therefore elect us. And this was powerfully successful. And a leader of the Senate said, Gingrich gives obstruction a good name. But here in the Senate, the opportunity to obstruct is so much larger in the House. We have nominations that take up a significant amount of time. So by drawing out those votes, you can eat up a lot of time. In fact, that strategy employed by Democrats has led to a nuclear option a couple weeks ago, in which for the first time we're doing blocks of nominees in a single vote. That had been done previously, but only with unanimous consent, saying every senator had looked over the list and said none of them were objectionable. Now that list may be full of objectionable individuals who by quality of character or by experience are totally unsuited to the post to which they've been nominated, but they're just going to be floated in. To me, it's a terrible abdication of the advice and consent clause of the Constitution, and therefore one more check and balance that has been profoundly eroded. But it was triggered by all-out obstruction, slowing down the process by the Democratic minority, just as the Republican minority had done in a previous cycle. In addition, policy bills require 60 votes in the Senate to close debate. Now, this is an artifice that stems from a transition that began in the 1830s. That transition was Southern Democrats giving up on the ability to have states nullify bills they didn't like, decided that the only way that was left for them was to stop bills from ever getting passed in the first place, and therefore talk them to death. Keep giving speeches on the bills, and then make a new motion, like to refer the bill to committee, or to adjourn, or to do this amendment or that amendment, each motion allowing 2 more speeches for each senator under the original Rule 4 of the Senate, and thereby enabling talk to go on infinitely, and wrapping that ability to talk infinitely in the First Amendment, making it a glorious feature of the U.S. Senate, a complete reversal of Jefferson's guidance in the early Senate, which is embodied in his Book of Conduct for the Senate, to speak directly, engage in no superfluous talk, and proceed, therefore, to get to the nut of the question, hear everyone, make a decision, and move on. This was the opposite. This was glorifying obstruction. And this term that came to describe this ability to do endless speeches and glorify obstruction was the term piracy, utilizing the Dutch word freebooter, which in Caribbean slang was filibustero, and thus the pirates have taken over the Senate. And so here we are with obstruction being routine by the minority of the majority to make the case they can't govern, get out of the way, and of course reinforced emphatically by the different cable television channels that proceed to say our time, our side, our viewpoint is glorious and righteous, and their viewpoint is misguided and or evil. Each side saying that and driving the two parties further apart. And then social media proceeding to launch in on top of all of that, kind of cementing the differences. And if that's not enough, then money in campaigns used for slander attacks by dark money groups that sometimes reveal who they are and often don't, but almost all the money goes into slander attacks. some more than half, what did I see, 70 or 80% is factually incorrect. It's just making up attacks on people and putting it out there because it works. When people hear horrific accusations against someone, it does, in fact, make them less likely to vote for that person because they don't have the time and effort or the ability to figure out what's true and what's not true. So lies work. Negative advertisements work. So if you have been on the receiving end of such ads, and probably just about everyone here has, that also hardens the opposition between the parties. So there we are, caught in this cycle of obstruction. And as I mentioned many hours ago, this strategy was really symbolized to me by a memo that I received in, I believe, April of 2009, written by Frank Luntz, a consultant who helped the Republican Party refine its pitch. And it said, in essence, whatever Democrats propose to improve health care, we will attack it and call it a government takeover. And he went on to elaborate why they had done focus groups. And in these focus groups, they had proposed different phrases. And the one that got the biggest negative response was government takeover. So regardless of whether a policy had any element of government takeover, that was the term that was going to be used. And I came down to the floor here in one of my first speeches and said, this is scary. This is inappropriate. Have we really come to the point that the goal of basically nearly half the senators is simply to obstruct and to misrepresent a policy because they don't want anything to be improved? They don't want the healthcare system to be improved. They just want to make sure that nothing good is done so they can kick out the majority party and they can become the majority party. And the answer, in the end, basically, in the 17 years I've been here, is pretty much the answer. That both sides, their top goal is getting back in the majority so they can do good things, but when they're in the majority, they're obstructed by the minority, and the cycle continues, and the frustrations continue. And the ineffectiveness of the Senate in addressing a rapidly changing world, well, that proceeds to feed cynicism about whether our model of government is up to the task. So fixing this system to work better is a step in the direction of addressing better policies in this rapidly evolving economy, new technologies, and by so doing, affirming to folks that our system works, that we shouldn't desire or seek out an authoritarian strategy for the future. And yet here we are with that authoritarian strategy in full gear, being deeply embraced certainly by the president, but also by the leadership tied to the president's party. And that part I would so like to see change. Find a way to take ourselves out of this cycle of paralysis and animosity and actually say, so what are the ways we can make the healthcare system work better? Let's get it done regardless of who's in the majority. That would be a huge improvement that America would like to see. Well, I'm going to fast forward to the next section because I think I've summed up the challenges that have been raised, not all of them. And one of the pieces that is the spread of this use of the filibuster into every crevice of our congressional operations. Before 1965, this process of talking bills to death was basically done on final passage of policy bills. It wasn't done on amendments. It wasn't done on motions to proceed to bills. It wasn't done on nominations. Not because it couldn't be done, but because the norms of the Senate were not that you should use this obstruction except on policy bills of great consequence that you passionately opposed. And essentially, the bills that were the target of filibusters were civil rights bills. Southern Democrats determined to block civil rights from being restored. My party, until my party changed. Now, the Republican Party was founded as an anti-slavery party. So it was more supportive of ensuring civil rights for all Americans. But Southern Democrats, they wanted to block the ability of Southern Black Americans from being able to register to vote. And so the filibuster was used mostly on civil rights issues, including issues regarding lynching and registration, voting, so forth. After 65, people started to say, well, hey, this lost some of its racist taint. Barack Obama called it the Jim Crow relic because that's what it was used mostly for, was the oppression of civil rights. But it lost some of that taint after 1965. It started to be used gradually and then more rapidly until you basically can't sneeze here without facing a new version of the filibuster. Now, the old version was you talked a bill to death, new motions, new speeches, never allowing to get to a final vote. But then that changed dramatically when we had a battle in 1917 over arming commercial ships. And that battle was because Woodrow Wilson wanted to arm them, but a small group of senators said, you know, if you arm commercial ships, that means we're going to be using arms against German submarines or German ships that are threatening ours, which means we'll be in war, and there's been no declaration of war, so this is an overstep of presidential power, and we should not do this. Now, that view was held passionately by few, but was the clear minority position. It's a small group that felt so strongly about it. But they used the filibuster up to the transition of government in 1917. And that transition then occurred in March, not in January as it does now. And La Follett of Wisconsin was leading the opposition. And he wanted so badly to speak in the final moments up to 12 noon when the government was going to change over because the transition between presidencies. And he got so frustrated, he took one of these brass urns that are relics themselves. They're basically spittoons for people to spit their tobacco into, back when tobacco was allowed to be chewed here on the floor of the Senate. He took one of those urns and he threw it across the well of the Senate. That's how frustrated he was. The well of the Senate, this space in front of me right now that curves around and has tables in it. It's hard to imagine somebody grabbing one of those spittoons and tossing it across the well in frustration, but that's how much he wanted to give the final speech to kill this bill. But Wilson, President Wilson, immediately and effectively vilified what La Follette was doing. He referred to a small band of men and had some nice fancy language in it, obstructing the entire will of the nation as embodied in this great institution, and how this institution could not go forward to address the issues that it was facing unless it restored its ability, which led immediately upon the reconstitution the next couple days of a new rule that said you can close debate if a supermajority of the Senate calls for it to be closed. So no longer could a small band of willful men bring this great Senate to a standstill. And that ability, or that requirement, to close debate then led to, well, okay, great. If we get a group of, well, once we had 100 senators, 41 senators initially, it was a smaller group, you needed 2/3 of the Senate in order to close debate. So you basically needed 34 senators who would agree to obstruct in order to keep a debate going. And that changed later on to a lower number. But the point is here, you now had this rule that tempted people to hold out the ability to close debate until they got their way. So it added to the kind of a level of paralysis. It provided a solution to a small group, but it provided a temptation to a larger group to obstruct the ability of the Senate to go forward. And then when that same power is taken up by the parties, it became quite a tool for the minority to wield against the majority. But again, until 65, it was basically rarely used on anything except civil rights. But then it started to be used on amendments and motions to proceed. And because it was designed to be used rarely, it was therefore designed to take up a lot of time. You have to file a petition to close debate at the desk. You have to wait an intervening day in order to vote. And after you vote to close debate, you still have to allow another 100 hours of debate. And that was later lowered to 30 hours of debate. But when this is done routinely, it just absolutely eats up the Senate time, and the Senate can't function. So this chapter, The Unraveling, kind of saying how we got into this big mess of mutual assured obstruction of the minority against the majority. And the challenge that we have to get out of that cycle of deliberate obstruction if we're going to be able to meet the challenge of addressing the issues in a fast-changing society. So let's talk about another big challenge. And that's the weaponization of the Justice Department. When Donald Trump was campaigning for president in 2023, he told his followers, "I am your retribution." Retribution is exactly what we've seen since he returned to the White House. One recent example has been the indictment of Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. Bolton wrote in his memoir that Trump is stunningly uninformed and easily manipulated by foreign leaders. Well, not something that sure made Trump happy to have John Bolton say that. After working for Trump, Bolton said, "I don't think he's fit for office. I don't think he has the competence to carry out the job." And Bolton was just one of the many Trump critics who is now in Trump's crosshairs. New York Magazine published a piece in April about these fears, titled "Trump Threatens to Imprison Critics." and Bondi might do it. It's written by Ellie Honig, April 11th of this year. Donald Trump's presidential payback tour rages on, and now it's personal. It's one thing to target multi-billion-dollar law firms, universities, and media outlets for organizational retribution. Those efforts aimed at stifling and punishing any criticism or dissent are reprehensible in their own right. But now Trump is going after individual private citizens, using the might of the executive branch to potentially throw his detractors in prison. In a pair of official proclamations, rendered no less unhinged by the use of official fonts and White House letterhead, Trump identifies two targets who worked in the federal government during his first tenure and dared to speak out publicly against him. First, Chris Krebs, who led the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency from 2018 to 2020, and made headlines when he publicly contradicted Trump's false claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. For this act of heretical truth-telling, Trump labels Krebs, quote, a significant bad faith actor, whatever the hell that means, who poses grave risk to the American public. And then there's Miles Taylor, a former Department of Homeland Security official who publicly criticized the president in an anonymous book and various media appearances. Taylor, like Krebs, purportedly poses risk to the United States, is a bad faith actor, though apparently not a significant one, like Krebs, and stoked dissension with his public commentary. Are you scared? Don't you fear the risk posed by these two monsters? True to the form he's displayed when going after disfavored law firms, Trump hits below the belt. The president ordered security clearances stripped not only from Krebs and Taylor, but also from everyone who works with them. Krebs at a private security firm, Taylor at the University of Pennsylvania. He's punishing his targets, plus their employers and colleagues. First Amendment freedoms of association be darned. And those comments are not mine. I'm just reading the text here. It gets worse. In a separate set of orders, Trump directed the Attorney General to open criminal investigation of Krebs and Taylor. Notably absent from the orders is any plausible notion that either might have committed a federal crime. This hardly needs to be said. But it's not a federal crime to be a bad faith actor. It's not a federal crime to stoke dissension, or even to be a wise guy, as Trump called Krebs from the Oval Office. The next move is Pam Bondi's, and we know how this will go. Any reasonable, ethical attorney general would follow the bedrock principle that a prosecutor must have predication, a fancy word in quotes, some kernel of fact on which to believe a crime might have been committed in order to open a criminal investigation. The bar is low, but it serves the vital purpose of preventing precisely the baseless retributive inquest that Trump has now ordered up. In observance of this foundational precept, even Bill Barr, the subject of sharp criticism in my first book, Hatchet Man, generally ignored Trump's public pleas for the arrests of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and others. Like the exhausted parent of an unruly toddler, Barr would mostly sit back and let the tantrum pass. Don't count on Bondi taking the same course of passive resistance to the president's. She has already shown her true colors, and they're whatever shade Trump pleases. Despite the distinct possibility of criminality by top administration officials around the signals scandal, the AG refused even to investigate. Instead, she decreed, after zero inquiry, with zero evidence, that information about military attack plans was somehow not classified and that nobody had acted recklessly. Case closed, no inquiry needed. Even if the DOJ investigates but concludes it cannot bring a criminal charge, the threats to Krebs and Taylor is real. Any criminal inquiry takes an enormous toll on the subject. Subpoenas fly. Friends and colleagues get pulled into the grand jury. Phones get seized and searched. Legal costs mount. Professional reputations suffer. Personal ties fray. Ask anyone who's been investigated by the Justice Department but not indicted. They will tell you it's a nightmare. Trump has long made a habit of threatening his opponents with criminal prosecution through social media posts and spontaneous outbursts from the lectern. Until now, it was mostly bluster, a public form of scream therapy for the capricious commander-in-chief. But now it's in writing from the president to the attorney general, who typically jumps to attention to serve whatever suits the boss. Prosecutorial standards be darned. Trump's dark fantasies are coming to life. So most of us haven't heard of these individuals. Miles Taylor, a Homeland Security official who criticized the president in a book. Krebs, who led a security agency for 2 years, and who simply contradicted Trump's false claim that the presidential election was stolen. Are those people to go after? They're not influential in the broader sense of being widely read, well-known, but taking and launching a criminal investigation out of them when you have no evidence of crime, you're just going on a witch hunt. Ah, the term that Trump loves to use so much when there's actual evidence. But now here, there's no evidence. He's just going to make those folks miserable, and maybe break the bank for them because they'll have to spend all their money, might have to spend all their money, their resources, their savings on lawyers. That's pretty brutal use of the power of the federal government. And it not only hurts those it's directed against directly, it's meant as a message to everyone else. A message which says, you mess with me, you criticize me, you might be the next person that I tell the Attorney General to launch an aggressive criminal investigation against, even if I have no evidence you've done anything wrong. Well, that was in April. In September, the New York Times published a piece titled, "Trump Demands That Bondi Move Now to Prosecute Foes." September 20th, so basically a month ago. He said, or really, I guess the term is demanded, that his Attorney General move quickly to prosecute figures he considers his enemies, the latest blow to the Justice Department's tradition of independence. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility, Mr. Trump wrote on a social media post addressed to Pam, meaning Attorney General Pam Bondi. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. Mr. Trump named James B. Comey, the former FBI director, Senator Adam B. Schiff, Democrat of California, and Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, saying he was reading about how they were all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done, unquote. Asked later by reporters about his message for Ms. Bondi, Mr. Trump said, "They have to act. They have to act fast." Even for a president who has shattered the traditional norms of maintaining distance from the Justice Department, Mr. Trump's unabashedly public and explicit orders to Ms. Bondi were an extraordinary breach of prosecutorial protocol that reached back to the days following the Watergate scandal. His demands came a day after he ousted the federal prosecutor who failed to charge two of the adversaries he most reviles, Mr. James, Miss James, and Mr. Comey, showing how far Mr. Trump had gone in exerting personal control over the Justice Department and breaching the long-standing norm about keeping politics at a distance from law enforcement. You know, it goes back to those words above the Supreme Court, equal justice under law. You're not targeted because the government doesn't like what you say. You're not targeted because you insult the president. No, you're targeted because there's evidence that you did something wrong, and like anyone else who did something wrong, you're investigated, but not because you're on the president's enemies list. That is the weaponization of the Justice Department that is so concerning. It is a feature of the authoritarian state. Use the power of government to go after individuals, causing them to flee the country, causing them to reverse their statements, causing them to spend vast sums on attorneys fighting the allegations, maybe destroy their career. And this little bit that we read about, how in one instance the federal government took the security clearances not just away from the two men, but the people they worked with. Well, nobody's going to hire you, so that if you're going to kind of create a problem for the entire group to have their security clearances, so it's a collective punishment. Other innocent people brought into the attack strategy, all aimed at suppressing dissent, all aimed at undermining opponents and encouraging people not to say what they think. I used to say one of the great things about America is you can stand up and criticize the most powerful man in the country, as long as you have your facts straight, and you get to do it because we have free speech. You get to express what you believe. We aren't in a country where you get disappeared or where you get targeted. But now I can't say that because we're in a country where you do get targeted, because the president is targeting people because of what they say about him or because they have played a role in the past. This is fabulously out of sync with freedom in our country. Freedom of speech, freedom to air your views, which makes for a much healthier country to have honesty in what we're observing so that people can act according to the insights that are produced. In a different social media post later on Saturday, I'm returning to the text here, Mr. Trump defended Ms. Bondi, saying she was doing a great job, but that she needed a tough prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia, where Eric S. Siebert was abruptly forced from his post atop the U.S. Attorney's Office on Friday. Mr. Trump said he would nominate Lindsay Halligan, a special assistant to the president, who was on his personal legal team, to fill the role. Ms. Halligan, who spent much of her career as an insurance lawyer, has never been a prosecutor. Ms. Siebert's exit deepened troubled questions that have arisen in recent months about the politicization of the Justice Department supposedly self-governing satellite offices. But it also raised a blunter and more immediate issue. Which of the nation's U.S. attorneys might be next? Beyond their efforts to push out Mr. Siebert, whose inquiries into Ms. James and Mr. Comey effectively fizzled out, administration officials have also ramped up pressure against Kelly O'Hayes, the U.S. Attorney in Maryland, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. Ms. Hayes, a career prosecutor who has spent more than a decade in that office, is leading inquiries into 2 other vocal critics of Mr. Trump. Mr. Schiff, who has been accused of mortgage fraud by Mr. Trump's allies, and John Bolton, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, who is facing scrutiny over allegations of mishandling classified information. Recently, Ms. Hayes told associates that she was under no illusions of the pressure she would face if she refused to bring a case she believed to be unsupported by evidence, as Mr. Siebert did, according to people with knowledge of those conversations. And while she signed off last month on asking for a warrant to search Mr. Bolton's home in Bethesda, she has indicated that she would not bring charges against Mr. Schiff unless her team discovered evidence to support them. Mr. Trump's campaign against U.S. attorneys who oversee offices in 93 federal districts across the country is an extension, even an escalation, of the early purge that his top political appointees carried out at the Justice Department headquarters and the FBI against those who worked on the criminal cases brought against him before he returned to power. In other words, you investigated me because there was evidence of a crime. I'm coming after you now. Retribution. And in other cases, it's you disagreed with me and said that the 2020 election was in fact valid. I'm coming after you and your office mates on top of that. This is a dictator. This is not a president. This is a dictator. This is a tyrant. A man who is proceeding to wipe out due process, to attack free speech, to attack freedom of the press, to weaponize the Justice Department, to seek to send the military in to attack peaceful protesters and have that military available in the future to suppress dissent. A man who in the weaponization Justice Department is operating on the mode of anyone who played a key role in the government. When they investigated me, I will go after them. Anyone who disagrees with what I say, I will go after them. Everyone beware of what you say. President Trump, why don't you pick on me? I'm criticizing you all through the night. It is important to understand that when you criticize the president, you are at risk of being a target. That is tyranny. That is not freedom. And together, Democrats and Republicans should respond and say this is 100% unacceptable. Democrats and Republicans together should take the case to the president and say, you know that how you're stealing the power of the purse? Not going to happen anymore. Now, we proposed a clause that would be in any continuing resolution that would say whatever's been agreed to in a bipartisan fashion can only be undone in a bipartisan fashion. So if something is adopted in a standard appropriation bill that has a 60-vote requirement, it would take 60 votes to undo it. We propose that because that way you're honoring the deal struck between the two parties. That's basically to stop the strategy of the president stealing the power of the purse and canceling programs after the fact. That is a reasonable request to honor the constitutional power invested in Congress. And I will keep raising that question and keep inviting my colleagues across the aisle. Let's join together, Democrats and Republicans together, to save our republic. This is not the vision of the nation that I think any single member of this body believed in when they were elected, a vision in which the rights of Americans are compromised, where freedom of speech is no longer in existence because you can be criminally prosecuted on a whim by the president when there's no evidence of a crime. Continuing with this article, but Trump's latest demand for the prosecution of his foes also underscores how his desire for retribution against those who pursued him after his first term remains as intense as ever, and how he appears to feel less constrained by political and legal norms in imposing payback. Given that these prosecutor officers are where federal cases are filed on a day-to-day basis, the move strikes at the nuts and bolts foundations of the criminal justice system. It seems intended both to create a frictionless path for prosecutions of those who have run afoul of Mr. Trump, and perhaps to provide the White House with a tool it could use to set aside or slow cases it would like to see disappear. White House interference in the work of U.S. attorneys was once considered such a taboo that former Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, who served under President George Bush, resigned in scandal after the Justice Department fired 9 U.S. attorneys in 2006 for what were perceived to be political reasons. But Trump's reaction to Siebert's ouster could not have been more different. Several people, including Bondi and Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General and the President's former defense lawyer, lobbied hard to keep Siebert in place, arguing that he had been an efficient and cooperative partner in immigration and crime enforcement in Washington's southern suburbs. But Trump responded to repeated entries by saying, quote, "I don't care," according to a person with knowledge of the matter. His position seemed to be he had been warned several times during his first term about firing U.S. attorneys, given they could have put him in jeopardy, and he ended up being investigated after leaving office anyhow. Well, this article goes on to provide additional detail, but it says near its end, since returning to office, Mr. Trump and his allies have often sought to justify their attacks on U.S. attorneys by claiming the justice system under President Biden had been weaponized against his predecessor. Still, there is no evidence that federal law enforcement officials in the Biden administration were strong-armed into bringing or dropping prosecutions for what were overtly political reasons, nor were there any high-profile resignations by U.S. attorneys under Mr. Biden that were similar to Mr. Siebert's resignation on Friday. So the attorneys followed the facts, what they're supposed to do, without encouragement or influence from the president under Biden, and now they're being instructed, as opposed to no influence and no instruction, they're being instructed who to go after. So much has gone on that it's hard to track it. In these various categories we've talked about, even in the weaponization of the Justice Department, some of the cases are against individuals that the president has on his enemies list. Others are after career employees who aren't doing exactly what the president wants to pursue those criminal investigations against people on the target list. Then we have more going on. The Department of Justice fired attorneys and other staff who were involved in the January 6th investigations and prosecutions. So we have the criminal prosecutions of people on the enemies list, of Trump's enemies list. We have the firing of attorneys in the prosecutor's office. And now we have the firing of attorneys and staff who were involved in January 6 investigations. More than a dozen FBI agents were fired because during 2020 they had kneeled with protesters in the wake of George Floyd's murder. And Trump has publicly called for investigations into other political enemies, as we have seen. The Comey indictment has received a particularly significant amount of attention. The Brennan Center provided some input on this. The power of the prosecutor is tremendous, impacting the life and liberty of those whose conduct brings them within the criminal justice system. Prosecutors decide who gets charged and what crimes they get charged with. They make influential recommendations about sentencing. That's why it's essential for prosecution to stay independent of politics. Justice demands that prosecutors make decisions based solely on the facts and the law, without fear or favor. Without fear or favor. No one can be above the law or unfairly subjected to it. New federal prosecutors learn about former Attorney General and Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson's views, which, although stated in 1940, resonate powerfully today. Quote, "The prosecutor's discretion is tremendous. He can have citizens investigated, and if he is that kind of person, he can have this done to the tune of public statements, veiled or unveiled intimations. The prosecutor can order arrests, present case to the grand jury in secret session on the basis of one-sided presentation of the facts can cause the citizen to be indicted and held for trial, while the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society when he acts from malice or other base motives. He is one of the worst." There are echoes of Jackson's warning last week when the Justice Department indicted one of the president's political opponents, Lindsay Halligan, President Trump's former personal lawyer and newly installed U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, went to the grand jury, apparently alone, to indict former FBI Director James Comey for allegedly lying to Congress. Congressional investigation. Trump turned to Halligan after her predecessor, Eric Siebert, an experienced career prosecutor who Trump himself had tapped to lead the office, declined to prosecute Comey due to insufficient evidence. So a seasoned prosecutor, a career prosecutor, which Trump himself had tapped to leave the office, said there is insufficient evidence to prosecute Comey and declined to do so. There's credible reporting that prosecutors in the office had serious concerns about the case. That prompted Trump to put out a Truth Social post that read like a text message to Attorney General Pam Bondi, than something you would expect to see from a president on social media. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time, all talk, no action, nothing is being done. What about Comey? What about Adam, Shifty Schiff. What about Letitia? They're all guilty as hell. Nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who is never going to do his job. That's why two of the worst Democratic senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsay Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation, our credibility. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President, DJT. This level of presidential interference in prosecutorial decision-making contradicts everything our country has done in the post-Watergate era to protect against corruption of the justice system. So, fired FBI agents, directing the Attorney General publicly to go after folks that he doesn't like, going after attorneys who don't prosecute in the fashion. There's a lot, a lot, article after article. Now this one I actually maybe an additional element that I wasn't so familiar with. In late September, President Trump signed an executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. A few days later, he issued the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. This analysis evaluates claims made in these documents and their potential damaging effects, drawing on the Brennan Center decade of work on the government's framework for responding to terrorism, foreign and domestic. Both the order and the memo are ungrounded in fact and law. Acting on them would violate free speech rights, potentially threatening any person or group holding any one of a broad array of disfavored views with investigation and prosecution. So this is another weapon, another aspect of the weaponization of the Justice Department. If you think that there is a philosophy you don't like, and in this case, Antifa is more philosophy than organization, call it a domestic terrorist organization. That puts individuals and their free speech at great risk. And the memo from the Brennan Center goes in to note all the details about how this doesn't stand up to take any to be basically used to suppress domestic dissent, free speech, by labeling a domestic group a terrorist organization. Building on its framing of the threat from anti-fascism as a wide-ranging conspiracy and domestic terrorism, NSPM 7 directs government agents to go after all participants in these criminal and terroristic conspiracies, including the organized structures, networks, entities, organizations, funding sources, and predicate actions behind them. This memorandum directs the Joint Terrorism Task Force to coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence, intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity, obstruction under the law. Of course, whenever there is criminal activity, hell yes, enforce the law. But if you're putting a major label on a group because of their viewpoints, that is something entirely different. So that certainly deserves close examination as another facet. This one, a little more complicated and not feeling like the total framework is completed as to how this is intended to be used or acted on and how it will affect those who might have anti-fascist views, but it certainly appears like it's a strategy to take folks you disagree with and label them a terrorist threat when there may be absolutely no such threat at all. Finally, let me read a message from the organization, the Justice Connection, a group of former career employees of the Department of Justice who left DOJ, either voluntarily or involuntarily, because of actions of the Trump administration. Urgent message from the recent DOJ alumni decrying attacks on the Justice Department. 2-page letter. And Madam President, I ask that this letter be entered into the record.
Objection.
Urgent message. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice, from prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more. We all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. The DOJ's mission is to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, to protect civil rights. It's failing on 3 fronts. And I see a colleague has arrived on the floor, and I'm happy to interrupt the reading of this letter. But because of your own background, I suspect you might possibly have some question related to some of these miscarriages of justice. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
Will the senator from Oregon yield? I have one question, and it is about just the Justice Department. We just got the shocking news yesterday. It's every single day something happens, that once again the president is treating the Justice Department as his own personal law firm. He has now asked for, and this might have been while the senator from Oregon was speaking, but the president has now requested $230 million back from the taxpayers of this country off of their backs to line his own pockets, or he says now to give to a charity of his choice. And to me, this is just another example of how he keeps considering the Justice Department as it should be, not as the people's lawyer, but as his own lawyers. And in fact, he has installed his own lawyers there. He has done everything from decided to pardon George Santos and pardon his friends, to prosecute his so-called enemies, including firing career prosecutors to allow him to install a White House aide to go after his enemies. And so one of my obsessions with having watched this from the Judiciary Committee is just how that can be justice. And I think it does tie in with everything else that's happening. You know, he is focusing on getting $230 million that he doesn't deserve back into his pocket instead of helping the American people get health care. He's focused on helping his pals and his friends and going after his enemies instead of doing the work for the American people that he was elected to do. So I would just like to have my colleague from Oregon answer a question about how he sees this Justice Department fraud and what's happening over there as related to how the president isn't doing anything for regular people, and instead he's helping his pals.
Well, I thank so much my colleague and friend from Minnesota and the expertise you bring on the Justice Department. As a lawyer, you have the background as you serve on the committee that has this jurisdiction. And I, as a non-lawyer, can tell you I am just absolutely shocked and stunned. I have thought that the norms that we have in America are norms that make a great deal of sense because they have a value associated with them. And that value is the fair administration of justice without prejudice, the fair administration without targeting of political enemies. I think, oh, I read about the targeting of political enemies. That happened in some country far away, where a president who didn't share the values that we have here in the United States of America went after their political enemies by falsely pursuing them in a criminal sense. But then I realized that, no, that's happening right here in the United States of America. And you made reference to a situation that I believe I may have heard about and may have this wrong, in which the president is actually suing the government, then instructing his Department of Justice to settle the suit, thereby translating money into the president's pocket out of the government. I mean, are you kidding me? What is the president of the United States? I will file a suit against the government, and then I'll tell the Justice Department to pay it off and put that money in my pocket? I mean, I was just stunned by reading that new version. There is no limit to the self-serving. I must say, in that case, it's money. But when the president has an enemies list, and when the president instructs Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, to go and find something on that person in order to make their life miserable, this is absolutely horrific, because it's not just about targeting that person, which is bad enough. It's about suppressing dissent or enforcing loyalty, suppressing dissent by anyone else and saying to everybody else, you better do exactly what I say. I can issue a pardon if you do what I say and it's illegal, but I can issue a subpoena and prosecute you if you violate, well, if you fail to do exactly what I want.
Will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I would love to yield to another question.
So when you look at how this all started, I think about all of these people who have stood up, as you are standing up today. I think about career prosecutors in the Justice Department who have basically said, no, I am not going to do the bidding of the president, whether I was appointed during a Republican presidency or a Democratic presidency, whether I personally vote Republican or vote Democrat. I have a job to do, and that is follow the laws of the United States. And I think the real first indication of this, where people realized just how off the cliff this was going, was when, in fact, there was pressure put on career prosecutors in New York to dismiss these charges that had been the result of a long investigation involving Mayor Eric Adams. And what I remember from that time was Danielle Sassoon, who was a a very, very well-respected conservative prosecutor, someone that came up through the Federalist Society, who had clerked for conservative justices, that she decided to resign rather than do their bidding because she felt that it wasn't consistent with the law, that was against the law. And then another career prosecutor named Hagan Scotton, who was a decorated veteran who had clerked for then Judge Kavanaugh and Justice Roberts. He said, when asked to file a motion in that case, "You may find a fool or a coward to file that motion, but it won't be me." And those words always echo in my mind. I say to the Senator from Oregon, as he stands up today, of these people through these last months, whether it is standing to march with their kids on their hips, whether it is to stand up, as so many of us have done in this chamber, to fight for health care, whether it is people who, like the statistician at the Labor Department, simply doing her job, willing to stand up and give the facts of what the job numbers were, and then the president didn't like it and had her fired, which I always thought was ironic when it's about jobs numbers and then you lose another job. But in any case, he just fired her, or going after governors at the Federal Reserve, or deciding which states he's going to take funding from. In my home state of Minnesota, as I know you've experienced in Oregon, he cut a bunch of energy projects. And I looked at the list, I thought, wait a minute, these are all grid projects. So many of them were major, major projects with private companies to provide energy in neighboring states like North Dakota and South Dakota. I kind of looked at the list and saw all the funding because the company was based in Minnesota, but all the funding for our surrounding red states. And I just thought, oops, I guess they didn't mean to put this on the list. All of that combines, as you look at what's happening with the Justice Department right now, as a president that is basically decided that there are no norms. And so the only norms left is this body, because the House has decided they're not coming back right now. They're waiting for these Epstein files that they hope will just go away, but it appears they will never go away. They won't even seat a duly elected member of Congress from Arizona because they're so afraid of these Epstein files. So while that's going on, and they're basically decided to just stay home and hang out and not come to work every day. This is the functioning chamber, as close as it can come, that is supposed to be dealing with the matters before the country. And the matter before the country right now is what is happening with our health care system. On November 1st, these premiums are going to be doubling in so many states. You look at some of the states that actually Donald Trump won, like Florida, with millions and millions of people on these plans. You look at Texas, 75% of the people on these plans live in states that Donald Trump won. So while all that is going on, the president goes to his go-to, and his go-to is messing around with the justice system. He literally pardoned someone, as in George Santos, who claimed to be a world-class volleyball player, producer of the Spider-Man movie, and was actually simply a fraudster that the entire Republican leadership in the House of Representatives booted out of the House of Representatives. The president says, I'm going to bring this guy back too. Because every single day, it's that strong arm techniques. Doesn't care if it leads to more violence, doesn't care if it violates the oath of these lawyers in the Justice Department, doesn't care if people get fired, doesn't care about what does matter. What does appear to matter is making news that day. What does appear to matter is getting on, dominating the news that day. Not our country, not the rule of law, but the one thing I can say, and I ask this of my friend, the senator from Oregon, because the president seems to think this, but does in fact trump the Constitution? Isn't it a fact that our laws and our Constitution, which has withstood wars, withstood the Great Depression, withstood Watergate, withstood all these things. Why? Because people stood up, as the senator from Oregon is doing today. Judges stood up, as we're seeing across the country. There are Trump-appointed judges that have made decisions time and time again contrary to this administration because it's against the rule of law. We saw that in the tariff case, those tariffs that are burdening the small businesses in our state. We saw a Trump-appointed judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, an Obama-appointed judge join together and say the tariffs are illegal. So this is happening. Judges are standing up. Our constituents are standing up, as we saw over this last weekend, millions and millions of people standing up in what was the most biggest peaceful protest in the history of this country. And yes, Congress needs to stand up. And that's what the senator from Oregon is doing today. Standing up and saying, this is not normal. This is not normal to have a Justice Department that is doing what they're doing. So I do ask the senator from Oregon, despite him not being a lawyer, to talk about the fact that Donald Trump cannot trump the Constitution of the United States.
I thank so much the question my colleague from Minnesota has laid out. In fact, at least 8 or so topics that I'm going to enjoy addressing. But your final point, does Trump the Constitution? Do we have kings, if you will, in the United States of America? And the answer is, under the Constitution, obviously not. And I so appreciated the name of Saturday's demonstration. 7 million people demonstrating at some 2,700 sites across America saying no kings, and many versions of the most creative possible statistics laid out, of pictures laid out in that process. But you are absolutely, your question, there are no kings under our Constitution. But the President, in all of these things that I've laid out through the course of the night, the attack on the rule of law, the continuous effort to suppress free speech and free press, the attack on due process, attack on the law firms, attack on the universities, the use of violence, and the weaponizing the DOJ, all of it is the way a king acts. So, in fact, we are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. It's not down the street. It's not around the corner. It is here right now. And speaking of being here right now, I see my minority leader is on the floor from New York, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, first, thank you, and I do have a question for you. I want to commend you for your fortitude and your strength on a subject that is so important to the future of this country, not only for our generation, but for our grandchildren. We need a democracy, and my question is this. In many authoritarian regimes, there are many characteristics, and we see a lot of this happening in Hungary, in fact. Orban has had his friends take over the media. Orban has used the prosecutorial authorities as a weapon, as Trump has turned our whole Justice Department into an attack dog to go after his enemies and help his friends. And we see this in so many other countries. Now, there are many people in the United States say it can't happen here, and our roots of democracy are stronger and deeper, certainly, than in Hungary's. But the danger is real. And could my friend, and I so respect what he has done all night, could my friend just elaborate on the question, it is different here, but why can we not be complacent when we've seen what happens in other countries like Hungary, like Turkey, and of course, even more severe dictatorships? When people say it won't happen here, why should we, even though we're different, why should Americans from every political corner, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, be fighting this authoritarian rise in this country, led by Donald Trump, who, as you said, wants to be king.
I so appreciate the question from the minority leader from New York. And one of the things that I certainly felt was, this can't happen here. Our institutions are too old. We have 200 years of practice. We have features that have helped reinforce our constitutional framework. We have a solid middle class. We have a good education system. We have deep traditions in the House and Senate. We have norms that reinforce our constitutional understandings. And yet, it turns out that my confidence that authoritarianism cannot take hold in America is wrong. And one of the things I have done over the course of the night is to read multiple chapters and commentary to professors who looked at countries all over the world, including Hungary, and said, here's how it happened. They said, we used to think about the end of a democracy as being something done by men with guns. They burned down the presidential palace, they shot the president, maybe they killed his family, they tore up the Constitution, and they said, here's the New Deal. But now, that rarely happens in comparison to the new version in which democracies are put into the grave. And that new version is by elected individuals who start to erode the separation of powers. And if you think about it that way, you just really need three things to become an authoritarian state. You need a Congress that says our role is to just back up and do what the president says, a rubber stamp Congress. And in large part, we have that right now. I can't tell you how many times colleagues have said, I can't take that position because it would upset the president, even though I'm not happy about the situation. Well, so there's that. And then there is, you need a court that confirms or conveys more power to the president. And we have seen court decision after court decision that have conveyed more power, like Trump versus the United States, saying the president is above the law. And you combine the president being above the law, as long as it's shielded by an act of government, and pardon power, and now the whole executive branch feels, well, we're all above the law. And then the president comes into office and just starts ignoring one law after another. I think a real early one that got a lot of attention was the firing of inspector generals. And of course, the law says you have to fire them for cause. And the law says you have to give 30 days notice. But the president didn't either. And in the end, he didn't really get the courts saying you can't do that. And then Trump says, you know what, I'm just going to start establishing tariffs around the world. Well, tariffs are not a power delegated to the president. The very first bill the U.S. Senate ever worked on was a tariff bill. They spent 3 weeks assigning a tariff to different things, a keg of nails or a barrel of molasses and so on and so forth. And so this collective factor brings us to the third element that creates the authoritarian state, which is a president who wants to defy the law, create a space in which saying the laws do not apply. So suddenly the checks and balances are gone, and it's not the authoritarianism that we need to fear a year from now. It's here at this very moment. And so this is why we should all, if we had any doubts a year ago, we should all now be going, oh my God, we are not immune from the same strategy that's been pursued with the same authoritarian playbook in country after country after country.
Thank my colleague for that really right on the money exposition of this, and I'd just like to ask one more question related to the first, the supine Congress. Our Republican colleagues seem to just do whatever Trump wants, and we hear lots of mumbling and grumbling, we don't like it. But I hear from some of them saying to me, it wouldn't make a difference if I spoke up. Does my colleague from Oregon agree with that it wouldn't make a difference, that if Republicans, whether at the leadership in the House or Senate, or a large number or even a decent number of members spoke up against the kind of authoritarian direction that Trump is taking, Does my colleague think it wouldn't make a difference, as they say, or does he think it would?
Well, I believe it would make an astounding difference, because when I come to the floor, or any of my Democratic colleagues come to the floor and say, look at this attack on due process, this is just wrong. Look at this effort to tell universities what to teach, this is just wrong. Look at the attack on law firms, and they've been essentially blackmailed into $1 billion of free legal help to groups that Trump wants. That's wrong. Look at the effort to ship people out of this country because of what they say on foreign policy. That's just the violations of free speech and due process. And we say it's just wrong. But in essence, we are speaking within a communication bubble that exists around our urban communities. And there is a different communication bubble that exists around our rural communities. We have driven this into this situation through cable news, where people in my state who live in cities watch one version of the world on cable. They see a different version if they're in rural areas watching a different cable, and then it's reinforced by social media. So when a colleague across the aisle speaks up, now a whole new audience is hearing about what's going on in our country. And it has the act of integrity, because it's not coming from across the aisle. It can't be dismissed as a partisan comment. It is clearly a comment of principle. So when you have both a comment that is absolutely principle and a comment that reaches into a different media sphere, now you start to have an enormous impact, and others will have courage to follow. Because I have heard from my colleagues about some of these pieces that they are worried about but are not speaking up on, one person steps forward, maybe takes the hits from some of the right-wing commentators, and maybe actually gains some respect from others who say, you know, that is for sure the truth.
And I thank my colleague from Minnesota for her excellent back and forth with the senator from Oregon. Thank you for doing this. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much to my colleague from New York for those two questions. And one of the questions that my colleague from Minnesota asked about was mentioning a $230 million in compensation that Trump is trying to get out of the government. And so I found the story about that and wanted to fill folks in on what that is. President Trump is demanding that the Justice Department pay him about $230 million. That's a lot of money. To folks in my neighborhood, $1 million seems like an unfathomable sum. And here we're talking about $230 million, $250 million in compensation for the federal investigation into him, according to people familiar with the matter. This is an article by Devlin Barrett and Tyler Pager on October 21st, 2025, so hot off the press, if you will. The people familiar with the matter who added that any settlement might ultimately be approved by senior department officials who defended him or those in his orbit. So you have the president suing his own government, and he has the Justice Department, in which there are people who were on his defense team now working, who would be the ones to ultimately approve a settlement. This situation, this article goes on to say, situation has no parallel in American history, as Mr. Trump, a presidential candidate, was pursued by federal law enforcement and eventually won the election, taking over the very government that must now review his claims. It is also the starkest example yet of potential ethical conflicts created by installing the president's former lawyers atop the Justice Department. Lawyers get to play both sides. They were on his team that brought the lawsuits, and now they're on the team for the Justice Department that would agree to pay him. Well, obviously, that's an unacceptable conflict of interest. And in any ordinary world, you would expect anyone associated with this case to say, absolutely not, my integrity will be profoundly compromised if I come anywhere near this. But that type of integrity and that type of clarity about the importance of avoiding conflicts of interest so that fairness is embodied. I mean, I don't think there is a fair way for this to be adjudicated by his own administration, suing the government and then asking them to pay you by the people who work for him. Is there any way to resolve that conflict of interest? I can't imagine it. The only way I can imagine it is to say that this issue will be addressed in the next administration by people in the Department of Justice who did not ever work in the past or in the present for Mr. Trump. He submitted his claims through an administrative claim process that is the precursor to lawsuits. And it goes on to give the details. But essentially, that's the issue of the president suing his own government and then asking the folks who worked for him to settle it and hand him $230 million. Wow. Can you imagine if President Biden had sued the Department of Justice and asked them to settle the case and give him $200 million? I mean, there would be every single senator across the aisle would be down here saying, are you kidding me? That's the clearest ethical compromise ever created in the history of our country. How can that possibly be done? It cannot be done. We must pass a bill. We must condemn this conflict. It's a ripoff of the American people for $230 million. No way, no how. Well, that is exactly what we should hear, regardless of which aisle you sit by, whether you sit to the left of the center aisle or to the right of the center aisle. It is exactly the outrage over gross corruption. And this isn't the only. This is not, by the way, the worst corruption. It may be, no, it's not the worst. The worst was the president asking people after he was in office to buy his crypto coin and saying he's doing a contest, and the roughly 230 people who bought the most of his coins over a set period, those folks would get a special dinner at his golf club, special access to him. And so over a period of several weeks, competition was held, the winners were announced, and then the dinner was held. And President Trump profited personally, fabulously, from that corrupt activity. Essentially, there are two types of crypto coins, or more than that, but one of them is called a stable coin. And in a stable coin, you're essentially saying, I'll give you $1 and you give me $1 stable coin, dollar denominated. And I can use that cryptocurrency coin in ways I can't use an actual dollar. And meanwhile, you get to keep the dollar I gave you to buy the crypto coin. You get to invest it. So if, for example, someone buys $1 million of those coins and holds them for a year, well, then the president's company gets the interest on that $1 million, however they invest it. And there's restrictions, or at least there's supposed to be restrictions on how you invest it to make sure that it maintains its value. So essentially, it's probably invested in very safe bonds. But still, hey, 4% on $1 million? Well, let's see. 10% would be 100,000. So we're talking about $40,000. $40,000. Well, what if you buy $1 billion now of those coins? Now we're talking about the president and his company getting not $40,000, but $40 million. I mean, it's a direct sale of access to the president for money in his pocket or his company's pocket. And that is simply outrageous. But then there's another coin that's kind of a token. And what can you do with this token? And the answer is not much, but you're just giving your dollars to buy the token, and the president or his company keeps that money forever. So that's even a more direct, instead of just getting the interest off the money that he holds until the coins are redeemed, in this case, he's keeping the money forever, selling you a useless token. He keeps the money. It's basically like saying, hand over your wallet. I'll take cash out of it. Thank you very much. It's as close to a straight bribe as anything you can imagine. And we had a vote here on the Senate floor saying that none of us in the Congress or in the high levels of the government will be allowed to participate in this type of a system. You want a new senator to come in here and he or she will offer a new coin, and somebody comes along and says, yeah, I'll take 10,000 of those, just like handing you $10,000. It's a bribe. And unfortunately, for reasons I don't understand, my colleagues across the aisle, they voted it down. They want to let this crypto corruption continue. Now, is there something wrong with the bill that needs to be adjusted? I'm all ears. I'm looking for a partner across the aisle to say this type of corruption is wrong, and I will join in partnership. Let's write the bill together. Let's go over the old bill together. Let's fix it if it needs fixing. Let's find allies on both sides of the party. But so far, not a word from any of my colleagues saying they want to actually address this crypto corruption, that much more corrupt issue. My colleague from Minnesota had a list of other issues that I wrote down somewhere. See if I can find the piece of paper I wrote them on. She had so many good ideas for me to address. And maybe I'll find it, maybe I won't. And given that I'm not finding it right away, oh, here it is. So she asked about the $230 million scheme, and I've now shared the answer to that. She also noted that isn't it insane to be firing people at random like the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because the president didn't like the employment numbers? Yes, it's crazy and damaging because now nobody trusts the new numbers. Are the new numbers accurate? They're afraid to put out probably the right numbers because if they look bad, they're going to get fired. Or maybe they'll just kind of bend the assumptions just by a little bit here and there and have it all add up to get them maybe an extra 0.5% or percent of employment, mislead us about where the economy's headed. So no, yeah, it is deeply damaging. And so many people depend on the many statistics compiled by the Bureau of Labor to understand what's happening on our economy and whether to make investments. And my colleague from Minnesota also mentioned the canceling of energy projects across the country. And those energy projects, I think it was $8 billion in energy projects all across Democratic states. So this is another form of corrupt activity by a president. The president is supposed to be president of the entire nation, not the president of the Republican Party. And therefore, striving to have success build in every part of the country, regardless of whether they elect blue or red senators or blue or red members of Congress. But the canceled energy projects were targeted at blue states. Now, here's the thing. Those projects produce energy, in general, at a lower cost than fossils. By doing so, by producing electricity that often is in the realm of 2 cents per kilowatt hour, it lowers the cost of electricity. But what do we see actually happening? What do we see actually happening across the country? We see the utility costs going up. So canceling these projects is driving up the cost of electricity for people in state after state after state. So this is why we often refer to the fact that in his first 10 months, Trump has made the nation sicker and poorer. Sicker because of his attack on health care and some of the not so helpful evaluations coming out of the Health and Human Services Office. But also poor because he's driving up costs. He wants folks to use expensive, dirty energy rather than cheaper, cleaner energy that derives primarily from solar panels or wind. Sure, there's some geothermal in there, maybe there's some hydro in there, but the new energy is primarily in the realm of solar and wind. Both of them hovering around that 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I'm pretty sure nobody here pays a bill at a utility company as low as 2 to 3 cents. So if lower cost energy can be generated, and I think the retail rate in my utility that serves my house is somewhere around 12 to 14 cents, I'd love them to buy 2-cent energy and lower the cost to me, everyone else. But the president killed these projects, often in mid-stride, meaning putting people out of employment, putting investments at risk, putting our planet at risk because he wants to continue to use carbon energy. Carbon energy, very simply, heats up the atmosphere. Nice little warm blanket around the globe. We see it in so many different ways in my home state. So not only is the fossil energy more expensive and dirtier in terms of breathing the air, it's also overheating the planet with carbon dioxide and with leaked methane. Methane can be many multiples more powerful in trapping heat than even carbon dioxide. So both of these fossil fuel products, one from combustion and one primarily from leakage, methane, provide significant damage. And we see the stronger storms that come down, like the one in Texas. And you can't track any one storm and say it was specifically about climate. When there are a lot more storms with a lot more energy, that happens because there's a lot more energy in the atmosphere because the atmosphere is a lot warmer. And so, in general, the number and ferocity of the storms is tied to our burning of fossil fuels. So here is the president canceling $8 billion of clean, low-cost energy projects in order to force people to keep using more and more carbon, higher cost, higher polluting, and planet-damaging fossil fuels. And I'm particularly struck that this is happening at a time that in the information revolution, you have big new demands on electricity. You have data centers, and counties like them because they're big, expensive, and they provide property taxes. But they consume enormous amounts of energy. And in so doing, that means the local utility has to go buy more energy on the grid, which is more expensive than the energy they already have, driving up the cost for everybody served by the utility. So some states have started to say, no, you build a data center, or you do crypto mining, or you do AI processing, you need to pay the fair cost of your activities and pay a higher rate for that electricity than the homeowners, so the homeowners don't get shaken down to subsidize these activities. And another point that my colleague from Minnesota made was the impact on small business of what is going on. And yesterday, I had folks from small business who were touring Capitol Hill, holding meetings from Oregon, and there were lots of folks from all corners of the country coming in to say, we are troubled. We have a couple major problems. And those major problems, they listed, one is the tariffs. Because how can you plan for the future when the tariffs go up and down? How do you know what country will buy your products or won't buy your products? How can you make a decision to build a factory under those circumstances? Sure, if there's a high tariff put on your competitor and you happen to have a factory, for a while you can just make a lot more to meet the domestic demand, so maybe that comes out all right. But if it's a permanent, we're going to build more factories, no, those decisions are not happening when the tariffs are fluctuating. Plus, of course, what the president is doing is taking power not delegated to the president. There is no law that gives the president the power to adjust tariffs. So it's being adjudicated, but the courts are slow. In fact, you think very slow when you think of the fact that he's been doing tariffs on his own with no authority to do it for a very long time now in his presidency. The second thing the small businesses said was the Republican bill that doubles the price of insurance on the exchange is absolutely horrific for small businesses because, in general, small businesses buy their insurance on the healthcare exchange. They aren't large enough to strike their own independent deal and get good rates, so they buy their money on the exchange. And without the same level of tax credits, their costs will, like for other Americans, be roughly doubled, a projected 114% interest increase. So that's more than doubled. And so this is the phrase, Main Street is Pain Street, because Main Street small businesses can no longer afford to buy insurance because of the bill that my colleagues across the aisle passed, the bill that Trump called the big, beautiful bill, but many of us called it the big, ugly betrayal because it hurt families by helping billionaires. Doubling the cost of insurance on the exchange on average to give tax breaks to billionaires. Attacking Social Security, which in combination with the changes to the exchange will put 15 million people out of insurance. That's a lot of pain. And we know just how damaging it is when people go out without insurance because we've been there before. We know they don't go to the doctor when they get sick. They don't go to the doctor until they get really sick, and then they go to the emergency room. And by then, a modest illness can become a major illness. A small tumor can become a life-threatening tumor, or maybe an untreatable, metastasized cancer that is a death sentence. And then we have the fact that without insurance, they can't pay the bill. So there's less revenue for the clinic and less revenue for the hospital. And so now the clinic and the hospital are going to have to cut back their programs, which affects the availability of health care for everyone in the community. Maybe it's the maternity ward that goes, because those are very expensive. And that means that instead of going to the hospital in your town in rural Oregon, maybe you have to drive 70 miles to get to another hospital. And do you want to do that if your baby is coming in January or February and you might be in the middle of icy roads or snow drifts? No, I don't think so. And do you want to have to drive 70 miles to get your prenatal exams and your prenatal classes that teach a little bit about what to be prepared for? No, that's a real loss of quality health care to lose programs out of clinics and to lose programs out of hospitals. So the invitation is open to fix this. We have laid out a bill, a continuing resolution, that fixes it. So I invite my colleagues, come and join us and vote for the bill, or at least have your leadership come and sit down and negotiate over this bill. Because maybe you have insights, maybe we can find adjustments and do the right thing for America and fix this healthcare mess. I don't think that it's good policy to have created this mess. I certainly don't think it's good politics to have created this mess. So we'll help you out of that hole. Let's fix this for the American people. Do the best what's right for the American people. And certainly one of the groups that will be very happy for us to address this are the businesses, the small businesses on Main Street. When those small businesses come in and say Main Street is now Payne Street because of the tariffs and because of the attack on health care, you've got a whole lot of stalwart community members who are speaking the truth to power. They're coming to us and saying, here's the situation. Here's what I'll have to pay. Here's how so much more. One of the entrepreneurs yesterday, the business owners, said he had, if I believe he said he had 4 employees. Then he talked to at least 3 of them, and they all basically said they weren't going to buy insurance, not at this double the rate. They were going to take the risk, the gamble, that they would not get sick. And maybe they'll be lucky. Like any other gamble, maybe the dice will roll in their favor. Maybe next year they'll buy insurance, and maybe that'll be the year that they need health care and they'll have insurance to pay for it. But we know that when there's a whole group of folks who don't have insurance, a bunch of them are going to get sick. And then they're going to be really sick by the time they go to the doctor. And then they're going to be treated in the place of the most expensive care. And then they're not going to be able to pay the bills, so the revenues will suffer. And there we are, back in this situation where the clinics and hospitals are cutting their programs, affecting the availability of good health care everywhere in the community. Well, I think those are the bulk of the points that my colleague asked questions about from Minnesota. So I'm going to return now to reading this urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying the attacks on the Justice Department. And since it's been a while since I actually was in the middle of reading this letter, I think I'll start from the top again in order to make it coherent. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, intelligence analysts, to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it is our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of the Departments of Justice vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. Just as I've come to the floor to ring the alarm bells about authoritarian control taking over America, here are these employees from the Department of Justice in this letter are saying they are ringing the alarm bells before it's too late. Let's find out what they have to say. The next paragraph goes, Department of Justice's mission, DOJ's mission, is to, quote, to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. It's failing on all 3 fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the President's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities and fire its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when an FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials shelters offices that prevent community violence, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantles drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. Oh, I see, thank you for the note, I see that my colleague from New Jersey is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
I appreciate it, and appreciate my colleague pausing for a question. And I just want to first say, as I present my question to him, how grateful I am for his stamina and for his strength, but more even importantly for his insightful truths that he has been telling now for well over 14 hours. And in many ways, we see a tradition in this body of being a deliberative body, but it seems now more and more that deliberation is giving way to what the founders never imagined, which is simply conceding to anything that the President of the United States wants. We were born to check and balance the presidency. We are the Article I branch of government. And as my colleague here rings the alarm bell, it is clear to me that the alarm bell he's ringing is not a partisan alarm bell. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. It's about asserting the Article I branch of the Constitution's strength, its purpose, its constitutional intent. And that is to provide oversight. That is to provide advice and consent. That is to provide the check and balance that we need. And for hours now, what I have been seeing is my colleague, Jeff Merkley, has time and time again been laying plain facts that would not play no matter what party a person is from. A president who is encroaching again and again and again on the constitutional prerogatives of the Article I branch of government. And the result of this is that people are hurting. And I really want to get my colleagues' response to this. The fact is, right now, you have a president not going through Congress, not working with Congress, but undermining congressional intent by gutting and cutting programs, gutting and cutting agencies, gutting and cutting bipartisan approved resources for our states in ways that threaten and undermine the well-being of Americans. We see him approving a tariff policy, not one that has gone through this body. In fact, I would say not one that people in this body would even agree on, that is hurting American farmers, that is driving them to their knees. They want trade, not aid. And as a result of that tariff policy, it's not only hurting the bedrock people who put food on the table for Americans and people throughout this world, but it's hurting consumers by driving up grocery prices. What my colleague continues to point out is how these violations of our constitutional norms and traditions, the insult and injury done to our Constitution, has a real-life impact on the lives of Americans, making us poorer, making us sicker in our lack of access to health care. That we are seeing a time now that if we do not ring the alarm bells, more and more Americans will be hurt by a president who is acting more like an authoritarian leader than a democratically elected executive in the Article II branch. And this is not a left or right moment. It is a right or wrong moment. This is a moral moment in America. And I love what Martin Luther King said. He said, the problem today is not the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, it's the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. And so this is a time that my colleague, through doing this extraordinary step here for more than 14 hours, all through the night, standing up and saying, look, democracy has never been a spectator sport. If you love this country, if you love in a deep devotion the ideals of patriotism more than a party, now is the time for all good people to stand up and call it out. And so I want to know from my colleague, this, with the urgency that we have in this moment, with Americans seeing their energy costs go up, with Americans seeing their grocery costs going up, with Americans now seeing the reality of their health care costs going up thousands and thousands of dollars, with marginalized people, with folks who are struggling to provide for their children, for children with disabilities struggling to get the resources they need, with parents not knowing how they're going to meet the rent and pay for medical expenses, how they're going to be able to pay for the basic needs of their families. This is a time that if you believe in the cherished principles of our nation, from patriotism, devotion to our national ideals, if you believe in the ideals of our nation, love thy neighbor, if you believe that we are one nation under God, this must be the time where more people stand up and speak out, because the only thing necessary for the triumph of tyranny is for a free people to remain silent. And so I ask my colleague right now, because there are people saying, what does it matter that a senator is standing up? I ask my colleague right now to maybe say directly to the American people why you are taking this courageous stand tonight, what you hope they will take away, because it's not about you or me, it's not about the 100 people here. We have seen this president back down before when the American people, in a chorus of conviction, stand up and say no, no more. As Frederick Douglass says, the limits of tyranny are prescribed by the people who face the oppression. I ask my colleague, what is the message that you are trying to send with this courageous stand, with this incredible endurance, with this strong speech you are giving today?
To my colleague from New Jersey, the message, most important, is that the tyranny has already arrived. It is not down the street. It is not around the corner. It will not be encountered on the path tomorrow. It is here at this very moment. And that tyranny comes in two forms, so important to our country. The first is the attack on freedom. Freedom is secured by due process. So when an authoritarian president runs over due process, he threatens freedom for all of us. When an authoritarian president says, I will dictate through research grant control what universities teach, he's stealing the academic freedom of our independent universities and really gutting the vision that people go to universities to explore ideas and to learn, not to receive propaganda written by a government. If you want that version of the world, that's not freedom. That's found in tyrannical governments. That's found in China, not here at our universities in the United States of America. When he proceeds to say we are going to control law firms by suing them and taking away their security clearances and extorting them to put $1 billion of free law into causes the president wants, that is a form of tyranny against the free enterprise of law firms to have the clients they want and serve the people they want. I read an article sometime in the middle of the night that was about the profound impact on nonprofits that are out of favor with the president, and therefore they're not getting the legal help that they had in the past, and how that affects their largely impoverished clients. So there's damage that ripples through the universe from these attacks on freedom. And Now is the moment where we have seen the fundamental separation of powers disappear. No, I thought of these robust branches of government, the executive, the Congress, the judiciary, each valiantly defending their role in order to preserve the checks and balances of this beautiful document we call our We the People Constitution. But what happens if the Congress is controlled by a party that says, our goal is to do what the president tells us? Suddenly that check and balance, the president, is gone. What if the court, the Supreme Court, says we want to, regardless of what's written in the Constitution, hand more power to the president? And they say, you know what, we'll make the president above the law, which they did in a law case last year. And suddenly you have the three elements that create tyranny in place of freedom, or authoritarianism in place of a republic. And those are a rubber stamp Congress, a deferential court, and an aggressive authoritarian personality with a good plan. And he came in with a good plan called Project 2025. And the chief engineer on that Trumpian tyranny train is Russell Vought at OMB. So every essential element of the authoritarian takeover of the United States is here right now. Now, you mentioned a reverberation about how the president's policies are making people sicker